Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. There should be no conspiracies in literary salons. Solovyov was often invited to Madame Rakamia's salon on Mont Blanc Avenue, and he had to go. After all, sometimes social occasions still require mutual support, and his appearance in such literary salons can also win some support. Speaking of which, Solovyov could also feel that the interpersonal relationships in the 19th century were actually much more chaotic than those in the 21st century, but there were still some basic bottom lines, that is, playing dirty tricks. Now you can see that the British often use carriage bombs to take away the lives of an innocent girl and more innocent citizens, and they chose a sacred day for the church. But the great lack of virtue in this era of Britain is not as outrageous as it will be in the future. If you want to do something without a bottom line, there may be other ways. For example, Mary Thess of the Little Cake never gave birth to a child in her life. Then, according to the news that Solovyov learned from the nanny from Vienna, at least the Little Cake princess is innocent now, just like Madame Rakamia, the hostess of this salon, and the cousins are not unable to give birth to children. I always feel that their life in Britain is not very good. Thinking of the fact that Tsar Paul had been trying his best to retain Louis XVIII and the Count of Artois in St. Petersburg, and that all the French nobles stayed in Russia, there was actually one point that it was safer for them. The British, who knows how much they can do without a bottom line. The French are also likely to break the bottom line, but they always do a face-saving project. Even in ancient Rome, they generally had to declare public enemies before they could start killing, unless there were special circumstances, but that was also an internal contradiction among the people, not like the British, who might do things both inside and outside. For example, the Parisians recently knew about the British royal family. Princess Amelia, the favorite youngest daughter of George III, had her marriage with her lover interfered with by the House of Commons, requiring them to be engaged after they turned 25. The British are really not free, from the king to the common people, they are all in jail. Solovyov said this, and it was obviously agreed by the French present. Moreover, they are planning to attack the first consul as terrorists, and many people outside Russia know what they are doing. Now their king has to face such a group of guys, and who knows when he will have another attack. Also, although the Prince of Wales has a daughter, neither London nor Hanover are willing to change their inheritance laws. This will sooner or later cause the British to lose their territory in Europe. It is a permanent separation, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, and we French people deeply sympathize with the tragedy of His Majesty Emperor Paul. And the French also knew Solovyov, who was once Paul's guard and commander of the Guards Battalion, and Alexander's aide-de-camp, and this identity was made known through Count Morkov. I'm not surprised at what the British cabinet in the House of Commons will do. They have already done it, even without my script, to put the royal family and civilians, the Irish, the Scots, the Welsh and the English, in a prison called the British Isles. But this script is very interesting. Thank you, Madame Rakamia, but it involves a three-party relationship, so I'm afraid such a script will not be approved. In other words, when the relationship between Britain and France, Britain and Russia deteriorates in the future, this script can be performed in Paris and St. Petersburg. General Moreau came here today to be a spectator. Although he was happy to hold his son at home, his wife was really unsatisfied. She talked about his current status every day, and it took a huge amount of money to maintain the official residence and the manor. She even knew how to make money. He chose this wife himself. Out of loyalty to the marriage, he couldn't leave his wife, not to mention the dowry she brought, and the support of her friends and her circle, which were all very important. And this daughter-in-law was also young, only 21 years old this year, just a little older than the marriage partner provided by Napoleon. If Hortense were a quiet wife, she would stay at home to take care of the children. A quiet wife is actually very important. Even if she can't give birth to children, she should at least be able to manage the household and at least not cause trouble. But peace is still better. As long as some people don't provoke disputes, it will be fine. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, your point of view is correct. If no one provokes disputes, peace will continue. But there will always be conflicts. Britain, France, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, as well as the Ottoman Empire and Spain, these major countries all hope to maintain peace. Then we must always establish a system to avoid possible disputes. Wars that occur for any reason in Europe or anywhere else on the earth may change the balance of power, which is something we all have to avoid. Indeed, it is better to maintain a balance. If this balance of power is broken, the price paid will be high, and Europe may be flooded with blood. As a diplomat, I hope to maintain peace, and as a soldier, I also hope to be peaceful. Also, Mr. Chabdorian, what do you want to say? Although my wife was jailed in London, I don't want the people on the European continent to be in jail either. Although Madame Rakemia and Chabdorian were in the same salon, they were not as familiar with each other as they were later in the salon of the monastery. Moreover, these remarks were also his thoughts expressed recently by Napoleon in Paris. To be honest, the British were not that good to the French. Moreover, Solovyov did not say a word against the British, but let all the French present know that he was against the British cabinet, but only on the political level. After all, his personal loyalty to Tsar Paul was there. This position, coupled with his unfriendly attitude towards the British, led him to adopt such rhetoric. However, now is not the time to discuss politics. What kind of story is the script you brought today? It's a comedy. I think comedy is more interesting. The main characters are 3 people and a dog. It takes place in Gaul in 50th BC. The Republican calendar could not be used at that time, but we could start from the year of the founding of Rome, 603 AD. At that time, Caesar had occupied all of Gaul. He had occupied all of Gaul, and he was about to cross the Rubicon, sir. Thank you, Mr. Constant, but that is a historical fact, and our story begins in a Gallic village. This small village has never fallen. It sounds unlikely, Michel. Even in Alesia, Vercingetorix had 250,000 people attacking from both inside and outside, but he still couldn't win. But this story is still worth listening to. For this reason, I asked Mr. Verge's niece Julie to draw some characters in pencil. Julie's basic skills are still not good at the oil painting level. The cartoon images she drew with pencils are still quite accurate, especially this one pays more attention to exaggerated techniques and funny stories. Although the image is somewhat different from what I expected, it can be regarded as inspired by a friend. Solovyov has a good point. That is, if he quotes the works in the future, he will still respect the copyright. Even in the parallel world, he will indicate the source and get the inspiration from the friend. It's like this after all. The Gaul hero fights Caesar, and then the story in it. Ah, this is really interesting. You are a good storyteller. If it is put on the stage, it will also be a funny comedy. The French can still hear the funny points in it, especially some stereotypes, and Caesar is not very popular in the Republic. But everyone should pay attention that the relationship between the village and Caesar is not always a struggle. Most of the time it is peaceful, and if Caesar encounters any trouble, the village will help. Of course, many of the plots where Brutus was spoofed can be removed. It won't be too late to spoof it when Brutus is not so popular in the future. Caesar's personal charm, even if he is really a bold man, cannot be changed. At least he has always been tolerant of his enemies. It was Napoleon. Although he was sometimes narrow-minded, he was still a small-minded Caesar and still very charming. Our story can be performed in the theater or adapted into other art forms, as long as it is not like Julie's illustrations. Although she made a cartoon image, there is also an oil painting. I know my niece best. She sometimes likes to do this. When drawing a snake, she adds legs, which makes it a lizard or a gecko. It may be something else. I'm actually very interested in biological classification, but there are no biologists here. The theme of our salon is culture. Perhaps you can also discuss this issue with chemists and engineers, sir. I believe your talent is not limited to scripts, but it is not good to divert too much energy elsewhere. It's just that I'm still young now. While this creative passion and talent have not left me far away, I can still remember the ideas provided by my friends and speed up their completion. I also wish you success in literary creation, Michel. Thank you, and thank you everyone. Now my speech is almost over. Next time I will also bring a new script or other ideas. As for the Heroes of Gaul series, it is aimed at children, so it is still performed in the same theater. After all, the conditions for performing puppet shows and various comedies here are very mature. If necessary, they can also go to the French theater to perform a series of funny comedies. Madame Rakamiya also liked this young officer to some extent. After all, he was good looking, talented, and aggressive. The only problem was that he was passively aggressive because he won 6 duels a day and made people afraid. Sir, when the salon is over, the lady wants to see you. Madame Rakamiya asked her servant to go and inform Solovyov, but this kind of stay alone always has something else to talk about. Even when she was facing Lucien Bonaparte and General Moreau, she did not develop a deep friendship with them. When she shared friendship, she just chatted. It was a good thing that this lady was interested in her. After all, her husband was a banker and was also mainly engaged in shipping business and financing of related enterprises. When the salon was over, Solovyov also knew this situation and he went around in circles before coming back. Come on, Michelle, I know you are talented and Russians are so enthusiastic and have a unique sense of humor. Madam, what do you want to say? Although I'm a diplomat and a soldier, I don't want to talk about political issues. We all act according to instructions. Do you think there can be long-term peace with the British? My husband runs a bank and is a director of the Bank of France, but with the British. Madam, I understand what you mean. Are you worried about political instability? Yes, it's very unstable. I think so. But Madame Rakamiya, it seems that she really discussed political issues with people around Napoleon, and it was still unstable. Your idea is possible. If it is glass that will break, then it is really diamond, and the composition is also a flammable substance. If you don't believe it, maybe one day we can confirm it through experiments. Of course, what I mean is that under certain conditions, it is also unstable. As a foreigner, I'm suitable to express my views on peace in Paris, instead of destroying Carthage all day like old Cato, even if I'm involved in the murder of my benefactor and monarch, because of the British. I know you are an upright young man, and so handsome, I'm a little in love with you. However, Madame Rakamiya's words obviously have some teasing meaning in them, and she will not give her heart at this time. Madam, I understand what you mean, but it is not strange for the British to do anything. I think sometimes we need to pay attention. Although Madame Rakamiya is only the hostess of the salon, she is still clear about what the celebrities who appear here do, and she is still very concerned about her husband's career. She didn't know the specific reason, and there were many speculations from the outside world. This marriage was platonic from the beginning to the end. Many people even believed that the lady was actually the illegitimate daughter of Mr. Jacques Rakamiya. Only this kind of marriage could ensure that all the property would fall into the hands of the lady. But Mr. Rakamiya didn't believe it. He believed that there would be a long-term peace and even increased his position. Well, I can only wish him good luck. Who knows what will happen recently. With the means of the British, it is not impossible for Britain and France to enter a state of war in 1803. That would be a disaster for a group of French capitalists who are more inclined to overseas trade. And the lady herself was said to be womanly. Chapter 227. The man-eating monster in Corsica. Thanks to Solovyov, General Moreau was a graduate of the University of Rennes. On the 18th Brumaire, he led a small team to capture his professor at the university, and the place where the incident took place was relatively peaceful. He was a general who understood the law and was willing to abide by the order of the Republic. Compared with the Bonapartes who liked to make money, he was a bit of a clean stream. After all, when he was the commander of the Northern Army and the Rhine Army, he had more opportunities to make money. Even when he and Vandam disobeyed the order of the Public Security Committee and did not massacre the city in Belgium, the locals regarded him as a savior and wanted to make money in a matter of minutes. However, he only had an official residence in Paris and a manor sold at a discount from Paris. It was not yet the hunting season, and he did not have any important appointments. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. He did not even have enough political ambitions, and did not openly oppose Bonaparte, but his family did not think so. This was actually very disadvantageous to him personally. Not publicly opposing meant more danger, but he did not know it, and went to the castle of Grosbois to hunt. It was a good hunting ground and even had a history of several hundred years. A castle was built there in the early Capetian period. General Moreau went there for just a normal autumn hunt. Don't be too sensitive. But in his official residence, a large number of opposition figures organized a salon. Something may always happen. Fauch, you are the Minister of Police. This matter is within your scope of responsibility. You can continue to monitor it. In addition, does Moreau have close contacts with those foreigners? Except for the military attaché of the Russian embassy who had contact with him in Madame Rakamia's salon, and a brief conversation at the reception at the Tuileries Palace, there was no more. Ah, that young man has some talent, but it's a pity that he is not French. A young man with a pen and a sword is exactly the new generation of officers we need. Much better than his stupid brothers. Eugene is not bad, but he still needs experience. The biggest benefit of marrying Josephine to Napoleon may be the two children brought by his wife, as well as the children of de Beauharnais and Josephine's relatives. From the perspective of domestic and foreign marriages, or export to domestic sales, the marriage between Louis and Hortense is also a combination of Beauty and the Beast, which is beyond imagination. Maybe this kind of combination is popular in Europe recently. Solovyov didn't know that Napoleon had paid attention to him. Of course, the strange thing of looking for relatives also made some French veterans a little scared, but he also knew that his main task was the activities assigned by the Tsar to Paris. Going to Nantes next was a personal matter. After all, the only place where he could know about his stepmother's relationship with France was here. Moreover, the French still have a glorious tradition. Like the British, they have been engaged in the business of privateering for a long time and have produced many well-known captains. These include Jean Bart and Surcouf, especially the Surcouf brothers, who are still people of this era, but they are not very famous at this time. Jean Bart came from Dunkirk, but his main area of activity was not there. After all, it was not pleasant to be blocked by the British when going out. When he was under the command of Louis XIV, his main area of activity was on the ocean. When he returned to his doorstep, he had to fight wits and courage with the British. The captains of those privateering ships also had rich experience at sea, especially in Brittany. The city of Nantes is rather strange. During the Vendée Rebellion, it was the most steadfast bastion of the Republicans, but it has also experienced serious chaos in recent years. In the past few years, the city has been depressed, and the church schools of the past have been almost destroyed in the suppression of the Girondists. It is unlikely to get any news, and even the religious ceremonies of the church and churches and monasteries have only recently been restored. There is nothing wrong with the revolution itself, but the massacre of priests in rural areas during the Public Security Committee period is a preview of what happened in Spain more than 100 years later. Originally, the Vendée region responded to the Great Revolution, but under such a series of operations, there were always phenomena of evading military service and resisting taxes until the Napoleonic period, and the rebellion did not settle down until 1800. However, Cadoudal himself did not buy Napoleon's account. Even though Napoleon was quite optimistic about him, he still took the path of opposing the Paris government. He even colluded with the British and the representatives of Louis XVIII who were currently moving to London, preparing to continue to make big news in Paris. When Solovyov arrived in Nantes, he happened to meet such a fat man. Logically, he should have fled to England at this time, but he appeared in such a tavern. "Sir, your accent doesn't sound like a local. I'm from Paris, but I don't have a Parisian accent, sir. Your coat is the same as that Corsican, and the clothes inside are also green." Russian? Solovyov knew that he couldn't hide. After all, his operation of destroying 6 people in one day was very famous in Paris, and it was very likely that there were rumors that he had come to Nantes. "I'm just here to visit my relatives. My stepmother is from the West Indies. She was stranded in Algiers and was brought to Crimea by the Russian Navy to marry my father. She came here because she was very nice to me. Since I arrived in Paris, I have been asking about her past, especially in Nantes, where many of the church schools no longer exist. Then, Russian, let me make a deal with you. You have to help me contact your ambassador, and I will tell you some news about your stepmother." "What can you know? Who are you?" Solovyov was still a little wary. He was indeed alert to such a dangerous person. He had never felt that someone with such a high risk of danger was here. I'm Georges Kadaudel, a Russian. You were with General Moreau in Paris, and you also visited Madame Rakamia's salon. You even met the first consul. You're an interesting person. I think you're not very qualified as a diplomat, but you have a lot of contacts. Are you interested in making a deal? Solovyov knew exactly what Kadaudel was thinking. What he wanted was to contact Russia and Britain to oppose Napoleon in Paris. In fact, in his opinion, this man had become a lackey of the British, not necessarily a hero. I refuse. I won't make contact with you in this regard, just because of my own affairs. Moreover, Mr. Kadaudel, you dared to appear in Nantes. I think you think it's safe here, because of the darkness under the lamp, so you want to take some action instead. He was highly alert, and had already reached his hand into his pocket. Kadaudel was definitely not a good person. If he fought with him at a very close distance, he would definitely not be his opponent with his size and bare hands. Even with the quick fire gun in his pocket, he couldn't be sure that he could hit the vital points with both shots and kill this dangerous person directly. Solovyov's evaluation of Napoleon is that he is a small-minded Caesar, but overall he is not that bad, and heroes always have their destiny to achieve great things. Such a person, before his ambitions go beyond the limit, is harmless, and even more terrible as the British who provoked the struggle. Now that he has been killed, it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people, especially the bombing of St. Nicaise Street, which can be regarded as real terrorism. That's a pity. I even heard that you praise the current French government in the salon. It's a bit ridiculous. An officer of a despotic serf country made such remarks. And you? I heard from General Moreau that when Vendée was still in the revolutionary camp, he led the student army of Rennes University to support you. What France needs is stability, and so does Europe, not bombs, assassinations, and wars. It's better to be in a mess in this tavern. What I say to you won't spread too far. Leave, sir. You are a good man. We shouldn't have anything to do here because of differences. If you don't leave, my followers will find the police. He was determined to get rid of Kadaudel here if possible, or provoke a duel. You look like a Gascon, Baron Solovyov, or a belligerent Corsican. Kadaudel actually knew the answer Solovyov needed, but he didn't intend to tell him. It was just that he felt that with his huge body, if he really fought here, the little man in front of him would not be his opponent. However, it was more difficult for him to escape. Nantes had always been famous for opposing the royalists. As for his relationship with Moreau, it was indeed because Kadaudel was born in Vendée. At that time, Moreau organized a student army for him to return to his hometown to support the Great Revolution, but then he participated in the royalist rebellion in Vendée. This man, to put it bluntly, was also a speculator. Since 1792, France has been a paradise for adventurers, one after another, and such people, it is still unknown what they will do. If that's the case, I suggest you, sir, stay away from here. And I also noticed that your hand is in your pocket, and judging from your figure, I think you want to use a knife. The revolver Solovyov is using now can fire continuously, and there is no need to keep working on the hammer as before. He has even released the safety. When he spoke, he had already started to retreat to guard against Kadaudel's sudden actions. In fact, when he spoke, Kadaudel really pounced on him, and there was really a dagger in his hand. Solovyov was still very flexible, but his shoulder was also cut by the knife. However, Kadaudel targeted his right hand. Solovyov happened to hold the gun with both hands. Even though his right shoulder hurt, he took out the gun with his left hand under the surge of adrenaline. He took out the gun, fired, and emptied the magazine. Although the knife pierced directly into the muscle, making him feel more painful, he even worried that his shoulder would be disabled. At least his internal organs were not injured. Kadaudel was hit by 6 bullets in succession. Even such a tall guy was shot so many times, 2 of which hit the heart, and he should not survive. But in this way, his activities in Nantes could not continue. However, the killing of Kadaudel was somewhat abstract, and the news even spread to Paris soon. Napoleon himself almost dropped his jaw. Russian diplomats went to Nantes to handle personal affairs. Of course Solovyov was very cautious, and they accidentally encountered George Kadaudel in a tavern. Kadaudal was shot dead on the spot, and Solovyov was injured in an arm. It can be regarded as removing a threat for me, but it's a pity for Kadaudal. If he had followed me, he would have achieved a great career and become a brave general. Napoleon, don't be sentimental about his affairs. Remember the bomb on St. Nicaise Street on Christmas Eve, and the burned village during the suppression of the mobile team. Josephine remembered clearly that the explosion at that time frightened her daughter and Karolina. Murat's first child had been a little sick since birth. As for the dozens of casualties, 46 houses on St. Nicaise Street were severely damaged, and then Bernadotte led the mobile team to sweep Brittany, George Kadaudal's revenge on some villages that opposed him. No matter how you look at it, this person is now full of evil and deserves his punishment. It was just unexpected that the person who killed Kadaudal was not a Frenchman, and it even looked more like a fight in a tavern. Everyone knows that the Bretons, Vendians and Gascons are all very aggressive, and the Russians are just as aggressive, so it is not surprising that they would fight. Considering the relationship between Russia and France, the local police in Nantes closed the case as a fight. However, Solovyov also knew that he should stay in Nantes to recuperate, and he might have to put the matter of finding relatives aside. Unfortunately, the flesh wounds this time did not damage any key parts, so it didn't matter whether he went to England or returned to Paris. The British couldn't say anything. After all, the French police had also closed the case, and Kadaudal also had the confession of the parties involved, and it was indeed him who drew the knife first. This was considered self-defense anyway. When one of his own people hit a potential one of his own, William Pitt the Younger could only lament the loss of a useful dagger. A large-scale manhunt around Vendée and Nantes also began, and it also involved the British planning another attack method. This will not be brought to the table by the French until the official war between Britain and France. At least it is certain that the Jacobins are indeed political opponents, not murderers supported by the royalists. This is exactly the opposite of the Reign of Terror. Madame Lebrun once died tragically for her client, Madame Lamballe, a friend of the Queen. This is exactly what some royalists are doing now, and many attacks even hurt civilians. Solovyov even felt that he seemed to have done something to get rid of harm for the people. Chapter 228, follow-up to the Nantes incident. Because of the wound, which was not light, Solovyov ended his journey in Nantes and returned to Paris after confirming that he was not seriously injured. However, the killing of Georges Kadaudal was still described by the general public as being killed in a street fight, which is in line with the stereotype of Parisians about some aggressive provincials. As for other things that were triggered by this, it can only be said that the royalists are still unpopular in many places. As for the spies sent by Fouché, investigations in Brittany and surrounding areas also found that royalists are still very active, and they are still planning attacks since the assassination in 1800. If there is a war with the British, the royalists will wait for opportunities in these places on the Atlantic coast of France, and they are also very difficult to deal with. However, returning to Montmartre Street, he did not get much rest. The fact that The Phantom of the Louvre will be officially released at the French theatre did shock him himself. Parisians are still somewhat interested in the mysterious Egypt, and the reviews of the drama in the Paris newspapers are very much in line with the tastes of the French. It is full of mystery, but not political, which is in line with the current first consul's reign. Now the citizens are a little tired of the movements in Paris, and the great revolutionary war did end under the Treaty of Amiens. A new life seems to be just around the corner. This includes Londoners who think so, and now they have appeared in large numbers in Paris. Speaking of which, there are many Irish people in London. Solovyov has never had a good impression of the British government, but he has always been thinking that the Luddite movement, a workers' movement, is coming soon. Can he go there to make some money? Although he has a good relationship with the Russian royal family, he is a loyal and reliable confidant guard for Paul, and he has also made contributions to Alexander. Plus his close relationship with Larissa, and the aunts treat him as a good sister. But when it comes to his inner inclination, he was a person who did not advocate the use of equal platforms. Some people said that he was somewhat similar to Danton in the Jacobins, but judging from his background and education, he was the one standing on the rostrum in the Soviet joke. There was no way. He was born in a bad place. He had to adapt to the surrounding environment first. Although the serfs and servants in his family were no different from free people, he did not leave because he was reluctant to leave the kind-hearted master and young master. In addition, it was not easy to get along outside. It was safer to live in his own village and manor. If it were the Tsar, the situation might be even worse. Alexander, who had been clamoring to give the people a constitution and then went to live in seclusion by the Rhine, now had a taste of power. He had begun to be keen on acting and ruling, and he was more inclined to monarchy in the future. The result was predictable. However, for the British, we still have to support the workers' movement. However, the method of destroying machines is still not very feasible. There are always other ways. In Britain, there were religious problems with Catholics, which led to an unstable cabinet in the early 19th century. Even if you read more foreign language newspapers in St. Petersburg, you can know the announcements of the British. In addition, there are the oppressed Irish, the newly emerging working class, the contradictions between the royal family and the cabinet, and the botanical garden composed of gentlemen and the zoo in the House of Commons. The relationship here is very complicated, and there are actually many points that can be leveraged. However, these things are always useful when dealing with the British. When you are at peace with them, using them will only shoot yourself in the foot. Now he is sitting at home in Paris, reading the newspaper. Adela is a maid at home. Although she is young and thin, she is extremely diligent, probably because she suffered a lot from her aunt in the past. Because of this, Solovyov sometimes feels embarrassed to use her, especially to clean the carpets and curtains so carefully, and wipe the floors and windows clean. Okay, Adela, it's already clean, no need to continue working. Sir, I think it's better to keep it clean, and your desk should be tidied. It's already very good here. Fortunately, Adela was obedient. She was sitting on the sofa and waiting for orders. I'll teach you to read and write, but I can only use my left hand, and my right hand hasn't recovered yet. With her diligence, she might be able to be a housekeeper in the future. And now in her condition, she can only stay with Solovyov and can't go anywhere else. She still needs to be trained. It's just right that I have nothing to do now, so I can teach her some knowledge. At least she needs to know more vocabulary. At the same time, in the French theater, Napoleon himself was watching this play, and he also invited Count Morkov, whom he always disliked, to show the current friendly situation between France and Russia. Anyway, now there are many Russian nobles coming to Paris to buy luxury goods, and there are many people traveling here, which can bring a lot of income to all walks of life in France. Russians are very eager to go to Paris, and this is also because there are so many French people. There were almost no people who came to work, live, study, and travel in Paul's time. When Alexander succeeded to the throne, many Russians came to Western Europe. Although the silver rubles they had were of low value, the quantity was really large. But the first consul himself does not seem to have any interest in the content of the play itself. That's because the plots that His Excellency the consul prefer are all related to battles. Ah, that's a pity, but I can see that the first consul's wife and her daughter seem to be very interested in this play. Maybe it's because of interest. As long as there is no content related to Egypt, he will not turn his attention back. Indeed, Josephine and Hortense are more interested in this play. At least they are very interested in the part related to feelings in the plot. Solovyov has been recovering in his apartment recently, and sometimes he also receives some friends. If he knew about Josephine's attitude, he would also be curious. After all, when he first proposed this script, he was still at home in Petersburg, and he had not yet set out on his journey to Western Europe. The stepmother said at home that this was great, and they were really a family, but Solovyov didn't know, and he missed the opportunity to meet the first consul or get news from others. Hortense also lived in the West Indies when she was a child. When riots broke out there, Josephine brought her to France. She had some Creole personality traits, a little lazy, but not as weird as her mother Josephine. The playwright's plot setting is really clever. I can't believe it was designed by a Russian. Hortense, after all, Russians also like French culture. What if I want to meet the playwright? Not now, Hortense, he's injured. Although Hortense was firm in her political stance and always supported her stepfather, even when her brother finally voted for her, she still firmly supported Napoleon. However, she was only 18 years old and had just become a mother. She was a little naive, but she could still guess. Is it because of that man? Yes, it was the mastermind who attacked us on St. Nicholas Street with the hell device. We had a fight in Nantes, but it's still kept secret. You don't have to tell anyone. Hortense was still a little scared about what happened that day. The fragments of the explosion injured her arm and left a scar, but it was not serious. However, the incident on Christmas Eve had made everyone know that someone would take action on a sacred holiday and that Cadoudal was the mastermind. The Paris newspapers had only recently made it public, but it was only after the attack on the Jacobins that they continued to attack the royalists. Of course, her idea of meeting the playwright would also be dashed. You know, Solovyov is a person who can't sit still. In addition to his injury, he can now go to the south of France. For this reason, he had to travel with the Dolgorukov family. They came to Paris again, but the next journey was to Italy. The prince's two sons, Vasily and Nicholas, also came from Strasbourg, but their family was just reunited, and then the two had to return to the University of Strasbourg to complete their studies. After that, they will go to the south, first to St. Tropez, then pass through northern Italy, visit several cities, and finally go to Rome. Mishap, do you want to go to Rome with us? After that, we will go to Naples, and stay there for a while. It's a good time to travel during this period, just as a rest. It's not suitable for you to stay in Paris. It's safer to go out. Okay, Vasily Vasilyevich, I also want to go to the south of France to have a look. When I was fighting before, I didn't have the opportunity to go to many places. It's just right to avoid the limelight in Paris now. He also hopes to go to Rome. Maybe he will have the opportunity to meet Sylvia, who is in Prince Borghese's house. She seems to be a housekeeper there. In this way, they will also have to take Adela with them. Although this journey will probably not be involved in the future war, this journey, especially to Rome, is still very attractive. The time they set out was when The Phantom of the Louvre was performed many times and received rave reviews, and the subsequent A Hero of Gaul was mainly presented in the form of a farce. We need to prepare more, and we need someone to accompany us on this journey. Madame Rakemia was going back to her home in Lyon to visit her parents, and the wind in Paris was a little wrong, so Mr. Jacques Rakemia asked his wife to leave Paris. This is also the reason why people related to the Vendée royalists in Paris have been highly vigilant after the Cadoudal incident, even Moreau and others who have not been in contact with Cadoudal for 10 years. This banker actually has connections with many parties and uses his wife's salon to establish connections with all parties. Danger also exists, so it is indeed a wonder to have two carriages set off to Lyon together. Madame Rakemia seems to be very interested in Solovyov, and I don't know what's going on. He is still a little vigilant in Paris, which is different from when he was in St. Petersburg, where he was familiar with many places. And now the map of Paris is not complete, and this place is larger and more complicated. In addition, he will still remain rational when he is abroad. The next important thing is to figure out the itinerary and how to get to England. He had a clear idea of his own. After visiting many places in Italy, he would return to France from Rome, and then return to Paris, and then go to England through Calais, and he had to rush there before the war. If this route was not feasible, he would have to take a detour through the territory of the German princes, which was still a long way around. After all, when he went to England, it would be good if the two sides did not fight. After that, he would go to Scotland to recruit talents that would be useful to Russia. From the latest newspapers in Paris, we can learn that Russian steamships are very successful in running rivers, and that many steamships have appeared. This means that Baron Sergei can get the right to operate a section of the river, which is a monopoly. Compared to managing money personally, having such a father is really useful, but as the Baron grows older, he does need to arrange for stewards to manage his growing fortune. Even Solovyov himself may not be aware that his family has now achieved a relatively small goal with a property of 1 million silver rubles, and the family is harmonious. Even if his stepmother gave birth to 2 more children, it did not affect the close relationship of the family. Before leaving Paris, Solovyov wrote a letter to his family in St. Petersburg, describing his current situation, and saying that the situation in Linz was completely different from when the Baroness left in 1788, and it was difficult to find any results. He also said that his play was a great success in Paris, but the journey abroad would continue. This journey is still very long, and he may not return to Russia for several years. He will also miss Larissa. When writing to Alexander from abroad, he always writes a separate letter to the Queen. Of course, the introduction is all about Paris, which seems to have no flaws, and can prove his loyalty, at least for now. He didn't know that Larissa's situation in St. Petersburg was not good. The environment she was in was getting worse and worse, because of the Queen Mother's interference in the court. The young queen now often lives in the Tavryd Palace instead of attending various activities in the court. But even if he knew, he couldn't change anything in his current position. If he was around, maybe he could think of some solutions. Chapter 229 Meeting Sylvia again. The journey was very fast. When they arrived in Lyon, after staying at Madame Rakamia's house for 2 days, Prince Dolgorukov took the women of his family to continue south to St. Tropez. The reason for coming here was that unlike Marseille and Toulon, it was more suitable for recuperation. Even the military function had been abandoned. It was just a quiet town. Although the prince himself was expelled by Paul, he also retired as a senior civil servant. Therefore, his travel treatment was very high in terms of title and rank. In order to recuperate, he also came to the south of France. The environment here is very good. Although the climate on the Mediterranean coast in winter is weird and it often rains, it is still much better than the climate in the north. Once the Russians leave their hometown, they are reluctant to go back without special circumstances. After all, it is very cold there. For Larissa, she also hopes to go to a place with a warm climate, which is good for her fragile body. St. Petersburg is really not better than her hometown in Karlsruhe. Even the splendid pomp and circumstance did not belong to her. The pomp and circumstance of the couple's trip was very shabby compared to that of the Queen Mother. However, St. Petersburg was better than London after all. Although the environment in London seemed good, the air quality and the water quality of the Thames River showed that the chemical element and various organic matter found in it should not be inferior to the Ganges River, and even worse than the Seine River, which was already bad enough. Therefore, when Russians came to Western Europe, they still preferred France and Italy. If an Italian could have a wonderful experience in Russia, a Russian could have the same experience in Italy. However, the premise was to reach Italy. After Solovyov came to St. Tropez, he also felt that the climate here was very good, and it was not so cold even in winter. Near Montargis, there was a castle that was said to be the Count of Godefroy. The environment there was very good, but it was only known from Mrs. Lebrun's oral account. Moreover, the price of that castle was not high. If there was a chance in the future, maybe I could buy it. At least Prince Dolgorukov was very interested in the place, but he ignored the debt he had incurred due to the poor management of the estate. Solovyov's father was still trying to help him get out of the current debt, and his current expenses, Solovyov saw, were a bit shocking. Vasily Vasilyevich, I think you should control your expenses. My father is helping you improve your financial situation in Petersburg and Moscow. At least you have to save some expenses. Mishap, you don't have to worry too much. I think in this peaceful environment, it will be reversed soon. Your father is a famous manager in Moscow, and so are your uncles. Besides, I don't want to treat my wife and daughter badly. Yes, the princess's wife is only in her early 30s, and the princes who inherited the family, because of their military merits, still pay attention to the pomp. Although Miss Ekaterina wears plain clothes, is sensible at an early age, and knows how to be frugal, she still has to go back to Petersburg. With the pomp of the Dolgorukov-Krimsky family, it can't be bad. Even she herself has to adapt to this kind of life. And this little swan is now sitting on the beach, watching the seawater surge up and cover her feet. The seawater is very cold, Katia, brother Miss Cap, but it's very comfortable. But you have to take care of your body. Although we have come to the south of France, the environment here is much better than Paris, but you still have to be careful of catching a cold. If you get sick, it's no joke. There was an outbreak of typhus here 2 years ago. Scare this girl. She stood up obediently and put on her shoes. But I have to say that her slender legs are really beautiful. She walks on tiptoes and holds her neck straight. She looks beautiful, like an artistic gymnast in modern sports. Brother Miss Cap, I'll listen to you. I also want to take a hot bath with Adela with me. I like her. Why? She is so cute as I am. That's the reason. Ah, girls like beautiful girls too. My sister Yulia is not here. If that naughty boy knew, she would be jealous. Yulia should like Adela too. Brother Miss Cap, you care for her as much as you care for Yulia. Although she is a servant, you always take care of her. I can feel it. In a family like ours, it's really different for you to treat servants like this, even better than my father and mother treat servants. Then, is this okay? I think you are right. Our servants should also have corresponding rights, not just service. If we don't treat them well, who knows what will happen. Good girl. Everyone says you are smart, and your thoughts are somewhat close to mine. However, most of the nobles did not think so. Although there were always enlightened nobles who were lenient with their servants and serfs, and even gave them freedom, in most parts of Russia, there were still many voices of opposition. There is always a ripe time, but he can't think so much. In the evening, Prince Dolgorukov and his family were invited to dinner at the home of the sheriff of St. Tropez. There are no big officials here, and the sheriff will entertain them warmly, but I don't know if there is a deputy sheriff, a few stupid policemen or something like that. After all, there is also the French National Gendarmerie, which was established in 1791. It would not be surprising if a gendarme from St. Tropez appeared, or he has a daughter who came from the Alps. If he really appeared, it would be an intrusion. Fortunately, there was no one, but at the home of the sheriff, Solovyov was very surprised to see Miss Sylvia Visconti, with whom he had a very close relationship in the past. The two spent several pleasant nights together in Milan, and she was holding a girl in her arms. The child's eyes looked very much like Solovyov. Mitchell, I didn't expect to meet you here. Sylvia, what a coincidence. We haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. Want to go out and chat? Of course. Everyone knows that these two are probably old friends, or even old lovers. And Sylvia always brings a little girl here. With Solovyov's brain, he will not fail to think of who she might be. This child looks less than 3 years old, with very bright eyes. Everyone who sees her will say that they like her. Sylvia, are you married? I'm not married yet, but I'm a housekeeper in Prince Borghese's house. It must be very hard, right? Yes, my father knows that I have this child. But it doesn't matter. After all, I'm his only child and heir. He is just angry that you and I played around for a while and had a child. It's not easy to get married like this. I can marry you, Sylvia. Solovyov was very sincere to every girl who was close to him. Don't be silly. I know you have a bright future, and you are quite famous in Paris recently. Although I come from a better family than you, it is impossible. You have to consider your own future. Besides, you must like the name I gave this child. Obviously, Sylvia still considered her lover a lot. Moreover, she got pregnant before marriage and only wanted to make herself happy at that time. Her reputation was gone. Solovyov felt that he should be responsible. They were both very twisted. What did you name the child? Octavia. Then you are Octavia, and I'm the father you have never seen. However, this child is not like Lawis's child. Even though he has some basic cognition, he still hides behind his mother. It's inevitable that the child is a little shy. It doesn't matter. Wait until the child falls asleep at night, and we can talk. But when Solovyov got closer, this clumsy little father always relaxed his vigilance, and was no longer afraid of him, because of his handsome appearance. Ask daddy to hold you, Octavia, good child. This soft little guy is now in Solovyov's arms. He has been a nanny for so long in the palace and at home, and it is not in vain. He is very familiar with children. However, Octavia may not have the concept of father in her mind. She has been with her mother since she was born, and she does not have a full understanding of the outside world. You are very skilled in holding the child, Mitchell. I told you what I did at home. I have always taken care of my younger brothers and sisters, and I have worked in the palace and often coaxed older and younger children. Sylvia heard it, and really understood it. I think I was just thinking about my own happiness and close the door. It's my fault, but are you really the housekeeper for Prince Borghese? Yes. Which Roman prince is it? It used to be Prince Mark Antonio, and now it's his son Prince Camillo. We are also going to Paris in a few days. To Paris? Yes. But Prince Camillo only travels with his brother Giuseppe, to ensure his own safety. I'm going back to Rome to make some preparations there. Prince Borghese should be the future husband of Napoleon's favorite second sister Paulina, but the news of General Leclerc's death has not reached the French mainland at this time, and his coffin is still on the way. Solovyov doesn't believe in the trend of history. After all, he personally changed the historical trend of Russia and parts of France, no matter from which aspect. Therefore, he was not sure whether the lustful and frivolous Prince Camillo and the lustful and playful Paulina could be together, because his old lover was one of Prince Camillo's housekeepers. But Sylvia obviously wanted his company. If the two were together, there would be a little light bulb now, their daughter. Especially with such a name. Octavian's two sisters were named this name. We are more familiar with the little girl Octavia. The blood of Augustus Caesar is closely related to her. Moreover, in the messy place of Rome, although she married twice, her morality as a lady was impeccable, and she was always respected and loved by her younger brother. As for Roman orthopedics, it should not have developed to that level. I'm going to coax the child to sleep first, and then come out to find you. Let's coax the child to sleep together. Octavia is my daughter. I like her when I see her. It's just that Solovyov has to sing in Italian, which is really embarrassing for him. After the child fell asleep, the two walked aimlessly on the streets of the town. I didn't expect that we could meet here. And you are going to Italy? Yes, to Italy. Prince Dolgorukov and his family are going to Naples. During this time, they will visit some places in Italy and Switzerland, but I think the only place worth visiting in Switzerland is Geneva. Come with me to Rome. I have my own apartment there. We can stay together, like we did in Milan, but this time we can stay longer. I can see that you are injured and need to rest. I was just stabbed by a dagger. It's okay. Sylvia, I just think I can't help but think that you should be with me as your husband, okay? In fact, Solovyov still has a strong desire to start a family, especially since his experience with Sylvia is still very good. I know you love me. Although the correspondence is sometimes interrupted for various reasons, you are always able to reply. I have kept all the letters from Sweden and Dresden. However, you should think that you have a better future, not limited to me. But this is my problem. No, I found you first, using your honesty. Maybe I can be your lover and make you happy, but as a wife. At this point, Sylvia began to cry. Women's tears are very lethal, especially the tears of this black-haired young girl, flowing down her beautiful face. And Count Litter, he has arrived in Petersburg. Don't forget that he is a member of our Visconti family. Speaking of which, that is the stepfather of the little fairy. It was also mentioned in the correspondence between the two. The Count was more or less an acquaintance of Sylvia's father in Milan. As for the deeper reasons, Sylvia was unwilling to say, and she would definitely refuse Solovyov's proposal, even though he is now wealthy heir, owning multiple villages as a small lord, and has a bright future. I love you, Mitchell, but it's better to be your lover. You still need a wife who can help you in your future, not a frivolous lady from Italy like me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. The marriage cannot be concluded due to religious issues. But, Sylvia, this is not a reason. After all, we still like each other after we met. Solovyov is obviously not the kind of stallion type protagonist. So far, only Sylvia and Louisa have appeared by his pillow. Louisa is the queen of Russia. Although they can be lovers, they can't be together. Sylvia is more special to him. She is more beautiful than the immature look of a girl. Italian girls are always beautiful, and they deliberately want to keep a little distance. But when she saw her Mitchell, her eyes could not be hidden. There was still a spark of love between them. Be my wife, and we will go to the countryside of Rouen, where we have an estate. We can live a carefree life with our daughter, and in the future we will. But you know why Prince Dolgorukov came abroad. The marriage of a guard officer, like you, will involve religious beliefs. I will not convert from Catholicism to Orthodoxy, and if you convert, it's nothing more than religion. The French even had a high priest of the Church of Reason, not to mention that the Italians originally believed in the polytheism of Greece and Rome. But your future, Mitchell, I love you, but I don't want to delay you because of this. If you were just an ordinary young officer, it would be okay. Just relying on this face, we can settle down anywhere after you retire. But you happen to be a person with ideas, and I know you still want to do something. I can always be your lover, and if you need me, I can go to your side to take care of you, but as your wife, I can't give you much help. Count Litter's words. Don't look at him as such a romantic person, but as you said, it's a double standard. Is it really not possible? Solovyov held Sylvia in his arms. She always felt great to the touch, and she was even more gentle and beautiful, but he was thinking about himself. You are only 21 years old, but you are already a lieutenant colonel in the guards, and you are not relying on your family background. I think you will have a good future. It will be more beneficial for you to marry a young, well-off, rich and beautiful bride. What about you? If I'm with you, I can help you do a lot of things. When I'm not with you, I can help you get news. Prince Borghese is going to Paris. If I'm in his official residence, will it be helpful to you? But Solovyov's greatest advantage is that he will take responsibility if you sleep with him, especially since the two of them have only been together for a few days and can't forget each other. Mitchell, don't say anything else. I will not change my religious beliefs. If you become a general or governor one day, it will not be good for you, but you can still be together if you come to France and Italy. The wife you will marry in the future can only be from Russia, and you have no intention of changing your camp. Most Russians are so stubborn that they will never learn from the Germans to change their camp. Italians, in fact, don't like German-speaking Germans. Sylvia went to Florence from her home near Milan when she was pregnant, and then went to Prince Borghese's house as a housekeeper. And Prince Borghese went to Paris for political purposes. But I brought my wife with me. Then you come to me secretly, just like now, just the two of us. Although we are both young, we are not so immature. But I don't think it will be so accurate every time, right? From a religious point of view, Sylvia, it depends on God's will. From a medical point of view, it still depends on whether our two physical characteristics can be combined. It is a little dangerous. When I was on duty in the palace, I encountered the scene of the current Queen Mother Maria and Queen Elizabeth giving birth, and everyone was very nervous. In Russia, the more people know about the pain of a woman giving birth, the more pain she may suffer. That's a superstition in the Russian countryside, right? God wouldn't say that. Come here, the baby will sleep very deeply at night, and this night belongs to the two of us. Sylvia. Mitchell Solovyov's current residence in Prince Dolgorukov is actually separate from the prince's family, and it won't affect anything if he goes back a little later. And Sylvia was indeed attractive, and they had been intimate again, which was a reunion of old lovers, so it was not surprising that something happened. But Sylvia's behavior was indeed strange. Solovyov had seriously considered it before proposing to make her his wife. After all, it was difficult to reunite. The nature of his work made it difficult for him to go to Italy. He had thought about this issue when they could reunite this time. But the other party refused, but the two sides would continue to keep in touch, which was not a bad thing. As for the next morning, Solovyov and Sylvia were still together. They also walked together on the streets of St. Tropez, just like when they were in Milan. Sylvia, how did you plan your trip back to Rome this time? We'll take a boat back from Genoa. I think you should talk to the prince about changing the itinerary. Only Florence is worth visiting, but that's only from a cultural perspective. It will be more interesting when we get to the Eternal City. Besides, he's a Catholic, and I know that. I also want to go to Rome with you, but you have to consider that the prince's family is not in a hurry. Their trip is mainly for fun, not for traveling. You can come with me. We are in Rome. Although they are not a couple, they have the feeling of a family of three. A trip just for us and the children? The prince should be able to see that, and you accompany me to Rome, just as an inspection of the city, okay? I'm willing to go with you, but you have to make an appointment with Prince Vasily. We'll still go together when we come out of Paris. Of course, the prince, who has always been a bit carefree, also knows that they should have had good memories when they were young. Go, Miss Ha. The girl rejected your proposal because of religion. Sometimes it's like this. If you convert, you will have no future. She is not like an old guy like me. But the girl is like my cat. She takes religious issues very seriously. While you are still young and old lovers, go to Rome and have fun. Prince Vasily knew a little bit. There were not many young people like Solovyov. All the young men in Petersburg were going for the seeking. Thank you. Maybe we will meet again in Rome. If we meet again, it will be after Christmas. The old man also understood a lot. After all, when these nobles were in their 20s and 30s, they could often see Prince Potemkin entering and leaving the queen's court and curtains. Moreover, the prince also tried to date Prince Dolgorukov's wife, but whether he succeeded in the end depended on the woman's attitude. It was somewhat interesting that such a thing happened with a young foreign noble girl, but the prince did not notice the appearance of Sylvia's daughter, otherwise he would know everything. Although Solovyov injured his arm, he recovered very quickly and could remove the stitches when he arrived in Lyon. It was just that the scar after the stitches was not very good looking, but it was covered with clothes, so it was naturally invisible. Sylvia was very satisfied that her Machol could spend time with her alone. Although she was devout in her faith, she did things more like the ancient polytheistic way, rather than the way advocated by Catholicism in recent years. There was no way who made Italy a place where strange things always happen. It's really hard for me to say about your faith. Solovyov seemed to have met someone who believed in Venus. Think about what Caesar was like and what Octavian did behind the scenes when he promoted morality on the surface. Could the Visconti family have any relationship with Venus? The Visconti family I know are either philanthropic or loyal like you, but you are really strange. I want you to be my wife, and my family is well off. But I don't plan to change my faith. I told you this. If you change your faith, I don't think anyone in St. Petersburg will agree, right? And as an inventor of yours, although others don't know, I know that you have a lot of mechanical ideas, like a living Leonardo da Vinci. Oh, I'm not that amazing yet. It's just that I come into contact with a lot of knowledge in my daily life, so I'm like this. Besides, I also have some knowledge that I'm not very good at. Like what? Although I know the principles of the steam engine, how to make the mechanical efficiency of the high pressure steam engine is a problem. I came to Europe to see the research results of the steam engine in France and Britain. Sylvia was good at managing the family finances, but asking her to listen to mechanical issues was really like listening to a foreign language. What are you talking about? Although I know about steam engines, what are you going to use such a big thing for? Of course it's for shipbuilding. About 20 years ago, when the hot air balloon first appeared in France, someone invented a steamship. However, due to lack of funds and interference from someone in the French Academy of Sciences, the research was ultimately not completed. The Marquis went into exile abroad after the revolution and worked with me in St. Petersburg to study the latest steamship, which is driven by a steam engine and a paddle wheel, and can travel on the water without the help of wind and manpower. It sounds amazing, but St. Petersburg is so far away from Paris and Rome that we have hardly heard any news. Normally, if there is any movement in Russia, it should be reported quickly, even if the journey is long. However, the display of the Tauride Palace and the navigation test on the Neva River did not seem to spread to Western European countries. On the contrary, if there is some movement in Britain and the United States, it will soon radiate to all parts of the world. This may be the power of media studies to cleanse the ears, right? What's even more bizarre is that Fulton's steamboat obviously didn't even make it into the top 3, and even ranked second in the United States, but he was considered to be the inventor of all practical steamboats. It was obviously the unlucky American inventor and the Scottish engineer who helped him who chose to do water transportation next to the busiest road, and it was because of this bizarre behavior of transporting coal from Jarzow to Datton that they failed, right? It sounds interesting. Although I don't understand mechanics, I can also find a way to help you get some information. What do you think? And I will be active near Paris in the future. I will know everything that happens in France. At this point, Sylvia hugged her daughter and rubbed against Solovyov's arms. Mitchell, let me help you realize some of your wishes. Forget about collecting intelligence. I will be satisfied as long as you live a happy and peaceful life with Octavia. I'm now worried that France will fight with Britain again. Once the war breaks out, the whole of Europe will not be at peace. If that happens, I will still have to go to the battlefield as a soldier. His wishes that his relatives are safe. No one will land in Petersburg for 100 years. It is very safe there. Besides, Louisa and Svetlana are both in the palace. As long as Alexander's rule continues, nothing will happen. He is worried about Italy, where Sylvia and her daughter are. In fact, he hopes for world peace rather than going out to fight. If he relies on invention patents and route franchises, he will be able to accumulate huge wealth quickly. Fighting is just a preparation for being involved in war. If he was born in the era of the Empress, he might be able to find a reason to retire. But starting from Paul, Russian officers, especially those in the guards, have a particularly outstanding skill. Even if they have a reasonable reason to retire, they will probably be pressed into the army to shine. Especially for an inventor like him who has invented many things. Just the fact that he has transformed all the technologies he knows into physical objects makes him become the chief engineer, equivalent to the rank of general, in the Russian army, and it is unlikely that he will retire. What's more, he has practical experience in the frontline troops, which makes him even more impossible to let go. You have to be careful, Mitchell. I know that the war between France and Austria in Italy has been fought repeatedly several times. That time, I met you. This is a luck and misfortune. Peace is better. Let's not talk about this for now. We are going to Rome. After arriving in Genoa, we will take a boat there. What is this? Is it a Roman holiday? Solovyov is very much looking forward to it, but he is also a little worried that when he is in close contact with Sylvia, there is no protection. I hope Sylvia has not miscalculated her own menstrual cycle. Chapter 231, An Italian Hydraulic Engineer Hercules. Sometimes it is not a good idea to sail on the Mediterranean. Fortunately, there are no pirates in the Mediterranean now. Mitchell, why do you speak like a Roman when you arrive in Italy? You mentioned pirates to me yesterday. Sylvia, you know that Caesar and Pompey both have an inextricable relationship with pirates. In addition, in the late Roman Republic, and after the beginning of the Principality, until the Vandals sacked Rome, food had to be transported to Rome by water. No matter whether it was food from Carthage or Egypt. Are you sure? Sylvia's knowledge was not very rich. When she heard Solovyov talk about these things, she had an expression of admiration. This is the result of reading a lot of books. You have more knowledge about dressing yourself, understanding fashion, and managing household chores. That's right. Unlike you, when you were at my house, your bag was filled with marching notes, maps, and a book. Now it's changed. I'm reading Caesar's The Gallic War recently. After all, I was in Gaul before. Now that I'm in Italy, I may start reading other people's books, and I'm very interested in Rome. Of course, he was not very interested in the old man in the melon-shaped hat. He was more concerned about the eternal city of Rome. It would be more meaningful if he could see the house of Augustus and the house of Livia. After all, this was the first couple after the beginning of the Roman principal system. And in Europe, no matter what you are good at, even the Turks are good at Rome. After they arrived in Rome, they first went to Sylvia's own apartment, which was near the Pinja Gate, near an entrance to the Borghese garden. The garden of this prince's house is really big. More than 200 years ago, Prince Borghese's family came to Rome from Siena. Later, they produced a pope and 3 cardinals, and their status in Rome is very prominent. But wouldn't it be good for Prince Camillo to be a rich man in Rome? He probably doesn't have any political talent, but he is very handsome and single. He can marry a good woman and then be a free and easy prince in Rome. How great would that be? Then, as a patron of art, and by studying some science, he can be great in Rome and don't have to go to France to join the army. That's how I put it. I learned from my family relatives that he always believed that as a prince of Rome, he could take advantage of the opportunity of the French entering Italy and go from north to south. However, Sylvia's knowledge of geography is only at the level of an ordinary noble lady who knows north and south. There are some places that are not as accurate as those of Louisa and her sisters-in-law, whether on the map or in her mind. From the Po plain to Sicily, what is he going to do? Make Rome great again? Why are you suddenly speaking the language of the British barbarians? Nothing. I just think that speaking in this language makes the meaning clearer, and the British, forgive these people. After all, they can't speak French, and they are not familiar with Italian and Latin. They are really a group of poor people. No matter how rampant the British are on the sea, they can't change the fact that Latin is used to standardize scientific terms, and French is used by nobles to communicate and sign treaties. Solovyov's daily hobby is to learn English, which is much more interesting than learning French, especially now that France is too strong, and it can fight against several people alone without losing. When the Sun King was in power, Charles II was often fooled, and then the British were in chaos for many years, until they found a German from Hanover to be the king, and then Britain stabilized. Then you still want to learn their language? I know you have a talent for languages, Mitchell, but you can't even speak Italian well now. People's abilities are always limited, and learning sign language may be more useful than learning Italian. Indeed, when Sylvia spoke, she also used a lot of gestures. If you hold her hands down and put her on the bed, she would seem to be unable to speak, and even her vocal cords seemed to be unable to make any sound. Then he let go of his hand. Yes, you are so cunning. If you hold me down, I will not be able to speak. Octavia is the same. This child is very smart, but it is still difficult for me to communicate with her. I can't teach my child Russian. You're Italian. Octavia will say that dad is a weirdo. It's my strange accent, right? Yes, your accent is very correct when you speak any language, but Italian is the only language that needs more study. Study with you? Here. You are so smart and know so much. I think this is probably the only thing that can make me your teacher. She and Louisa have never met, but they still like being teachers. It's just learning foreign languages. Solovyov touched his thick hair, which even had a braid. Baron Sergius's hair is also thick. The people in their family have flowing hairstyles. They should not be as bald as the British at an early age. This is still very reassuring. What's more, learning foreign languages is a good idea. After arriving in Rome, Prince Borghese did not seem to be in a hurry to prepare. He was waiting to be received by the first consul. The letter he sent to the Roman headquarters only asked Sylvia to prepare servants for the official residence in Paris, and also asked his butler to transport a batch of property out of Rome, specifically to bribe officials of the French and Italian republics. Therefore, Sylvia only arranged for the maid to go to Paris, and there was nothing else to do. She could spend more time with Solovyov and walk around the streets of Rome with her daughter. This is the Aurelian Wall. Look at these stones, Mitchell. They were built 1,500 years ago and are part of the Wall of Rome rebuilt by Emperor Aurelian. It's a very majestic wall. Even with heavy artillery for siege, you need to concentrate your firepower to attack several key places. Moreover, siege warfare is very difficult, no matter where you attack. You are thinking about war again, but it's no wonder. You are a soldier. But it would be better to make this a tourist city. There are also jugglers there, who look like big guys. Solovyov looked back at Sylvia's back, and saw a strongman performing. Regardless of whether it was a 200-gen strongman or a 200-kilogram strongman, he had really seen quite a few. And the clothes this guy was wearing gave people a very strange feeling. Mitchell, the robe this man is wearing. We are just here to see the performance of a strong man. He is not only strong, but also very skillful in his movements. He can hold up the actors. Bravo. Bravo. There were still many people cheering in the crowd, and some people would pay tips for such public performances. Mitchell, why did you give him silver coins? This performance is worth it, and there is no need for Seth copper coins. And thank you, sir. I can see that you appreciate our performance. When this strong man stood in front of Solovyov, there was a sense of oppression like a mountain. In the past, he didn't feel this way in front of Bykov. After all, Bykov was a dwarf musketeer. He was strong, but not so tall. Giovanni Battista Bolzoni, I'm from Padua, and I'm performing here because I'm going to England, but unfortunately I spent all my money on the way, and I always want to drink, so I'm performing here to save some money, so that I can go to London. Why go to London? I don't like the French. They took Padua, and finally made me homeless, so I came here. Solovyov had some impression of this Bolzoni. Before Champollion deciphered the Egyptian text, this guy's barbaric exploration destroyed a lot of cultural relics, but also made people understand Egypt better, but his methods were really barbaric. The female mummy destroyed in the temple of Hatshepsut was caused by his mistake. Solovyov remembered some things very clearly, especially when he was reading magazines. In the DNA test of Tutankhamun, a mummy with almost complete destruction above the abdomen seemed to be done by him. That mummy might be Tutankhamun's wife and sister. This adventurer, now here, Solovyov was not going to shoot him, because he was quite polite, and this man had no hostility, but was quite friendly to him. I'm Mikhail Solovyov, a Russian officer, traveling in Rome, but I'm a military attaché in France, and I have fought against the French. You have fought against the French? Yes, 3 years ago, in the expeditionary army of Marshal Suvorov. Bolzoni used to be a monk in a monastery, and now he happened to be stranded in Rome. He didn't have to go to London, and he couldn't say what he could do there. Then you beat up the French, right? I wrote a script, which is not shown much now. It's about the Gauls fighting the Romans. Of course, if it is shown in Rome, I can change it to the Romans fighting the Gauls, the amazing Roman warriors. Your bottom line is quite flexible, young officer. Speaking of which, Bolzoni was only 24 years old at this time, but he was tall and strong, and looked older, while Solovyov looked handsome and looked younger. But the Italians are more flexible. I have seen that when the Russian army crossed the Po River, they were welcomed by the Italians, and then attacked our Grand Duke and his entourage. If we hadn't reacted quickly, we would have been killed by the Italians. Then there were people on the other side, welcoming the French who had returned again. This seems to be much more serious than writing a script to please the audience. He didn't say anything too harsh, because he didn't intend to fight, and the other party dared to mock and comment on his script design. Sorry, sir, maybe I said something too harsh, but I don't recommend you go to London by yourself. I will go there in a few days. If possible, you can go with me, or I can ask a former monk to be my follower. Is there any problem with that? Bolzoni could see that the young officer and his family, to be precise, Sylvia and her daughter were his family, were all dressed very decently. Solovyov had 2 medals on his chest, and Sylvia was wearing very fashionable clothes, and she looked rich. Indeed, Solovyov and Sylvia were both relatively wealthy, and there were overseas offices of Russian and French banks in Rome, which could be used to exchange cash. Rome was also an important destination for nobles from all over the world to travel to, and in addition to Naples, many people spent the winter here, and even in the hot summer, many people were reluctant to leave. There were many villas to rent along the coastline of Naples, and many people even bought real estate here. Bagratión's daughter-in-law, the grandmother of the little fairy, had always lived in Naples, and lived her notorious personal life. Therefore, Rome, like other places in Italy, had a very developed financial business for personal redemption, just like the financing channels of Paris, London and the Netherlands. Besides, banks and insurance all started here, so there was always some value, especially on the riverbank. Bolzoni was willing to accept Solovyov's employment. This strongman was not only extremely strong, but also had some basic knowledge of water conservancy and machinery, and was also an excellent barber. You know, Giovanni, in Russia, barbers used to have a very promising future. When I was in St. Petersburg, there was a barber who eventually became the Tsar's attendant and a high-ranking official. He was not as educated as you, and he did not learn a lot of skills. That's because our family is a barber in Padua, sir. And you have learned so many skills, but in fact you still want to serve the British. Many British like to travel and steal cultural relics. If there are some metals and gems, they will make a lot of money. You are disparaging the British like this, sir, but it does have some image. They have also stolen a lot of things. These Italians have always been like this to their boss. He dare not trust Bolzoni's character. After all, there are many thieves around the Mediterranean. However, Bolzoni fulfilled his responsibilities when fulfilling the contract, especially recently serving as a bodyguard for Sylvia. Moreover, putting him and Adela together, the contrast is too great. Adela looked at this Italian and was quite wary. Moreover, he did not seem to be so reliable as a new follower hired by his master and big brother. For him, making money is more important. Going to Russia might give him more opportunities to make money. After all, in Western Europe, Russians always give people the impression of being rich, and their luxurious lifestyle is well known in Paris, London, Vienna, Rome and Naples. But Solovyov is not like that. He wears decent clothes, because it is a guard's uniform, and he is very careful when spending money. But he has money, which Bolzoni is still very clear about, so he is willing to work for him. Chapter 232 Discoveries on the journey to Rome. Although Bolzoni was a cunning strongman, he was very serious when fulfilling the contract. It turned out that he returned to Rome from Amsterdam just to take on the tour guide job for British tourists. In the end, his employer was Russian, which was not a bad result. You want to go to the mausoleum of Augustus? Yes, Giovanni, can't you go? If you want to go there, you still have to pay attention to safety. After all, it is a desolate place, and it has even been used as a landfill, as well as the personal territory of the Soderini family. This sounds worse than the Roman Republic in the book. Many places are private territories. Of course, Solovyov's words were not so exaggerated in the Pope's territory. After all, Christianity was somewhat occupying the eternal city for Rome. When passing by Trajan's Column, you can still see the shadow of the illegally built foot church outside. If it weren't for Pope Sixtus V, another old man at the time, who cleared the illegal buildings and erected a statue of St. Peter on top of Trajan's tomb, this place might have been a very undignified mass grave. The great buildings left by Rome have now become the spoils of Christianity. It all started with Constantine the Great, but he was a man who did not live up to his reputation. How can you say that about that emperor? What did he bring to Rome? Did he move the reliefs to Constantinople? Bolzoni seemed to have some truth to this. Solovyov read a lot of books, including history books written by the British. He didn't want to read other books, but he often carried Edward Gibbon's books, especially the first half from Commodus to the destruction of the Western Empire. It seems that Constantine unified religions, but destroyed the traditions of the Mediterranean world. Although he probably converted to Christianity before his death with a tyrannical attitude, he still believed in heresy, which was not so outrageous. If anyone saw the disaster in the Eastern Mediterranean and the centuries of saints during the Roman Empire, should they say that the young people who believed in polytheism in Rome had a strong taste like some French heads of state, or that these contents were too fake? Well, it was not polite to say this, he did not say it, and it was easy to boomerang. He himself did not know that his aunt was Josephine, who was older than Napoleon. After all, Napoleon married an older widow at the right age. If it was Zio Marja, his taste would not be as strong as the stories of martyred saints. Can't Christianity spread its religion in some idolatrous ways? It also killed many priests of the old gods, and even colleges that had nothing to do with religion were persecuted, and scholars were persecuted. If you argue with them, it is obvious that sometimes Christian priests are not very good. As for Constantine, the only one who fought a big battle in this dynasty was Julian the Apostate, but the Persian javelin ended his life. After that, Rome began several decades of chaos, and finally came to the reign of his two incompetent sons during the Theodosius period. Indeed, those reliefs were taken away. Where did they go? In Constantinople, the current capital of the Ottoman Empire. Many things there were moved there, or there are treasures under the ruins of the old palace. Once the content involved treasure hunting, Bolzoni's eyes began to shine, even brighter than the green light in Solovyov's eyes. In other words, a lot of Rome's wealth was taken away. You can think about it that way, and I don't quite believe that the Goth Alaric destroyed Augustus's tomb and urns in Rome. I'm interested in accompanying you there to take a look, but I have to establish good relations with the local families first. Although you're only a lieutenant colonel, you're from St. Petersburg, and I don't think the Romans can afford to offend the Russian Tsar, even if only his aide-de-camp comes. But I'm just visiting, and I don't mean to destroy anything, and I'm expressing my respect for the ancients. After all, he is a pagan god, and it's August, and no one can forget his achievements. By the way, I have to say that Alexander was an actor, and Augustus was an early form of this kind of movie emperor. Even Christians dared not erase him, and his performance was so good, and he avoided the most troublesome period. But the 4 great commanders from Tiberius to Nero were unlucky. The story of Caligula's boots is hard to describe, but the other 3 did a lot of work, and were badly criticized. If you look closely at what they did, it seems that compared with the tyrants in the future and the tyrants in the past, they are just the same. It can't be forgotten. It's too impressive, sir. Bolzoni, take me to see it. At least Rome was not looted on a large scale by Napoleon. They came here just to capture the Pope. Maybe one day he will be crowned as emperor, and we'll need him again. The old man in the Roman melon-shaped hat more or less represents the authority of the Western Church. The authority of the Eastern Church is in an onion turban, so he can only come to see the Patriarch of Moscow. You know those Gauls and Germans very well. Okay, let's see the Trajan's column first, and now we can visit the mausoleum of Augustus. It is indeed very desolate here at the moment, and the garbage is piled on one side. For safety reasons, Solovyov asked Sylvia, his daughter, and Adela to stay outside, and he wanted to go in with Bolzoni. Although this is on private land, we can still go in, but we have to be careful. Lack of oxygen is no joke. Fortunately, some places above the mausoleum have been cleared, but the environment here is really not very good. They said they were going to build a garden, but in the end, such a mausoleum representing the glory of Rome in the past was turned into a garbage dump, and a lot of marble was also taken away. It can be seen that, if the white marble was moved to be used as building materials, it would be fine. The problem is that a lot of the marble inside has been calcined into lime. After all, it is still convenient to use here. In this respect, it is the same all over the world, and much of the gold looted by the French from northern Italy was directly melted. All countries will do this, and even the Russian army, which is called barbarians, seems to be more civilized than them. This is the tomb of Augustus, sir. It can be seen that the interior is empty, only the urn of Agrippina the Great is still there, but it seems to have become a measuring vessel for weighing meat, and the ashes inside are no longer there. If it is reasonable, the Visigoths will still negotiate with Honorius for some decency, and it is unlikely that they will destroy everything here when they plunder Rome. Even the Vandals, after arriving in North Africa, used Carthage, which was rebuilt by the Romans, as their capital. What a pity, this place is empty. Although his achievements are gone, the history and legends have been preserved. Yes, a truly devout person would not desecrate a tomb. Bolzoni, the problem is the destruction of order. If order cannot be maintained, serious damage will be caused, and there is also ignorance. Yes, sir. Of course, you can't steal. That's really too tasteless. Some people even do it just for treasure. I'm talking about the British and French. Although the French are civilized thieves, they will classify and study these ancient artifacts instead of just displaying them. He said this in a somewhat English way, but the British research is indeed unreliable in many places, and they have also carried out large-scale destruction. The case of Bolzoni is more or less the same. The exhibitions in London and Paris are all for the purpose of profit. As for Elgin, if he stole from the Parthenon, he would also be spurned by the British. After all, this kind of theft is completely for profit, not culture, and is quite shameless. Solovyov also seized a batch of works on the battlefield. He took them back to St. Petersburg and carefully collected them. However, it is impossible to verify who the original owner of the artwork was. You should know that after the Palace of Versailles was opened, there were many thefts there, especially the jewels of the French royal family, many of which flowed into the hands of the British. Speaking of which, at this time, there was no buying and selling, and no killing. After all, when Peter the Great came to Rome to buy the statue of Venus, he still spent money. Solovyov saw only decay here, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Roman nobles did not seem to care for the ancient monuments here. Many places had been discovered in the early years, but they were all vacant and often suffered theft. Even being able to make a hole in such a solid stone mausoleum, it was really hateful for all the tomb robbers in the world. It made people feel that it was not necessarily the Goths who destroyed this mausoleum. After all, Ileric had a formal Roman mercenary leader before. It should be enough to see this. There is nothing more to see. I'm not Caesar. I can think of my own achievements when I see the statue of Alexander. It is Augustus's deeds. This sacred Augustus can sometimes find some similarities with our Russian emperor. They are both actors and military operatives, but Alexander lacks Octavian's ruthlessness. Moreover, they both seem to be somewhat close to their sisters, but Alexander is a sistercon, while Octavian may be a sistercon. Seeing the statue of little Octavia wearing traditional Roman women's clothes, I feel the same way. She is a beauty, but she is a figure from 1800 years ago. Interesting, indeed very charming, but this is a person from a long time ago, not now. In this way, there will be nothing to visit in Augustus's mausoleum. Solovyov came here just to see this ancient monument, but it is next to the landfill. Many sculptures have been removed, but there are still many remaining monuments. Not to mention, there are still many pantheons in Rome that can be opened at this time, but their use may have become churches. If you say so. Constantine always gives people a feeling of being a madman. Sir, how do you feel? Bolzoni, this guy, with his height, always breathes fresher air. Fortunately, where are we going to visit next? Today is the mausoleum, and then there are the villas that have been excavated, especially the official residence of Augustus himself, and the official residence of his queen Livia. If it is a residence, there should be a lot of murals there, and you don't have to go in with a torch, which is not good for the murals and sculptures, and it is easy to be smoked and burned, and then it can't be restored to its original appearance. Yes, sir. Bolzoni is talking about him. His destructive power is still very huge. Even Howard Carter, who admires him very much, the archaeologist who dug Tutankhamun out of the Valley of the Kings, has always criticized his ability to destroy the scene. Then, these two people may have seriously damaged the mummies of Tutankhamun and his wife, sister, and brother, which is also a kind of irony. Those who bring the Egyptian cultural boom are always conquerors or explorers, and the destructive power of the latter is indeed very huge. Let's go there. There is still time in the afternoon, but now, I'm hungry. Sir, everyone is hungry. Of course, there are also things that surprise Solovyov, that is, some strange pizzas appeared in Italy, which were obviously brought from St. Petersburg. However, the Italians will not complain about the heresy of pizza, meat and some minor changes. What they will protest is the tropical fruits and strange things added to the pizza. The same is true for Bolzoni, but he is still very satisfied with the donkey meat pizza. Sir, I heard that this donkey meat pizza came from Russia. Yes, I can only say that the byproduct of boiling medicinal materials there is that donkey hide gelatin can replenish blood, and it still has some effect. By the way, this is what I selected from their traditional medicinal materials in the Far East, and the effect is really very good. Unexpectedly, Southern Europeans don't seem to have much objection to eating donkey meat, which is sometimes related to the donkey ridden by Christ. Instead, it is an important supplement to meat. In particular, in Spain, people there brought the custom of eating donkey meat to the New World. There are many people who eat donkey meat in Latin America. Speaking of which, Solovyov's donkey meat theme restaurant may really be able to open in Southern Europe, and it is more convenient to regard these places as underground communication stations for the anti-French alliance. It's a bit of a brain into the Black Vine Lady, or a French bistro. After all, in the version shot in the UK, the shopkeeper is the core figure, and it should be brought into the actual situation of the local area. It seems that there is a lot of fun. Chapter 233, The Saints' Flag Flying in Toulon. The French war in Haiti was inevitable due to the plague rampant in the Caribbean, and Napoleon also lost his brother-in-law, General Leclerc. The reason for this difference is that his brother is also a general. This unfortunate general should be said to be the most talented among Napoleon's brothers-in-law. Except for his courage, which may not be as good as that of the strangely dressed Murat, he is excellent in all aspects. There is another reason for his expedition to Haiti, that is, his wife. There are too many scandals in Paris. Although they have a good relationship with each other, Pauline has a very bad problem. She will fall in love with a handsome man when she sees him. Sometimes she is not picky about food. Even Leclerc's subordinates and the housekeepers and servants in their official residence In short, her private life is extremely chaotic. Now she is still young and beautiful, and with the favoritism and protection of her second brother, she is more or less a little bit of a war flag. Poor General Leclerc, his wife is now returning to France in mourning clothes, and with his coffin. However, although she is mourning her husband at this time, she really has some feelings, but she is also involved with several generals. No matter how much Napoleon doted on his second sister, he couldn't stand such behavior. Send anyone who has sex with Paulina to Italy, or retire, or rush to the United States. Our family. Napoleon, you should be calm. Paulina just lost her husband, but she is like this again. Josephine, she has always been jealous of you, and has a bad relationship with you. Why are you speaking up for her now? I know what you think. The new year is coming. Many people think that the status of the 3 consuls or the lifelong consul is not enough. I know something about what Joseph did. Yes, but the fortune teller said that you will be more noble than the queen, and I still believe it. But, Josephine, you still have to give me a child, whether it is a son or a daughter. However, Josephine's physical condition did have some problems. It might be that their physical conditions were incompatible, or there were other factors. Now Josephine is about to turn 40 years old. Although she can maintain her temperament through makeup, she is still a middle-aged woman with charm. Of course, Napoleon was very caring towards her. Although his wife had an outrageous personal life, with a dissolute past and a luxurious present, she helped him a lot, and would not betray him. He believed it. Paulina was the same, and Napoleon's mind was full of the image of the little girl who followed her mother from Ajaccio in Corsica to Marseille for refuge. It was just that this little girl was very simple at the time, and learned too fast in France. But compared with the greedy and power-hungry elder sister Relisa and the ambitious younger sister Carolina, Paulina was indeed the most caring sister of her brother, and he always had to give her some compensation. After Paulina comes back, I will arrange a good marriage for her after the mourning period. Poor Charles, if he could come back alive, he would be my reliable assistant, but the terrible plague took his life. What kind of young man do you plan to arrange for Paulina? My poor Pauletta. Napoleon even muttered his second sister's real name in Corsica. I must make her live comfortably, and heal her emotional trauma, and let my nephew Demid, the frail little guy, have a reliable stepfather to take care of him. Do you have any ideas now? No, Josephine, the current candidates are too old. Paulina has always looked down on those old men, who are much older than her, but she still likes heroes. It's a pity that General Moreau is married. He rejected Carolina and Hortense at the beginning. If you had won him over, you would have no strong opposition in the army. It's a pity that this little lawyer chose one of your friends, Josephine, to avoid misunderstandings, but things have become very troublesome. But what can we do about it? We Creoles are always very superstitious. My cousin Amy has been missing for more than 10 years, and we don't know where she is. Some people say that we sisters will be noble, but Josephine's 2 sisters died early, so they didn't have this blessing. As for the little cousin, whose life or death was unknown, Josephine couldn't get any news. Besides, fate will change. Prophets always say something ambiguous. I don't believe this. Fate should be in our own hands. Solovyov, who was sleeping with Sylvia in his arms in Rome, had a similar view to his cheap uncle. Napoleon still felt sorry for his second sister. Although she had many problems and caused a lot of trouble, this poor little girl was really a loving person. Her mother and brothers loved her very much. Josephine, I think it might be more appropriate to stay in Italy, where we need to arrange our people to stabilize the situation. It seems that you have an idea too. Let Paulina marry the president or the prince. We will make arrangements after she comes back. At this time, Paulina was taking a bath in her temporary residence in Toulon. Her body was indeed very beautiful, except for a little flaw in her legs. She had a perfect body and her curves were just right. Everyone who saw her would be fascinated, especially her pitiful look when she asked for help from others, which made it impossible to refuse. Of course, compared with the poor queen in St. Petersburg, what she wanted to do was a bit unorthodox. She even wanted to follow the way of the Ptolemaic dynasty and loved her second brother very much, but this would definitely not succeed. As soon as she arrived in Toulon, she sent a telegram to Napoleon. However, she was still very sensitive to some physical problems, especially after she had a serious illness in Haiti. She often felt abdominal pain, and once she felt uncomfortable, she would roll over in pain. Her only son, Demid, is already 4 years old and not in good health. He started crying when he saw his mother rolling around on the carpet, wrapped in a bath towel. Although Paulina indulges herself and likes to fool around, she still loves her son very much. She opened the bath towel and wrapped the child in it. "Mom, you have a stomachache. Good boy, Mom will be fine soon. You are Mom's little guard and little doctor." The child's health is not very good. Haiti is indeed a very torturous place. Not all islands in the Caribbean are honey countries. There will always be terrible epidemics. Moreover, although Demid is a 4-year-old child, he is physically weak, but mentally he is still very strong. There is just one thing that cannot be avoided. Although he has stopped breastfeeding, his mother's arms have always been what he desires most. Paulina recalled the milk addiction of her son when he was just weaned. "Mom is the best. Demid, let's sleep together tonight." Seeing her son reminded her of her husband. No matter what, Paulina still had some feelings for her husband, but she really couldn't refuse. She always loved every man she saw, but she was heartbroken when she saw her husband's body by the bed. Her son could remind her of many good memories, and her own flesh and blood were always the cutest in the eyes of a mother, especially Demid, who was very beautiful. The family liked Paulina and her child. When she fell asleep, Paulina always had nightmares, and her dead husband was always there, as well as her father who had died many years ago. This made it really hard for her to sleep peacefully. But seeing her son sleeping so peacefully and sweetly in her arms, Paulina couldn't fall asleep and wanted her son to sleep peacefully. Especially now that she was holding the child in her arms. It was really heaven for little Demid Leclerc, especially when his mother was still so soft and fragrant. The subsequent arrangement was to deal with the property left by Leclerc. The Montgable castle would be inherited by the children, but Pauline was only going to bury her husband there. After that, the right to use the castle would be handed over to her husband's family because it would remind her of her sad memories. The castle was still under reconstruction, and Pauline was going to give the property to Leclerc's brother-in-law, Louis-Nicolas Davout, the man who had become bald, but not yet strong. He had a hard life, and even in the eyes of the somewhat superstitious Pauline, nothing would happen. The castle itself had hosted many people. In addition to Leclerc's relatives, Cambyses and Dumas the Elder had been guests here. Speaking of which, Dumas the Elder, who had already suffered from mild hemiplegia, was still as majestic as ever. Even in this state, he let his wife give birth to Dumas the Great. He might be more adapted to the climate of the Caribbean. Although the French army's expedition in Saint-Domingue defeated the enemy, it was no match for the plague. Many outstanding generals died in the army because of yellow fever. The next morning, Paulina was still holding her son. This child was like her lifeblood. This child was her angel. Of course, she suffered a lot when she gave birth to the child, so she didn't want to get pregnant again. Speaking of it, many generals during the French Revolution were small families of 3 or 4. Those civil servants who did not go to the battlefield, if they were not like Cambyses, had many children and grandchildren. Paulina thought of her third brother Lucien. He was like this. It was her second brother who had no offspring that worried her. Although Hortense was good to her, she especially hated Josephine, and they were jealous of each other. Josephine was jealous of Paulina being favored by Napoleon, even giving more jewelry than to his wife. On the other hand, Paulina was jealous of the status of the second sister-in-law like Moreau's wife. She was jealous of women who were obstacles between her brother and her, no matter who was Napoleon's wife or lover. When she came out of Toulon, she also met Prince Dolgorukov's family by chance. Prince Vasily's 2 sons, although young, are both very handsome. Paulina would definitely be fascinated by them. Fortunately, they are all studying at the University of Strasbourg, and did not travel to the Mediterranean coast with their parents and sisters. We sympathize with you, Madame Leclerc, but we are going to travel to Italy. You know, we have already seen the beautiful scenery of France when we are here. It is really very nice. If there is a chance, Your Excellency, your family can come to my house as a guest, whether in Paris or somewhere else. Napoleon was very fond of this second sister, so that the actual right of residence in Petit Trianon was in her hands. Coincidentally, when the Dolgorukov family was in Saxony, they had been taking care of the daughter of the original owner here. When the palace of Versailles and the surrounding palaces were mentioned, the little cake princess seemed to have lost her soul, which shows that the psychological shadow was not small. Thank you, madam. If I have the chance, I will definitely visit you. Thank you for agreeing to do so. I also hope that foreign friends can visit my home. It's just that you need to take care of your body, Madam Leclerc. I recommend you a specialty of our Petersburg, donkey skin glue, which is said to increase the blood in the blood vessels. It was difficult for Prince Vasily. He didn't understand the wonderful oriental medicine. What he said was all according to the content translated by Solovyov, and Paulina was also very useful. After all, there are such shops in Paris and Marseille. She first lived in her sister-in-law Julie's house. Although her relationship with the second sister-in-law was to a certain extent, her eldest brother and sister-in-law had always taken good care of her, especially when Lucien made shocking remarks at the Jacobin Club in Corsica, which led to my family having to flee to Marseille. The eldest brother and the third brother were also here. They also came to comfort Paulina. After all, she was the most unfortunate in the family and lost her husband, while Lucien had lost a wife. He was eloquent and had been giving psychological counseling to his sister. It's just that, brother, you have to send someone to buy me what I want. I met a Russian prince on the road and he recommended some supplements to me. My poor husband is gone. Brother, you are right. My child and I have to continue living. You buy me first, especially the kind of gum mixed with nuts. My poor son also needs to supplement his nutrition. He is so weak and so pitiful. Demid is indeed very cute, and his uncles all like him. Even his younger uncle Jerome would greet his second sister and nephew when he wrote to him. He got into trouble and blasted the British, but he was lucky in love. Recently, he got acquainted with an American girl and planned to get married there. In other words, the second sister was different from the other brothers and sisters. She wrote him a letter from Saint Domingo to express her support. No matter whether it was the eldest brother as the head of the family or the second brother as the first consul, they would not agree with his hasty arrangement, especially Napoleon himself. But if Napoleon knew about this, he would be angry. Paulina has now started to nourish herself and her son, and now that her nutrition is up, her complexion is also good. At least the damage caused by yellow fever to them has recovered a little. In a few days, she will take her son back to Paris and continue her life as a social star. However, the Civil Code, a project created by Napoleon, has strict regulations on the mourning period, which is not good for her. Chapter 234 Donkey Meat Restaurant is listed in the Food Yearbook. At Christmas at the end of 1802, Solovyov waited for Prince Dolgorukov and his family to arrive in Rome. They stayed in the official residence of Little Prince Golitsyn in Rome. Speaking of which, there are indeed many relatives among Russian nobles, and this kind of hospitality is not uncommon. And Solovyov was still enjoying his time with Sylvia. You are not afraid of criticism when you are here with me. I know your secret these days. It doesn't matter. You will keep your mouth shut. And there are some things I can't tell you. It will be very dangerous. Of course I understand, but your pocket watch actually contains a small portrait of Her Majesty the Russian Queen. It's a bit too ostentatious. Smart Sylvia did have some insight. She knew Solovyov's secret, but she didn't point it out. I know that Her Royal Highness the Queen is the guardian angel of our guards. The virtues she possesses are worthy of learning for every noble woman. Or this lovely sister. You all want to climb into her bed, right? In the era of the Queen, there may be many people who think so. Even if I know, Mitchell, I will keep it a secret for you. Sylvia actually knew that after she rejected Solovyov's proposal, he would leave after all. As for what would happen in the future, it was hard to say. You don't have to know things that will get you into trouble, Sylvia, but you can keep a guess. Both of them knew that some things could not be revealed, and Solovyov had already succeeded. Speaking out would make those reckless guards officers jealous. But I'm more concerned about your affairs and the publication of the Paris Gastronomic Yearbook. Did you know that? I haven't read the newspaper yet. When I left Paris, there was no news about it. The gastronomic yearbook was edited by Larry Ignier under the instruction of the first consul. It published French food, just like the content that gourmets want to comment on. Food that is famous in Paris and several major cities will be published. If possible, it also includes Lyons hot sausages and Swiss beef soup, and more are delicacies. It is an annual book that publishes food. It has been published in Rome, and will be printed here at the same time. Sylvia, do you want to taste the food when you go to Paris? We can take the children with us. What to eat there? The content published here, it still has something to do with you. Have you seen the recommended dishes below? Solovyov was only talking to Sylvia and didn't pay attention to some excerpts from the yearbook. It seems I really need to buy one and come here. This yearbook has been planned in Paris for some time. Since it has been published in the newspaper in Rome, it must be sold here. It is necessary to promote French culture, but Mr. Larry Ignier's background in the food he introduced are obviously very upper class, representing the former masters of France, the royal family and the nobility, and the masters of France today, the bourgeoisie. Solovyov didn't know much about this person. He only heard Mr. Vige say that once he pushed a soldier of the Royal Army in a crowded crowd, and just because the other party admitted that I pushed him, he challenged him to a duel and blew up his head. But Solovyov also knew that after he collapsed 6 times a day, the public security in Paris was much better. After all, if you meet someone on the street and challenge him to a duel, the final price is to go directly to see God, which is too terrible. But the number of publications is limited. In Paris, it is only a set of 8 volumes of 1,000 copies. The number in Rome should also be relatively limited. After seeing the following, Solovyov also saw the problem. In this way, you can ask the Russian prince to help. His status is still sufficient. Okay, Sylvia, but then he thought of Fenice and the movie The Gourmet, and couldn't help laughing. Why are you laughing all of a sudden? I think I should write a script to tell the story of the gourmet father and son. This is a good idea. If you want to simplify the characters, it seems very suitable to make it into a 5-act play. You should retire and become a playwright. No, Sylvia, I really can't retire. If I can retire, I will still stick to my idea and marry you as my wife. After all, Sylvia rejected his proposal for his future. If he dared to retire now, many things would have to be put aside, and Alexander would not forgive him. I like being with you, but I can't delay you, and you don't want to let me down. If that's the case, in the future, you will be the housekeeper of the Prince of Rome. If you leave here, I can introduce you to Württemberg, where Grand Duchess Alexandra is the princess. We knew that poetry-loving princess well when she was in the palace, and she also lacks a caring housekeeper or maid to do things for her. You bad guy, I'm fine here. Maybe. Solovyov thought of Prince Borghese's affairs, and he had figured out the whole context. The current Prince Camillo will marry Napoleon's second sister Paulina in the future, but the couple's private lives are a mess, and later Prince Camillo did something bad with good intentions, and raised his stepson to death, so they parted ways. If it weren't for the Pope's persuasion, they would definitely end up in a complete divorce. This kind of stupid thing, in fact, should be known if you know about epidemic prevention. Wearing masks more often can solve most of the problems, especially for children with weaker bodies. Then Solovyov went to Prince Dolgorukov. The prince really wanted this set of books. He could use it when entertaining guests in the future, and he could also go to the recommended restaurants when traveling. However, when buying books, Solovyov had to take Princess Ekaterina with him. This good baby is more troublesome than the little goblin who has married and become a mother. The little princess of Georgia, just make her happy. This girl naturally has a sense of dependence on her father and brother. Of course, her personality is still somewhat independent. For example, she is very devout in her faith, and she also drags her brother Miskad and sister Sylvia to see the relics left by the saints. They are like this, which gives Solovyov a headache. If you only take little Katar out, it will be like the plot of Roman Holiday, and she is still too young. If I were to go out with Sylvia alone, maybe it would be some other movie related to Rome. Now this can be said to be a wonderful experience of a Russian in Rome, and Sylvia can feel it to some extent. Little Katar always holds Solovyov's arm with one hand and holds her daughter with the other. This scene is so strange. When they came to the small exhibition held by the French, they also found this yearbook, which is indeed quite interesting. I think the things recorded in such a yearbook should be very interesting. But after opening it, Solovyov did find the donkey meat meal, and there was also the following comment. This restaurant was founded in the 8th year of the Republic. It is famous for its secret Petersburg donkey meat sauce and a variety of Russian dishes. The characteristics are that the dishes are rich and affordable. Not bad, Mitchell. It's just that I'm not satisfied with the star rating he gave. He only gave it 2 stars because it lacks novelty. The French now seem to prefer exotic dishes rather than this kind of plain home-cooked meals. Brother Miss Cap, what are you going to do? Catire. This yearbook also said that there are many customers here. If he really wants to slander this restaurant, I will also protest in the newspaper. At least he said that the business is good. So forget it. Besides, I have caused enough trouble in France. Indeed, as a member of the future anti-French alliance, not only did he hit friendly forces, but he also did not make any positive contributions, but he did make the security in Paris better. However, if you want to eat any gourmet food, I can still treat you, even to some high-end restaurants. He has the ability and is generous, but when he acts alone, he is still a little shabby, just like an ordinary citizen, but with higher hygiene requirements. Speaking of which, when the plague broke out in ancient times, Italy, which had more bathhouses, seemed to be less affected, but looking at the landfills in some cities, there are still many hidden dangers. After returning to Prince Dolgorukov's residence, he also took out this food yearbook and read it carefully. In fact, he also found a problem, that is, it is relatively not close to the people, more like serving the rich in Paris, and there are many curious views. There is no way many people in old Paris are like this, it is too difficult to change them. As for the luxurious life he saw in Paris, it was even more shocking. St. Petersburg was already extravagant, and even the Queen's period had a gorgeous show, but compared with the original place like Paris, it was nothing. He did not like this kind of pomp and circumstance, but preferred a simple and comfortable life. Even if he had a manor, he should not make it too extravagant. What was more important was a plain life. Obviously, many places in France did not do this. They just replaced the nobles of the former Bourbon kingdom with the bourgeoisie and bankers of the French Isle. It seems that they should be overthrown together. Moreover, what the French did in the areas they controlled was essentially no different from the great evils of the British in India. They just left a way for the locals to survive, defeated the industrial areas and handicraftsmen in Germany and Italy, and then did things according to the requirements of the French, plundered the wealth there, and put up some banners. It was like this in all aspects, but it was done more decently than the British. The locals still had a way to survive, and they were reconstructed according to the requirements of the French. Everyone lived in such a great evil, but in Britain, only the royal family was German, so they must be evil. After sighing, Solovyov did not think too much. This could only be a drama in his heart. Prince Dolgorukov was very satisfied with the contents of the yearbook, but he was only interested in the dishes in it, not the reviews of those restaurants. When he arrived at the villa in Naples, he was ready to put it into practice. Mishap, you should come with us, but it's not interesting to be in Rome. Vasily Vasilyevich, I will return to Paris in a few days. My position has not changed. I will still be in Paris, unless something unexpected happens, and I can't live in Paris anymore. Or Alexander will call him back, perhaps to Britain to perform a mission. In Scotland, a steamship has completed the navigation test, but Fulton's ship capsized on the Seine. He didn't know that the situation in Britain could also be sent to Petersburg. The order issued by Alexander was just to recruit engineers, and the operation in France was not smooth. His own career as a screenwriter was pretty good. The drama he adapted was well received, but the incident in Nantes would keep him away from Paris for a while, and he would return only after the limelight had passed. But when he was going to return, he had to consider that someone had already landed in Toulon, and the effect within 7 days might not be inferior to that of her brother. And Sylvia, during her stay in Rome, also received a letter from Prince Borghese, expressing his intention to contribute something more from Rome. Obviously, this Prince of Rome, a fanatical Italian independence activist, and a young adventurer who had already joined Napoleon when he entered Italy in 1796, still had some ideas. At this time, Solovyov would also go to Paris in a few days after making arrangements. Solovyov would also go with him at that time, and he could enjoy these days in Rome. And there were discussions between the Americans and the French ambassadors about whether New Orleans could be purchased. Monroe and Livingston had already set off in advance and were preparing to negotiate in Paris. The poor situation of some overseas territories also made Napoleon determined to sell some overseas colonies that were vast but difficult to maintain. The Americans were going to get a big bargain this time. After all, with such a large piece of land, they would find good things, no matter how they dug underneath. It's just that the Indians may be in trouble in the future. Apart from this, there is news from Ireland. The obituary was published in the British expatriate newspaper in Rome. The famous brewer, Arthur Guinness, died in Dublin, the capital of Ireland. He left behind a personal property of £23,000 and a brewery. The brewery was inherited by his son Arthur Guinness II. It seems that there is no other news, but there are many things related to Guinness. In addition to the world record in the future, the owner of this brewery is pro-British, but the political stance will definitely change. If the British continue to increase taxes on Ireland, it is estimated that it will be lively. Chapter 235 Intelligence Analysis of the British Beer Industry. St. James Gate Brewery was founded by Arthur Guinness in 1759. As for its fame, it was under the premise of the continuous expansion of the business scale during the period of his son and grandson, and later it became a giant of alcoholic beverages. In fact, it is still difficult for Irish products to compete with the British mainland. Unlike the 21st century, when the taxes in the UK were higher than those in Ireland, which made Guinness want to move the brewery back to Ireland, the various taxes in Ireland are now more severe than those in England. If you ask Scotland and Wales, one of them is inventing, and the other is mining. The impact is not as great as that of Ireland. The reform of Irish taxation around 1800 has led to an increase in the tax burden on the island of Ireland. However, the impact on alcoholic beverages is relatively small. The dark beer produced by this brewery from St. James Gate in southern Dublin is still being sold to the British market. After all, compared with the water quality of this era, various alcoholic beverages are a safer source of water for civilians, but it is easy to get drunk. I'm still somewhat interested in the story of Mr. Arthur Guinness. Sylvia, can you find an Irishman in Rome? You are saying that, as if you were saying, find a Gaul in Rome. Of course, Sylvia also knew that Solovyov was very smart. He must have thought of something. If it was not a conspiracy, it should be a way to make money. There were indeed quite a few British people in Rome, but it was not easy to find an Irishman. If he was a Scottishman, you could tell by his last name. Even if Scrooge was a Scottish duck, you could tell by his clothes and name. So, if you go to the gentleman's club to find him, it would be difficult. Even if I look through the roster for you, I can't find many Irishmen. Their last names are still very obvious. For example, O'Connor and the like. Solovyov sat there and thought of some other things related to the Celts. After all, the Scots and Irish have always been able to feel the great shortcomings of the English. The last defeat of the Jacobites was only 50 years ago, and the Irish have experienced it more recently, which is the recent tax reform. Mitchell, does this trick work? Let's see how lucky we are. Nothing is strange to him. He drew a 4-leaf clover and imitated the future logo of a Boston team, and his feet were still dancing like this. Octavia just laughed at her father's funny look, but this did attract a few Scots. Dude, what are you doing? I want to find out something about a brewery in Dublin, Ireland. You don't have to do it like this, sir. This is a bit funny, but we Russians are mysterious and distant to Western Europe. Some people always regard us as barbarians. If we are just weirdos, this is already a relatively friendly evaluation. Well, sir, what you said does make some sense. There is some prejudice against Russia in Europe. The two gentlemen from Scotland were very happy to help. Come to the club for a drink. But I can't take them in. Gentlemen's clubs do not allow women and minors to enter unless they are considered adult men. Well, I think you have a very attractive young wife and a lovely daughter. Sylvia was very pleased. She was sometimes so strange. Although she rejected the proposal, she was very pleased with the fact that this lover was unmarried and belonged to her completely in the recent period. We can go to that restaurant and talk about some things about Ireland. The two Scots had indeed been to Ireland. The brewery you mentioned, that is, the original owner Mr. Arthur Guinness mentioned in the obituary. His products are quite famous, and they have been exported from Dublin to Liverpool in recent years. However, although the quality of this beer is good, the output is very limited. Mr. McNamara, why don't they consider using the steam engine? You Scots have a Mr. James Watt who improved the steam engine. That Mr. Watt. He is indeed an outstanding inventor, but he always uses his patents to compete and raise prices, which leads to legal lawsuits. It is unwise. Therefore, many people gave up their research on steam engines. After all, it is not easy to deal with such a gentleman. If this is the case, there are actually some ways to solve it. Mr. Watt's steam engine is only made according to a certain principle. It should be said that it is a vacuum steam engine, not a high pressure steam engine. If appropriate measures are taken to improve the steam engine from angles other than his patent, wouldn't it be possible? You are such a smart Russian, sir. But this is not easy either. Let's not talk about this for now. I think the efficiency of some breweries will be greatly improved after adopting steam engines to assist production. I came from Russia. To be honest, I'm a Russian diplomat in Paris. I came here just to handle some personal matters. What I thought about was whether the brewery left by Mr. Arthur Guinness could consider using steam engines to expand production at St. James Gate, which would definitely improve production efficiency. Good idea, but in Ireland, is there any problem? If you want to invest in the UK, you still need some ways. Of course, I have thought about it. In fact, the scale of that gentleman's brewery can be expanded in the future, not just doubled, not just tripled. You speak English very straightforwardly. That's because I don't have enough vocabulary, and some more complex words are still difficult to say. But that's enough. There are many masters in the UK who can't speak as well as you. Solovyov actually knew Sir Humphrey's chanting, but he pretended to do so and used a London suburban accent, which looked a bit funny. Well, from the current situation, in fact, in Britain or Ireland, please allow me to emphasize this relationship. After all, they are two islands of the United Kingdom. Judging from the feasibility of investment, we should come to a conclusion. If there is no force majeure to hinder it, I think investing in the tobacco and alcohol industries will have a bright future. In addition to snuff and beer, there are also red wine, rum, and champagne. If you say so, rum has a lot to do with sugar production, and you can also invest in the sugar industry. Indeed. Think about Solovyov's benefactor Count Bobulinski, the younger brother of Tsar Paul. He went to the countryside of Tula and Ryazan, not only to mine there, but also involved in some other industries. His descendants will be Russian sugar tycoons, and it is not impossible to make rum in Russia. Sir, what are you going to do? I have considered it. I want to go to England to have a face-to-face meeting with Mr. Arthur Guinness's heirs. However, I have to return to France soon, so whether I can visit England is still a question. You don't need to worry. Sometimes in Amsterdam and Antwerp, there will be people there to negotiate face to face. It is naturally possible when peace is maintained. However, you also have to pay attention to some things. The relationship between Britain and France is not as harmonious as we thought. What do you mean? We can see it from what happened in Malta. In addition to there are also the activities of the French army in Italy, and both sides are strengthening their forces. At that time, there will definitely be someone who will try to win over the courts in Vienna, St. Petersburg and Berlin. This, you may know more about than us. After all, diplomats are more familiar with the situation in France. That's why I think it will not be difficult to buy property in Ireland. If a war breaks out, some stocks will fall, but this requires someone to trade in London. Considering the differences in communication methods, in fact, this kind of risky investment will always have some delays. If the war between Britain and France breaks out, it may also reduce the acquisition cost, regardless of whether it is in Ireland or the British Isles. As long as the French army is still squatting in Boulogne, this risk will always exist. In addition to the Guinness brewery, Solovyov has considered many aspects. Mr. McNamara, do you know what specifications of beer barrels are used in London now? In order to facilitate storage, beer barrels in London are getting bigger and bigger. What about Liverpool, Birmingham, or Manchester? We have been to those places. Beer is usually stored in wooden barrels. To be honest, this is not safe. The strength of wood is not necessarily enough. I think we should use some smaller wooden barrels to store separately, so that it can be quickly mixed and used. Such a large barrel is there. If we don't consider other things, we must also consider the liquid pressure. What you said makes sense. We came to Rome, and we also want to investigate the wine industry in Naples. Then, Mr. McNamara handed over a business card. He worked for a wine shop in Glasgow, and hoped to import wine from Italy to the UK. However, this industry is somewhat risky. Once the British become enemies with France, those allies who oppose France will be more or less occupied by France under the attack of the French army. In this case, although the sugar and coffee from overseas colonies and tea from China will not be affected, the British will not be able to get red wine exported, except from Portugal and a few regions. This industry seems to have no hope in the next few years. Napoleon will carry out a continental blockade. He will definitely find ways to strangle Britain's trade with the European continent as a means of attack. Although this is a method of killing 800 enemies and losing 1,000 of oneself, it once made the British see no hope and wavered around 1811. However, acquiring some industries in the UK is not a bad idea, especially beer, which has long been an alcoholic beverage needed by the working people and is widely welcomed by all walks of life. Okay, I'll contact you then, but you're not in London either. You're mainly in Glasgow. It doesn't matter, we go to London often too. If you're interested in other breweries, we can help introduce them. But Solovyov was always worried that he couldn't go to England, and he had other things to do after returning to Paris. Bolzoni, how's your English? Sir, although I don't have as complex language skills as you, I can handle it. What do you think about running a business? If it's running a brewery, I don't think I'm good enough. But I'm happy to help you recruit people to do business in England. In addition to beer, opening a brewery in England also sells gin. Surely is a Spanish wine, which will be affected. At the same time, selling vodka to England should not be a bad idea, but in this way, it's as if there are undercovers everywhere in England, although this is describing facts and restoring history. In fact, Solovyov had the idea of investing in a winery a long time ago. He even went to discuss with Prince Vasily that he could send a letter from Naples back to Russia to be handed over to Count Stroganov and Count Bobrinsky. Only these two people now have surplus property and come to Britain to invest, especially the land price in Ireland is really very cheap. Solovyov's layout is not only aimed at the present. If potatoes in Ireland cannot grow in the future, he will be over 60 years old. At that time, he can deal a fatal blow to Britain. But before that, the layout still needs to be long term. Other things are not impressive. Anyway, he remembers the lack of virtue with the word English very clearly. At this time, the role of personal connections may still be very important. After all, when he was with Paul, he was already very familiar with Nisherod, the future Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Russia. If he could hold an important position in the army or government, he could still influence the decision making at Petersburg. Solovyov could not have thought that his ambition was actually linked to alcoholic beverages and burned fiercely. But this is not wrong. After all, ethanol is a very good fuel with a very high combustion efficiency. In other words, it is too volatile, so the aroma of alcohol is overflowing. At the same time, he also wanted to save some property for himself. The current property will be divided among his brothers and sisters. After all, it is still managed in the name of Baron Sergei. Considering that his old father is still powerful and continues to make dolls with his stepmother in his 50s, and he doesn't even know that his stepmother is pregnant again. At that time, whether it is his share or the share left for his brothers and sisters, the cake should be made as big as possible. Too much money may also be a kind of trouble. Chapter 236. Investing in Europe is not a good idea these days. Of course, when investing in the British, one must always consider that the war on the European continent is not very safe for Russia's overseas assets. If the British are allies, then these assets are still worth holding. Of course, the British now have some face and are not willing to do such open and despicable things as in the 21st century and confiscate other countries' assets, completely based on political correctness, which will only ruin their business reputation. Moreover, the British have invested more in Russia. If they eat each other like this, the British will suffer in the end. The future little golden retriever, lettuce girl, vegetarian Indian, and cabinet are far inferior to the crazy little pit. The factories opened by the Scots in important industrial areas in Russia alone are already assets of considerable scale. If all these factories are state-run by Russia, it will also be a considerable loss. Therefore, the Tories behind William Pitt the Younger are today's Conservative Party. They are also worse than the previous generation, and they need a 9-pound-old lady to comment sharply. So Solovyov also considered this problem. If the Russian masters had industries in France, there would be problems in the future. Fortunately, after all these years, especially during the Great Revolution, even the local masters in France were gone, not to mention the industries of foreign masters. If these masters want to come back, they have to wait until the Restoration and Orleans. However, it is hard to say whether there will be such a thing in the future. After all, the world will not follow your script. At least Solovyov said a lot of strange things in front of Paul, so he let his eldest daughter marry to Württemberg. Now she has lived for a few more years, is alive and kicking, and is pregnant again. It can be regarded as breaking a terrible royal curse. In fact, the conditions of the medical and health system are too poor, but for the superstitious Russian royal family, it is indeed a bit scary. Of course, the 4 Alexandras of the Russian royal family, 2 of whom had dystocia, 1 of whom had pleurisy, and the last empress who had to eat the whole family bucket, are indeed quite bizarre. In addition, the 3 curses of Nicholas's dynasty, Olga, who could not be raised, are superimposed. According to the international situation at the time, it was a blessing for the family to be intact after death. However, the current situation is that Solovyov wrote a letter to Count Stroganov, who has a deep relationship with France. It is okay to buy some luxury goods and industrial products in France recently, but it is unnecessary to invest in France and acquire some manors and castles. Count Pavel helped him a lot, and he worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is a personal issue and a work relationship, which must be involved. Therefore, he wrote 2 letters, one to the Count himself, and the other to the old Count and Countess at 17 Nevsky Avenue. As for the old lady, it was strange that such a scandal appeared in the family of the richest man in Russia, and it also made the Empress very angry. Petersburg was like this again after Alexander came up, which was hard to guard against. Of course, the opening of the Russian environment and allowing nobles and civilians to go abroad did bring prosperity in recent times. Before Count Pavel received the letter, Solovyov had to set off to return to Paris. During his time in Rome, he was also familiar with the attitude of the entire Apennine Peninsula towards the French. In general, there are many dissatisfactions. Italians have always been like this. When any force comes, they will support it and then quickly change sides. It is indeed safer when they are not in the same camp with them. I don't know what will happen to Italians in the future. In this era, small Italian countries and German princes often go with the flow. Württemberg and Baden are both relatives of Russia, but they are all controlled by France, so their attitude is naturally pro-French. Although the French have not taken any actions north of the Alps due to the current respect between them and Austria, the pressure exerted here can be imagined. If Duke Enghin can't think of it in the future and runs to Baden, it will be a lot of fun. Sylvia, I'm going back to Paris. You and the child, come with me. I'll go to Paris in a while. You, a greedy and stealing guy, can only go on your own now. Besides, I only belong to you, Mitchell. We are both a little willful, aren't we? Okay. I'm going back to Paris now. You have to take good care of our daughter and yourself. We'll come back when we get to Paris. In addition, I still want to leave something for you. You'll see when you open this box. Sylvia opened the jewelry box given by Solovyov, and inside was a necklace inlaid with sapphires. Yesterday when you and the child were sleeping during the day, I saw her on the street. She looks good and is a good match for you. Mitchell, if you get married someday, I think it won't be too soon. After all, I have a lot of things to do. It's a bit too early for me to get married at my age. and I might run into some trouble. You always say something and then put yourself into it. Sylvia knew that what Solovyov said might come true at some point. It was the same in the correspondence and this reunion. I hope not. Goodbye. Octavia, give dad a kiss, okay? The child is not old enough to remember things yet, but she is very smart. Solovyov found that his daughters are very smart. This has a lot to do with their mothers. Sylvia is very thoughtful, while Louisa is always reading a book. They may be different from those girls in social circles. Octavia kissed her father on the cheek and then shrank back into her mother's arms. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Sylvia and her daughter cried and bid him farewell, which made Solovyov shed tears. He never cried easily, but seeing his lover and daughter like this, he was reluctant to leave. However, he was riding a horse now, and his condition was much better than when he was stabbed by Kadada. He could ride away on the horse, and there were still money, rations, and carbines hanging on the horse's back. I still have to leave you, sire. Then he rode away, but he couldn't help looking at them when he rode away. After the horse under his crotch walked a little further, he hardened his heart, turned his head forward, and never looked back again. However, Sylvia still hoped that he would leave. Mitchell, you will eventually achieve something, not just here for me. She hugged Octavia and went back, her eyes full of tears. Mom. The child's vocabulary must be limited now, and she was just kissing her mother's cheek to comfort her. Although it is very likely that they will meet again in Paris, the world is so unstable now that it may be involved in a war at any time. Solovyov's idea is to ride to Livorno and take a ship to France from there. However, when he arrived here, he could also find that the competition between local British and French goods was extremely fierce. Even such an inconspicuous port, which is not one of those famous commercial cities, is also so competitive. He thought of the Scots he met in Rome and became more and more uneasy. In order to contain France, Britain is likely to choose to take the initiative and take tough measures on a certain point, even if they themselves did not abide by the provisions of the Treaty of Amiens to give up Malta. This new contradiction is likely to be in the Batavia Republic supported by France, that is, the Netherlands. You must know that the Orange royal family before the Netherlands is still in exile in the UK, and the stupid son of the Duke of Brunswick married a Dutch princess of this line. Britain will definitely not give up. Although the newspapers are calling for peace now, they don't know what will happen in the future, and they will also express strong concerns about a war. The Scottish businessman I met in Rome will return to London in a few days. I believe that the other party will be able to receive a letter here. In addition, he also needs to write a letter to Count Vorontsov. As a military attaché in Paris, he is Count Morkov's assistant, messenger and investigator. He also needs to report his work to the embassy in London and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in St. Petersburg. I just don't know what Count Vorontsov's attitude is. He is a typical pro-British element. Even his daughter was not used to living in St. Petersburg, so he only let her be a maid beside the Queen Mother for a year and then returned to London. In the future, she will marry a British nobleman. Count Vorontsov will shine in Russia in the future and be promoted to Prince Field Marshal, but this is also something that will happen in the relatively distant future. However, Count Vorontsov is different from those pro-French and pro-British element in the country. In addition to knowing that Paul might be assassinated and not informing the country, he is still very responsible in the two dynasties of the Queen and Alexander. After all, he will not really do it for the interests of his own faction. You know, this is a true Anglo fanatic who admires British culture very much. When Paul was assassinated, many people who advocated a coup were shocked, because the final result was not that Paul was forced to abdicate and placed under house arrest, but that it became regicide. Count Panin was not implicated, but was only placed under house arrest, which was already a favor from Alexander. As for Count Vorontsov, because he was not in St. Petersburg, he was not implicated, because there was only a reply letter received by von Pahlen. It may be that these old-timers in the diplomatic world are very good at Mr. Talleyrand's tricks. His letter was vague, so Alexander did not catch any handle on him, so he continued to serve as ambassador to the United Kingdom. However, because Solovyov defeated friendly forces in Nantes and then went on a staff trip to Italy, the task of recruiting engineers in the UK fell on this mature and steady Count. If we need an engineer from Scotland, I'll have to go there myself. Michael, you're going back to serve. As a father, I can only say that you should work hard when you go back. Catherine is not used to the climate in Petersburg, so I let her come back to live. You should know that all my hopes are on you, my good son. He even often used British names when addressing his son Mikhail and daughter Ekaterina. Father, don't worry about that. After I return to my country, I will be assigned to the Caucasus Corps. I have been in the Guards for more than a year, which also proved that I'm not suitable for the environment there. You know, the current commander of the Putin Corps is not very good at leading troops, but a very experienced veteran. Yes, you applied to go to the Caucasus yourself, and I was really a little worried about you. But you are ambitious, and as a father, I'm also very happy. You must work hard for the Emperor, and for your godmother, the Queen. Count Mikhail Vorontsov is the godson of the Queen. Although this group of old ministers had been against Paul all day long, they immediately turned into double-standard warriors when it came to the Empress and Alexander. Vorontsov's military career, which was quite brilliant, began with the dangerous Caucasian War and the Persian War. A nobleman's son had a good future wherever he served, but he chose to go to the Caucasus. No matter how reluctant old Count Vorontsov was, he had to let his son go. Go ahead. We fathers all hope that our sons will perform well and not disgrace the reputation of our family. Father, I'll leave now. Please take good care of my sister. The relationship between the father and son was relatively relaxed, and there was no depressing atmosphere. Young Count Mikhail kissed his father's hand again, then took a carriage to Portsmouth, and from there took a ship to the Russian garrison on the Black Sea coast. As for the old count himself, he received letters from Rome and Livorno in a few days, from Lieutenant Colonel Solovyov who came from the Putin regiment. This young man was sent to the Guards because of his merits in the expeditions to Italy and Switzerland. It can be said that he rose like a rocket. However, even if the old count had never seen his abilities, he still knew something about them. Catherine, it seems that this duelist is going back to Paris instead of coming to London. Father, what about recruiting engineers? That's easy. We can spread the word to friendly people in Britain during the salon we convened, saying that the Emperor in Petersburg will reward those who can manufacture new steam engines. And, Father, this treatment is too generous. I think these profit-seeking John Bulls will come to London from all over Britain. When the time comes, we will send them all to Petersburg. He naturally had some ideas in this regard. After all, British newspapers spread quickly. In Scotland, an engineer made his steamship sail successfully. However, the young engineers who used the steam engine patent later had to face the blow of James Watt. English-speaking inventors are never good people. Watching the Chinese national football team is a heart-wrenching thing, and it also affects the update status. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 The Biggest Female Devil in Marseille. Count Vorontsov's actions were actually very smooth. After all, after the assassination of Tsar Paul, the two sides had exchanged views in depth through the embassy in various aspects. Although the Tsar sounded a bit dead, Britain and Russia still reached a lot of consensus in the diplomatic field. In particular, the agreement to strengthen bilateral trade activities with the export of Russian raw materials and the import of British capital and industrial products. At this stage, both Britain and France still hoped to win over Russia, so what they wanted to do was to give themselves more allies. However, after the French fought with the Ottomans, they still invested some money in this friend of the sacrilegious alliance in the past bedsheet period. The French ambassador in Constantinople was trying to win over the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, Britain was also using the pro-British factions in Russia that had not been cleared out after Alexander ascended the throne to work on the Russian Tsar. Here we have to talk about the four key figures in Alexander's secret committee. Czarist is a Pole, Stroganov is a pro-French liberal, Kochubey is a pro-British liberal, and the remaining Novosiltsev is Stroganov's cousin, but he has no obvious inclination. In addition, there is Speransky, but as the extra person of 4 heavenly kings, there are 5. He mainly transforms the results of the discussion between the above 4 people and the Tsar himself into specific administrative measures, submits them to the Privy Council for discussion, and transfers them to various departments for implementation. Now, Tsarist has become the Russian foreign minister, but he told Alexander that the restoration of Poland should also be considered as part of Russia's foreign policy. Just this. Alexander really agreed to it. This is his close friend who can talk about everything. If it were someone else, it would be a different situation. Of course, Count Stroganov was also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he did not comment on Tsarist's suggestions. However, he was more concerned about any news coming back from Britain and France. Sir, this is a letter from France. The postmark shows that it was sent from Italy, but this is the wax seal of the military attaché in France. That's fine. I know that Solovyov went to Rome. He went there to avoid the limelight. After all, even Louis XVIII, the Majesty, has sent a letter to protest against such a blow to friendly forces. Of course, Stroganov would not say it if it weren't for this reckless mishap who accidentally hit the mark and was a witness to the secret engagement between the semi-secluded French princess and Archduke Karol in Dresden. He would have sent it through a secret letter. Transcode the content of this letter as well. Stroganov knew that Solovyov was going to do something. The secret code in it was translated from Father Mabry's on the rights and obligations of citizens that he carried with him. However, this is still a relatively basic version of the code. Solovyov would not have written it like this unless it was some important letter. Let me see. According to all the information we have received from Italy, war between Britain and France is still unavoidable. After seeing this, Count Stroganov thought about it. As he had estimated before, Britain and France would definitely not give in to each other. Although Austria and Russia could make concessions to France on the issue of the Treaty of La Navale, France's arrangements in Italy and Switzerland were nothing more than a garrison and a change of political entity to the Swiss Confederation, and reporting to the court in Vienna. This was also within the tacit agreement of Austria, which had lost the war. However, Britain and France both believed that they had not lost to each other on the battlefield, so they were inevitably facing a war. Therefore, he also decided to go to Alexander. After all, as a member of the secret committee and the closest friend of the Tsar himself, he needed to be responsible to Alexander as a friend and a minister. Moreover, with Speransky, it can be said that he was the only one among the 5 who had no selfish motives. In terms of status, wealth and family, his life was perfect. He became the deputy foreign minister at a young age. His father was the richest man in Russia. As the legitimate son, he would be the only heir after his sister got married. He also had a wife who only loved him and his children. Even the temptation of the Tsar himself could not shake the countess's attention to the family. No matter how you look at it, it is still a template of a perfect personality. Now, he came to Alexander. Pasha, what do you have today? The report from Italy. The wax seal is from the military attaché of the Paris embassy. Alexander was a little concerned about Solovyov, but he didn't know that his wife loved this little lieutenant colonel to death, and the two had a close relationship. The reason for his concern was that he was good at analyzing reports. Even a short letter could capture a lot of important intelligence. For example, the last time Archduke Karol of Austria went to Dresden, Solovyov's letter also brought a cartoon. Seeing the unlucky face, those who had seen him in person knew that it was Archduke Karol, and the girl who was a little cute was obviously the exiled French princess, and there was a cupid shooting arrows from behind. This time he was more direct. After Stroganov handed over the letter, he read it very clearly. What do you think? I also think that a war between Britain and France is inevitable, but we won't see any signs of it until after the summer. But for us, it's still a long way off. If France really takes action, they will go to Hanover before winter, while the British will use the old method of blockading the main ports of France and its allies, and then sending the navy to attack the fleets and merchant fleets of France, Spain and the Batavia Republic in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. That's about it, Alexander. I don't think the situation is optimistic. The two Count Vorontsov brothers believe that we should form a defensive alliance with Britain to curb France's aggressive posture. But there's no need to be so deliberate. First of all, the secretary and military attaché of the embassy should pay attention to the recent movements of the French. At least Mishap is very responsible in his work. He sent 2 letters on the way to Italy, one to me, and the other to my wife. He reminded us of both official and private matters. He thinks it's not a good idea to invest in Western Europe now. He also mentioned that we should pay attention to a St. James Gate brewery in Dublin, Ireland. The quality of the dark beer there is very good. If we can expand production. He is indeed the son of a merchant, Pasha. Your family is also a royal merchant family. Compared with this kind of profiteer, you are still a little inferior. After all, his status allows him to move freely. If I go to France, I will get into some trouble because of my father's friendship with Mr. Voltaire and my former member of the Jacobin Club. Count Morkov mentioned that recently Napoleon has been using the bomb assassination on St. Nicaise Street more than 2 years ago to attack the royalists and the Jacobins at the same time. I hope Mishap won't get into any trouble. He is a handsome boy, and it is easy for girls to target him outside. Alexander was also very generous. Not long after Larissa came back from Sweden, Alexander lived intimately with her for a while. After the pregnancy was confirmed, she unfortunately miscarried. It can be confirmed that from the shape of the fetus, it is a boy. This makes Alexander very sad, but he is sad just to accompany his wife for a few days. Larissa was very weak, so she went back to the Tavrid Palace to rest, where she was accompanied by her maids and her sister Amalia. Then Alexander fell into the arms of Maria Narishkina. Judging from the physical condition of the Polish girl, she has not yet responded, but it is very likely that she will conceive successfully. He still doesn't know the relationship between Larissa and Solovyov. Of course, his evaluation of his aide-de-camp is indeed correct. After Solovyov arrived in Marseille, he was stopped by a tall, but not powerful sheriff, because he rode into the city. Sheriff, you think that, if you think I was speeding, you should also consider that I was riding a horse, not driving a carriage. The speed of riding a horse must be faster than that of a carriage. A horse only needs to bear the weight of a person, not a carriage, so of course it will be faster. But, sir, even if you are a Russian diplomat, I have to remind you that in Marseille, you must walk slowly when riding a horse on the street. You can't let the horse run too fast. Sheriff Gilbert, you must know that Italian horses are like this. They will have fun as long as they move. If it's one of our Russian Orlov trot horses, bred on Count Orlov's horse farm, it will usually behave very obediently. What he said left Sheriff Gilbert helpless, but the traffic police of this era would not issue tickets. You can leave your horse in the stable, or sell it to a horse dealer, if it isn't tamed, sir. This is a little advice. Thank you, Sheriff, but in my opinion, you look more like a Viking pirate. Maybe I have something to do with those nods to grow this big. But Solovyov was also wiping his sweat. He entered Marseille. Fortunately, there were no taxis here. But it is not ruled out that there is another way, that is, the carriages running in Marseille, which also have horsemen, but do not need drivers. After he arrived at the hotel, he also had to find someone to take care of the horse. Now he needs to relax, and find a restaurant to have a meal, so as to relax. But this is also his first time in Marseille. If you say it, the name of this city is derived from the ancient Greek colony of Massyria. If you take out the root word, it will be more obvious. The city is actually divided into 3 parts now, and there are 3 mayors. In fact, the administrative management of the entire city is a bit chaotic. But business was still prosperous, whether it was maritime trade, or going to Italy along the Côte d'Azur, or going to Catalonia from the coast through Perpignan. It was a very busy trade route. At this time, if he went to a restaurant and asked for a bowl of Marseille fish soup, baguette and coffee, it might be troublesome without a reservation. But he was lucky and found a place in a high-end restaurant. Of course, he didn't notice that there were dangerous people around. At least, he learned from the previous lesson and would not suddenly pull out his gun to shoot people. But a lady noticed him. After all, he was good looking and could easily attract the attention of ladies. As for the Corsican dialect, Solovyov was unlikely to pay attention to it. His seat was close to the window and he didn't notice it. Paulina, the little widow, had a problem. That is, she fell in love with everyone she met, and she was not picky about food. Of course, if she met someone with very special characteristics, she would pay special attention to him. Look, that young man is really beautiful. Solovyov took off his hat. His hair was well groomed. He didn't even need a wig. He could braid his hair with his own hair. If necessary, he could style it on both sides. His hair volume, color, and quality were very enviable, even for girls. Moreover, he neglected to take care of his beard during the journey, and had a little mustache. He would shave it off when he arrived in Paris. In this way, fewer people would say that he was like a girl, except for Count Stroganov's mother-in-law. After all, that lady was nicknamed Queen of Spades and Lady with Mustache. In addition, compared with the average white male, his skin was not the rough type. It looked more delicate. After shaving and dressing up carefully, he would look handsome and more attractive. Then, Paulina set her eyes on him, but because Solovyov ate too fast, he quickly tipped the waiter, paid the bill and left, so she didn't pay any more attention to him. The fact that she eats very quickly is very similar to her second brother. Pauletta, did you find an interesting bird? No, I think it's a little bear from Russia. Pretty boys like this are my type. Seeing her being so infatuated, Julie, as her sister-in-law, could do nothing. Joseph Bonaparte and his wife returned to Marseille to comfort the wounded heart of poor Paulina. She was depressed for a while after losing her husband. Although she still liked to flirt with young officers directly like in the past, because her son was sick and she herself was not feeling well, she moved from Toulon to Marseille and lived there for a month before she recovered. If you find a Russian man, Napoleon might mind very much. As your sister-in-law, I know the tempers of your brothers. Okay, Julie. It's not easy to find such a boy. He looks younger than me. You know, Jerome is a stupid younger brother. He causes trouble for his brother and hides in the United States. Solovyov should be thankful that he escaped the disaster and was not monitored by this female devil in Marseille. Chapter 238 Madame Rakamia's Salon in Lyon. Solovyov was a man who could not sit still. After arriving in Marseille, he also walked on the streets, but he would not stay for too long. In this case, he would not know that he had entered the prayer list of Mrs. Pauline Leclerc. This charming female leopard was very picky about ingredients. He was now in a hurry to return to Paris. There were still many things to do, especially the scripts to be performed in the spring, which always needed to be released in advance in the salon, and ask the critics to make suggestions. He had helped Mrs. Lebrun and her daughter, and he did receive a reward. The lady recently visited the UK and was not in Paris. Mr. Etienne Viguet was still adjusting some of the contents of the Heroes of Gaul according to Solovyov's previous script. He needed to highlight the comedy element and add the fighting settings. Overall, he still needed to make it funny. It was actually a good thing that someone was in charge of the theater's affairs. After all, he would not stay in Paris for too long. 1803 was a critical year. In addition to becoming a lifelong ruler, Napoleon had to continue planning his career. This ambitious conqueror actually wanted to deal with Europe in another way. Although France crushed the two anti-French alliances, their political system was a republic. It was indeed troublesome to deal with these European feudal monarchs in the name of a revolutionary republic. Many people hoped that he could become an emperor, with the title of Emperor of the French people, and establish an empire. For many people, they have never gotten rid of the shackles of the past imperial ideology, and they still long for an emperor in their hearts, just like some places always want an emperor. Napoleon could not be immune to this, and he was also actively planning, and even wanted to make a vote. But he would not become emperor in 1803. The diplomatic situation in France looked very optimistic that year, and it would bring a period of prosperity after peace. However, France and Britain refused to give up an inch of land on the issue of the Netherlands and Malta. Indeed, the French army was strong and could easily occupy the Netherlands, and the British navy was strong, and they also played their advantages in Malta. In fact, if both sides refuse to leave, war will break out sooner or later. Some signs can be seen from the attitudes of diplomats from various countries in London and Paris. At the same time, Napoleon is preparing to sell the vast Louisiana colony in North America, which has only a bunch of forts and a few settlements, at a reasonable price. This is also the reason why Monroe and Livingston arrived in Paris, which can be seen in newspapers in Paris, Lyon and Marseille. Solovyov, he has already arrived in Lyon, and went straight to Madame Rakamia's home here to pay a visit. In fact, it was also due to some agreed factors. Mr. Jacques Rakamia seemed to have smelled something, so he let his wife spend the winter at her parents' home in Lyon. He also took this opportunity to renovate the official residence on Mont Blanc Avenue so that he could entertain more guests, especially in the summer to autumn period, the peak period of social activities. After all, the cultural salon hosted by this lady is still an important vein in Paris against Napoleon's lifelong rule. General Moreau remained unmoved, despite the instigation of his wife and mother-in-law, and some people around him expressed their support for the plan. However, everyone knew that Napoleon had secured his position with his victory in Italy in 1800 and controlled most of the generals of the two major hills, the Army of the Rhine and the Army of Italy. As for the less important Army of the North and the Army of the Pyrenees, that was another matter. It was not appropriate to shake his position, whether it was real public opinion or manipulated public opinion. What's more, some people still carried out sabotage activities in Paris under the instructions of the Royalists and Louis XVIII. This conspiracy has never been interrupted, even in Nantes, where the attack on friendly forces occurred. The Royalists were more likely to help Louis XVIII to the throne according to the order of succession, rather than others, especially the Orleans family, who had lost their heads. The British also hoped that the orthodox line of Louis XVIII and the Count of Artois would return to Paris and even weaken the power of France. The British were very good at conspiracy. They knew the serious contradictions between the Royalists and the Republicans. If Louis XVIII returned to the throne, the rewards for the bankers and capitalists in Paris would not be reduced. The real unlucky ones were the proletarians in Paris and the farmers who were given land in the countryside. In fact, it was the external forces that forced the French to use another version of workers and farmers united to push Napoleon to the throne of emperor together with the masters of Paris. Even if the votes were manipulated, Napoleon received a lot of support in the original results, and people were shouting "Long live the first consul" everywhere. His prestige was all won by fighting. Therefore, Mr. Rakamia was always worried. He also had to observe the situation in Paris, so he sent his wife back to her parents' home to avoid being guillotined together. So far, Mrs. Rakamia's body is still innocent, which has more or less confirmed both rumors, but in Lyon, these rumors seem to be irrelevant at present. Madam, as agreed with you before, I came to Lyon after returning from Italy. You are really homesick. You actually spent the winter in Lyon instead of returning to Paris. Mr. Solovyov, you should know that I can't hold a salon in my official residence in Paris now because it is being renovated. Besides, here, the locals of Lyon are familiar with us, so we can hold a salon as well, even a purely literary salon that does not involve any political issues. Then, Madame Rakamia introduced Solovyov to the guests. This gentleman is from Russia, Baron Solovyov, the military attaché of the embassy in Paris. I have introduced him to you. He is a very talented poet and playwright, and he is also keen on translating Chinese literary works. France has always been full of China fever. Even though Voltaire has been dead for 25 years, he still has some influence. Sir, have you really translated some Chinese literary works? Yes, but in St. Petersburg, there is a Russian version, and the French version needs to be proofread by professional writers. After all, I'm a diplomat and a soldier at the same time, and I may not have so much time to spend on literature. However, this is already very good. I want to know your evaluation of Mr. Voltaire's play. What else can I say? The story background of China Orphan is earlier, and there were not even Mongols at that time. The respectable old man must have adopted the method of adaptation to make it easier for French audiences to understand. In fact, this is a good method, but there may be some differences from the original meaning of the story. Then, sir from Russia, what is a more convenient way to call you? After all, your Russian names are always very long. My name is Mikhail, and in French it should be Michel. You can call me that, but in Russia, Misha is more intimate. You sound like a little bear, young sir. Yes, madam, you should know that the most common thing in Russia is bears, and there is a story about a bear and a girl that has been circulating among us. It just so happens that in the story, there is often a bear with this name. Although his words may be nonsense, they are still true. After all, the French are not very familiar with the group of Russians in the distant ice and snow. And the subsequent discussion is just the same as before, always related to poetry and plays. Fortunately, political views are not popular in the salons in Lyon. It is also in these cities outside Paris that political discussions may be more in clubs. You know, Lucien Bonaparte gave such a speech at the Jacobin Club in Corsica, which forced his family to leave the island and flee to Marseille. As for your literary views, mishap, I think all the gentlemen and ladies present here can accept it. After all, comedy is a form that everyone can accept, and it can also bring joy. Madame Rakamiya actually likes this young man very much, but she is still ready to share this friendship, including Lucien and General Moreau in the past. However, Solovyov still has some means. After all, in addition to scripts, he often writes or translates poems himself. You have to know that the quality of translated works depends on the cultural level of the translator. For example, the story he brought out made Mrs. Rakamiya feel interesting. The translation from Chinese to French is not just the translation of the spelling, but also the meaning in French. When everyone else left, Mrs. Rakamiya was still interested in the script of the Romance of the Western Chamber. After all, France is different from Russia. In Russia, everyone prefers pure men, while in France, people are much friendlier to literary young people. Therefore, the content translated by Solovyov here can still maintain the original meaning. You have to stay a little longer tonight, mishap. I want to hear the subsequent story. This lady is very beautiful, especially in the moonlight, sitting lazily on the sofa barefoot, or sitting on the fence. It must be said that beautiful women look good wherever they sit. And she is different from Louisa, who always looks shy and immature. She is of similar age, but is better at showing off her beauty, and she is indeed very coquettish. However, she communicated with these lovers more spiritually, rather than like some ladies in social circles. Well, even with her close male friends, she only kissed their hands at most, and touched her back when dancing. If she kissed someone, it would be easy to enter the next stage. This lady was sometimes very innocent. When she really wanted to kiss someone, she might blush, and her heart would beat fast. Therefore, few people could reach this stage of kissing. There were many men who liked her. In addition to Lucien and General Moreau, there was also a foreign minister. Yes, Mr. Talleyrand also liked this lady, and he offended one of his female protectors, Madame Stahl, a friend of Madame Rakamiya. However, Mr. Talleyrand said, "Madam, since you are so great, you must be able to swim." When asked who he would save first, if both women fell into the river, Mr. Talleyrand's answer was still a bit humorous. But judging from the lady in the portrait, it is obvious that she has been beautified. David's painting can show the lady's appearance, but it is not a complete restoration. She is still very charming, and the way she wears the empire dress, which is loose when the waist is loosened, actually highlights her beautiful figure. Madam, you are not wearing an ancient Greek style dress tonight. You look very much like the girls in the social scene. Yes, Michelle, you are always very observant. In Russia, people often say that being an adjutant has no future, but the responsibility is great and requires a lot of things, especially observing words and expressions and reconnaissance. Yes, you reckless boy, I can see that you are very calm, much more stable than those who are left behind. You are indeed very beautiful and outstanding in appearance, but it is not so easy to have a closer relationship with you and understand your heart more. I knew this when I was in Paris. Michelle, you are a smart person. I think you can come and kiss my hand now. Then, I want to hear you finish the rest of the story. After that, I will ask the servants to arrange a guest room for you to rest. You have been very tired all the way from Rome. Yes, I just recovered from my injury and rode a horse from Rome to Marseille and then came to Lyon to rest for a day, and then I will go to Paris. Madame Rakamiya also allowed Solovyov to kiss her hands. These hands were very slender, but compared to Louisa's slender fingers, their bones were much stronger. Solovyov always used the young Russian queen as a reference. After all, they had a close relationship. He didn't know how Larissa was doing recently. As for the lady's figure, it was also very beautiful. In the past, when discussing some issues, they always kept a distance. I didn't expect that they could be so close this time. In fact, Solovyov really wanted to express that such a beautiful lady was indeed a wonderful gift to the world. As for the subsequent content, the lady closed her eyes and rested. When listening to the young officer telling stories, her body relaxed a little, so she felt a little sleepy, especially her feet. Usually, she kept the posture of the instep facing the guests, but today she stretched out her curled legs because of fatigue. Madam, I think you must be sleepy. Yes, Michelle, go and rest. The sole of the foot was facing the audience, which seemed impolite. No wonder David's paintings were returned. But this lady is still a typical bourgeois lady, and she is also very interesting. She will return to Paris in a few days. Chapter 239, Returning to Paris, where I'm not loyal to anyone. The reason why Solovyov didn't let Adela and Bilzoni come back together was that he arranged them together with Sylvia and her daughter, so that they could provide some protection on the road, and the wages were reserved. Adela didn't care about the wages. With this man, who was both her master and her brother, she was very happy that she had a full meal every time, and she didn't even have any more thoughts. For a man like Bilzoni, wages cannot be delayed. Of course, he will also do things according to the contract, which is not surprising. And Solovyov himself has returned to Paris now, and the appearance of this place is no different from when he left. Sometimes, when the locals in Paris hear about the Russians, they still have a sense of curiosity about the cannibals, and they have to show surprise and novelty, to show the arrogance of the Parisians. Even if the play has been performed many times, and many artists from Russia have come to Vienna and Paris to perform here, and many Russian nobles have come to Paris, they will not let them put away their arrogance. Of course, Solovyov had no time to care about them. He chose to go straight back to the embassy, submit a report to Count Morkov, and then go back to the apartment at 205 Montmartre Street. When he came back here, he also saw Pierre had just returned. Mikhail, you don't have to use that identity anymore. Everyone knows that you are a diplomat, a soldier and a playwright. That identity is just when you first go to the salon, so as not to appear too ostentatious and bring unnecessary trouble. Pierre, my friend, how have you been these past few months? It's okay, but now the prices in Paris have risen sharply. Obviously, the market looks prosperous, but that's it. There are always people who drive up prices, or you only see the market. Pierre, I think there are still people operating the flow of funds in Paris, but now it is unlikely that you can snap your fingers and get your money from Paris to London. It's even more difficult to get to Moscow. Look at this distance. I can only say that it is a dream. Maybe the dream will come true one day, but don't copy it. It's not good. Do you really think that some unreal dreams can be realized in the end? Pierre, although I'm from Rouen, I'm well informed in the market in Moscow. My family is in this business, helping rich gentlemen manage their property, and helping poor gentlemen run estates to obtain property. And your father, Count Bezukov, Kirill Vladimirovich, who is very respected in Moscow, is the richest man in Moscow. I think there must be a lot of people coveting his property. But Pierre, surprisingly, did not have such an idea. He still hoped to be a free man. I don't have such an idea, Mikhail, you know. I'm an illegitimate child and have no inheritance rights. I only have freedom and an annuity given by my father. Then you should save some money for yourself instead of spending it all. Paris is not a good place, and neither is St. Petersburg. If it weren't for my work and the so-called future, I would also like to go to Rome. I met my former lover and proposed to her, but she rejected me. Although I'm a bit reckless, I met her by chance and thought of this. Why did the girl reject you? Pierre, because of religious beliefs in my future. This kind of thing cannot be told to others. You are a sincere and upright person. You can be regarded as a good friend. If you can keep secrets for others, I will keep secrets for you. Of course, Solovyov's skill of pretending to be confused is still very appropriate. After all, he will still selectively forget things he doesn't want to know. Yes, I can help you keep this secret. Well, I'll tell you the reason. The reason is religion. She doesn't want to convert, and she doesn't want me to change my faith. Besides, you know, there are some requirements for the religious beliefs of the guards. That's about it. It's a pity, Mikhail. It's not easy to find such a girl in Paris who can consider you. Do you know which ladies' salon I often go to? Of course I know, Madame Rakamia's salon. What happened when you went there? Some generals marry wives who look stupid, but are actually very reliable to their husbands, and are also assistants. However, some women are not so suitable as wives. In fact, his words are somewhat targeted, but it doesn't work. After all, Andrei just told Pierre not to go, but Pierre still went, and this kind of thing will definitely happen to him. However, this method of laying the stakes in advance may be useful. If it goes well, it will be more efficient to get it done in one step. After all, they are not the protagonists, and they don't even have anything to do with the main story. Solovyov himself thinks so. As for Paris, Paris, you should go back and rest. Mikhail, you have been rushing all the way here these days, and it is also very hard to get here. Yes, I need to rest well. In the next few days, I will study other things. And Pierre also returned to his apartment. If the day passed like this, it would indeed be safe and sound. But Pierre was also wondering. Solovyov rarely mentioned the problems of his personal life, but today he suddenly said so. What is the meaning of his words? The next morning, Solovyov did not go out, still in the apartment he rented, and did not go out. He did not think more about his future and what he should do in the past, like he does now. For a middle-level officer, it is indeed a luxury to change something. He is not the Tsar. People who have such ideas are either opportunistic, or have some serious brain disease. As for the direction of history, the general direction will not change fundamentally, because of the decision-making level of each country. It is not like turning on the console in the game. He didn't have to worry about the small goal of making money. He just needed to get a few more shares of the property under Baron Sergey's name, plus the village he got as an officer. This was already a lot. Next, he would inevitably be involved in more events, just like the last time he attacked friendly forces. He still had to be prepared. This period of time in Paris might be his last peaceful days before the war. As long as he left Paris, he would be involved in the torrent no matter what. But he didn't expect that someone sent another invitation in the afternoon. Madame Rakamiya would return to Paris in a few days, and she would hold a salon in the salon on Mont Blanc Avenue. And he also heard that Napoleon's sister, Madame Pauline Leclerc, the young widow, would also return to Paris in the near future. He had heard of this lady's name a long time ago, and she was still in mourning for her husband, so nothing should happen, right? Solovyov knew almost nothing about Paulina's style of doing things. She even had some contempt for this basic wedding and funeral etiquette, which was not what he expected. Of course, in the first few months, Paulina was not so unbridled because of her husband's death, but as time went by, no one knew what she would do. When Madame Rakamiya read the script to her in Lyon, that is, when he met many beautiful girls in the court of Petersburg, Solovyov had already developed strong self-control. Otherwise, such a fragrant beauty would easily make him fall. However, the biggest feature of the social scene in Paris is that it is not very loyal. There are always all kinds of gossips and on-site accidents. Madame Rakamiya is an exception. She still prefers to keep some distance, although she is very coquettish and her limbs are as fresh, plump and healthy as painted marble statues. The salons of some other ladies are generally the same. These literary salons often talk a lot and involve politics. As for which type of salon Solovyov likes more, he should still prefer those art salons of painting and sculpture, especially the Painter's Own Exhibition Hall. Although Mrs. Lebrun went to London, she still funded her son-in-law to open a new gallery. This lady made a lot of money in St. Petersburg. She arranged the dowry for her daughter, the money for the nanny for her granddaughter, the high-end apartment in Paris, and the rent of the gallery. What's more, Mr. Gurin himself is very capable. In addition to exhibiting his mother-in-law's paintings, he also opened up 2 spaces, one for displaying his own works, and the other for Julie's parent-child paintings. When Solovyov came to them, he also met Mr. Lebrun for the first time. As a painter and art connoisseur who served the French royal family for generations, it was a miracle that his head was still on his neck. Many people related to the French royal family eventually had their heads separated from their bodies. Even in the most violent stage, the death penalty was almost announced indiscriminately, which completely violated the original spirit of the law. However, the French do not understand the law, and the British are immoral. It should be said that they are two concepts, but there is no difference between knowing the law and breaking it and being immoral. Hello, sir. I think this is the first time we meet. Of course, you are the major from Petersburg, right? You look a lot like my brother-in-law, but you are more handsome than him. He was not like this when he was your age. Maybe it's because it's very cold where we are. Then, you came here. It should be related to art. I once asked madam to help me sell some paintings. I know about this. They have been sold. The value is higher than you expected. If you need to withdraw this money, you will need a check from a large bank in Paris. I will help you to get it. The total price is 60,000 francs. After all, they are all counterfeits. You knew it at the time. Yes, Mrs. Lebrun is still very honest to customers, but it is hard to say for Mr. Lebrun. However, he was also very happy to cash the money and the commission. After all, he helped his only daughter. Is Julie still in her area? Yes, my wife is so cute. I really need to cherish her. Mr. Gallen has grown a beard recently, which makes him look more dignified. Can I go see her? Of course, but she has been in the recliner all the time. When she was in St. Petersburg, she was a playful girl. The baby in her belly has restricted her freedom. But we have been together for a long time and we really love each other. She just has a childish temper and can't change, but it's good this way. Love can last longer. As for Julie's small gallery and her studio, they are all parent-child paintings. Although she is childish, she has inherited some of her mother's talent, which is to capture the interaction between mother and child. Although her painting skills still need to be refined, and she is still far from her mother and husband, the orders in this area are enough for her to support herself. Julie, your paintings are very interesting. All of them show mothers and children. But the costumes have changed a bit. After all, this is Paris. I'm not able to move around very well now, so I won't take you to visit all the places. Just think of it as a chance to chat with you. I'm not too familiar with your husband, and he is entertaining guests with your father. Julie's belly was not as big as it was in St. Petersburg. She also knew the hardship of being a mother, and Mrs. Lebrun's preference for her seemed to be the result of all the attention being placed on Julie after a child died. But I don't know. Of course, Julie now thought that Solovyov was no longer the little officer in the palace, and she couldn't always treat him as a best friend. Forget it, you should have a good rest. I may have to trouble you to do something in the future. In a few days, Prince Borghese's housekeeper and her daughter will come to Paris. I originally wanted to entrust my wife, but she went to London, not Paris. She won't come too early. Julie, did the doctor tell you about the due date? Probably in May. I don't like to use the Republican calendar to calculate. It's really hard to get used to it. Maybe it will be changed back someday. This silly lady was right about this. If Napoleon wanted to become emperor, the calendar would have to be changed back from the French Republican calendar. It would be very troublesome to talk about all these things. When Mr. Gurin went to ask the doctor, the other party also said the old calendar. Those immigrants returning from overseas were especially not used to this. That's good. You can still rest for a while. Wait until the summer. That young lady wants to draw parent-child paintings with her daughter. I believe you. Of course, Julie, the young wife, also likes Franks to some extent. She was also happy to have orders. At least she was not completely dependent on her parents and husband for support, and it also proved her ability. However, she was more or less talented in family paintings, and was average in other aspects. Chapter 240. In the 8th district of Paris, there is a mysterious lady. Madame Rakamia's salon was reopened on Mont Blanc Avenue, and the number of guests who came here was also amazing. However, there were only a few generals who came to support the event this time, and most of them were people from the social circle. There were also diplomats from some countries, and Solovyov happened to sit close to the secretary of the British embassy. Hello, my friend from Russia. If a reckless guy provokes you, don't kill him. The premise is that he doesn't use a knife to kill me. Yes, this way of dying is stupid enough. The two laughed together, and they did think that sometimes we should find some jokes that are not so funny. Charles Stewart, I should have been in Vienna, but the embassy in Paris always needs someone to deal with the French. You know, they are very difficult to deal with. I envy your skills. There are more duelists in Paris than permanent secretaries in London, and you happen to be an embassy secretary. If you don't become a professional diplomat in the future, you may have to go back to be a permanent undersecretary, right? Charles Stewart heard this and realized that this Russian lieutenant colonel was very familiar with the United Kingdom's system and even spoke very well. It's better to be a secretary abroad. In London, it's a hassle to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and be questioned by the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just think about the permanent secretary having to write letters or communicate with so many embassy secretaries in person. This is simply a disaster. And this embassy secretary will serve in embassies in St. Petersburg and Paris many times in the future, and even serve as an ambassador. Of course, he doesn't like to stir up political topics. He is a relatively gentle diplomat. As for the hostess of the salon, Madame Rukania, she was still sitting on her sofa as always. This is a very classic posture. But today's topics are only about fancy words, which is meaningless. You will get hypnotized if you listen to them too much. But we don't have to go up and talk. You have to know that a group of permanent secretaries from various departments. Stewart already had a picture in his mind. You have to know that many of these diplomats came from Oxford and Cambridge, and the art of speaking of these one of us is indeed like this. In Solovyov's mind, it was a group of Tang monks chanting sutras, and in Stewart's mind, it was probably these people's long and difficult sentences. The two of them thought of the same thing, and they couldn't help but feel a headache. Michael, you should go to London and be an assistant to Count Vorontsov. You know us British too well. You must have a way to deal with the secretaries of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't want to. It's better to stay in Paris. Fortunately, the next part was the banquet. This time, the salon on Mont Blanc Avenue reopened and indeed invited a famous chef. Many of the dishes were special dishes that appeared in the annual book of gourmet. But Solovyov still preferred borscht, but French cuisine often didn't make such affordable dishes. Moreover, French chefs often treat bad ingredients as good ingredients by modifying them instead of adding salt. This method is indeed a bit scary. However, the pomp in the French salon is actually smaller than the banquet at Prince Alexander Kurakin's house. The pomp and luxury of the prince's banquet hall in his own house are two choices in Paris. When Russians come to Paris to consume in large numbers in the future, I'm afraid that this kind of pomp will also be brought over. Excuse me, I have to go to the Paris Opera tonight. You are good at drama adaptation and creation. Do you like opera too? Art knows no borders or forms of expression. Don't think that we Russians are all rough people. You will know when you go to St. Petersburg. It is just another paradise in the ice and snow. By the way, it also exudes the dead and rotten smell of the upper class. Solovyov knew that he couldn't say this. In the area between the 8th and 2nd districts of Paris, the Paris Opera was also performing the latest opera. He had a ticket, but he went there alone. Even if Adela was brought back, she could only appear as a servant. And as for Sylvia, although he knew that Prince Borghese was a fool, Solovyov did not intend to provoke him. After all, this man would become Napoleon's brother-in-law in the future, and a Russian diplomat did not need to find such trouble. However, he overlooked an important person in this logical chain, that is, Paulina. Even if she could not appear in social occasions, Paulina began to appear in the theater as soon as she returned to Paris, and also lived in the mansion that her brother had just bought for her in the 8th district. While raising her children, she also had to look for a suitable man. Although Leclerc died, she was really sad. After all, it was not easy to find such a tolerant husband, but she was like this, always looking for food. Today, she was also at the Paris Opera House and in the box. Here, you can not only see the performances on the stage, but also the actions of the people in the audience, which can be seen very clearly. Today, she only brought her female companion out, and she was leaning on the sofa in the box, watching everything in the theater. with the level of education she received, and the fact that she was displaced when she was a child because of her third brother Lushin's nonsense, compared with others, her greater advantage is her beauty. There are many people who are greedy for her body. She is also a carnivore, and has always been eyeing the prey in the field. But she is also afraid of her second brother Napoleon. Although the first consul is very indulgent to his sister, Leclerc has just died, and is still in mourning. In this regard, Napoleon proposed that after Paulina has gone through a year of mourning, he will find an outstanding young man for her as her husband. If she has someone she likes, as long as the status is acceptable, it is not impossible to consider. In fact, Napoleon intended to let Paulina marry a young man with a certain status in Italy for political considerations. This is a way to win over the upper class of Italy. People from the island of Corsica know Italians too well. From the names of their family, it can be seen that, even though Paulina was born French, she was called Pauletta before she was 13 years old. If Solovyov knew, he might have to link it to the striker of Portugal's golden generation, who isn't a football fan. It's just that none of these teams have one now. Paulina was indeed sitting there, waiting for the prey to appear. There was really no suitable candidate among the people present, not to mention the relatives of her dead husband. Thinking about the fact that Davout was already bald before he was 30, and it was even more obvious now, she had no interest. Paulina's principle of choosing men was still very picky, which was also her usual practice. From head to toe, there were criteria for judging. However, she was often hungry and did not choose food. It was probably the instinct of a hunter, which was a bit scary. Although she would let go of some prey that rejected her on weekdays, she would not give up easily for some special ones, and even tracked and captured them. Solovyov felt the pressure when he sat in his seat. Although this was definitely not related to death, it was like a hunter catching prey, and his instinct was to defend. However, this kind of danger might be different from what he had encountered before, so he didn't care much. After all, from the Paris Opera, one can walk directly to the Avenue d'Italie and the Avenue Montmartre, and soon return to his apartment on the Avenue Montmartre. If there are special circumstances, he can go directly to the embassy. After all, he also has a room there. What Paulina saw in the box was the back of his head. After all, after taking off his hat, there were not many young men with braids and handsome faces who impressed her so deeply. Interesting prey, Madeleine. You have to keep a close eye on him. Madam, that man is a Russian officer. I heard that he is a good duelist. He must be a dangerous playboy. The little maid was obviously very careful, and she was also concerned about Paulina's safety. No, he looks harmless and won't hurt anyone easily. Madeleine, you are always so careful. I think there is no one more careful than you in Paris. This kind of person is a beast that won't show its fangs and claws before encountering its prey. It won't hurt girls, even if you follow behind him. As for today's opera, it is still the same. In fact, Solovyov came to the theater today because he didn't want to stay in Madame Rakamia's salon for too long, which would easily arouse suspicion. After all, foul chase minions are all over Paris, and they will also collect information about British and Russian diplomats in the city. He also needs to do his best to disguise himself as a harmless person, so he has to continue attending events and his personal life. It's the lover problem, which is actually easy to solve. Sylvia is coming to Paris with her daughter. Although they can't get married, they are very happy when they are together. Besides, the door of Prince Borghese's house was probably only cleaned by the lion. Sylvia's problem was a small matter. She was trusted by the prince. After all, she was pregnant before marriage and had a child, which made people feel more at ease. Although he knew that Paulina was staring at him from behind, it was only for a moment, and he even mistakenly thought that someone was watching him secretly. Therefore, after the show, he took a carriage to leave, which was faster. Sir, where are you going? I'm going to 205 Montmartre Street. But at this moment, because Madeleine was the one who followed, Solovyov could not feel any danger. Maybe sometimes intuition can be wrong. He thought so, and after arriving at Montmartre Street, he also looked around and saw that no one was following him. Madeleine also took a carriage and followed behind. She even saw Solovyov enter the apartment 205. Montmartre Street is where the victim of a famous injustice case in Paris often lived. That's easy. I can do what the lady asked me to do. She got off the car at a nearby corner after walking for a while, then walked back and handed the letter written by Paulina to the landlord. Miss, who do you want to give this letter to? A gentleman living here, Mikhail Solovyov, is a Russian diplomat. I'm here to see you. Miss, who sent you? The landlord also knew that, although Solovyov had begun to appear in the social scene of Paris with his real identity, there were many guests coming here, but it was rare for a girl to deliver letters. Although Solovyov was keen on letting his hired maid Adela and the maid Jean here deliver letters, he would not let them deliver such envelopes. They were all invitations and letters that needed to be communicated, asking them to do specific things, and no one would come. If he had registered under a pseudonym, Madeleine's letter might not have been delivered. However, he felt that, since he was famous in Paris for his duels and plays, it was pointless to use a pseudonym. This identity could sometimes be used when he was going to places outside Paris, but that full cadoudal exposed him once in Nantes. Sir, do you have any questions? Do you have any impression of this mansion in the 8th arrondissement? It's in Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Before the revolution, many dignitaries lived there. I still have some impression of number 39. It was the property of the Duke of Charloster. It should have been nationalized now. Nationalized? Yes. After the Duke died, there was no one to inherit the property, so it was naturally nationalized. You know, the French were much more diligent in sending nobles to the guillotine than the Russians were in shooting them. Some patriots and philanthropists among the Russian nobles could leave with their important property. The last Count Stroganov family who left had a decent ceremony. Even more than 20 years later, many Russian nobles moved back. There was even one who joined the party in the UK. You read that right. This is the princess of the Dolgorukov family, and she has the blood of the empress. As for the signature of the letter, it was also written very clearly, inviting him to the Charloster mansion for a chat on a certain day. The letter from this lady seemed to have many grammatical errors, so she should not be a native French speaker. At the same time, there was another problem, that is, she did not reveal her identity, which made people feel strange. In Paris, there are many things that still need to be paid attention to. However, the other party's words still revealed the meaning of request. In other words, this lady was not hostile. He thought of the ladies in Paris. Even a beautiful woman like Madame Recamier who wore clothes that showed off her figure was actually very reserved and innocent so far, but he let down his guard a little. After all, no one could guess what Pauline Bonaparte wanted to do. Chapter 241. Paulina's goal is to renovate the official residence. Madeleine soon returned to Paulina's mansion, where she had to help her lady take a bath. Paulina was somewhat mysteriously confident about her pretty face and figure, although her legs were considered to have some flaws when she was examined, or when sculptors and painters completed art orders for her. Madam, although you cut your hair short, you are still very beautiful. Yes, it's a pity that Charles will never see me again. Even if I go to that world, I'm afraid I will never see him again. She knew what she usually did, especially the number of lovers. Taking a bath frequently was also to facilitate the inspection of her body, at least to avoid any problems in appearance. However, her body did begin to show signs of deteriorating health. Madam, don't think so. You have to take good care of the young master. Also, the general will definitely hope that you will live a happy life in another world, but Madeleine was actually very clear about the mistress's problems, but she only said this after Paulina tested the water temperature with her toes. She first retracted it and was not in a hurry to take off her bathrobe and immerse her body in the bathtub. Just don't do it like in the past. This statement may be more difficult for you, Madeleine. I can promise you that at least the other party must be a good man. Although, this is not much different from not changing it. Then she untied her bathrobe and immersed herself in the bathtub, even putting her whole head in it. Ah, it's still so comfortable. Madeleine, don't forget to add water for me later, and bring me soap and bath salts. I have to wash it well. She looked very caring for her body, but what she did, Madeleine went to get what she wanted, and then saw Paulina put her two wet feet on the edge of the bathtub. These legs were indeed beautiful, but there were still some flaws. Although it was a painter who first mentioned it when drawing her portrait, she herself didn't feel anything, and she was still proud of her beautiful legs. In addition, her earlobes looked a little thin, but overall she was still a very cute young girl. Speaking of which, she didn't receive much education, since she was a child, and her family was relatively poor in the aristocratic class, so this level was destined to have a limited vision. But she was very adaptable to life in Paris. Recently, she had the idea of rekindling with Lafont, but more importantly, taking a bath and restoring her health were what she paid more attention to. Sister-in-law Julie accompanied her back to Paris, and brother Joseph also took good care of his younger sister. After buying this mansion, it was no wonder that when Solovyov asked the landlord, he did not know that the ownership of the Charlotte Palace had changed hands. Paulina was very anxious to move in, because her elder brother and sister-in-law usually took too much care of them. Even when they were taking a bath, sister-in-law Julie often took care of them. It was more comfortable to live in a new home. As for the original owner of this official residence, it was the de Bethune family. If you look at the spelling, it is easy for people who are based on English pronunciation to read it as Bethune. Although this doctor has nothing to do with France and is now making a fortune in Canada, he is unexpectedly a Scottish descendant, but this surname may have had some relationship in the past, which needs to be verified. As for sleeping, Paulina would sometimes be more unrestrained, taking off all her clothes, wrapping herself in the quilt, and then closing the tent. Sleeping in this environment would make her feel very comfortable, and she would also want to be very exciting when looking for excitement. This was generally the case, but when her son Demid asked for a hug from his mother, she had to put on her nightgown, and she couldn't be so undignified in front of her son. Of course, she only wore a nightgown to hold her son, and if her son accidentally untied her nightgown, Paulina would only sleep now. She actually asked about Solovyov's situation, and he might even be younger than her. This big boy who felt like a younger brother was a very suitable target for her. She was also afraid that the other party would not come, and in order to avoid her name being too intimidating, she had to take a name to cover up her identity, and even changed her name. Madeline, what name do you think would be more appropriate for me? Madam, please don't use those aliases you used before this time. How about I borrow your name? It's Milner, but don't worry, I'll just use your first name, not your last name. So Paulina thought about what she should call her when she met the young man who would come to her mansion tomorrow. Solovyov didn't know. After all, he didn't know much about Paulina. If he talked about people he was familiar with, it was Napoleon's unreliable brothers and his ambitious younger sister Karolina. But Paulina, who was the most dangerous to him, had no impression of her face. After all, sometimes portraits would be distorted, but the Venus statue made by Canova, which was taken off her clothes, might have a high degree of restoration, including the big toe of her right foot. But Solovyov almost forgot all these contents. Maybe apart from her chaotic private life, what else we know is that she is still a good sister. During her brother's 2 exiles, she went to Elba Island once and wanted to go to St. Helena. As for her personal life, few people know the details because of the text isolation. This is the first time that Solovyov visited an official residence without knowing who the other party is. A lady, there is no risk factor, probably like this. At most it is a small trick like Sylvia. When he arrived at the door of the official residence, a maid had been waiting there for a long time. You are really on time. I'm Madeline, the maid of Mrs. Clavel. The lady has been waiting for a long time. Charlotte officer, this place is still quite exquisite, and this street is not the embassy street now. There are not so many embassies renting or buying houses here. And this is also the concentrated area of mansions of Paris bankers and nobles. Many nobles have left the country, or have been acquired like here. Madeline, the decoration here is still somewhat in the style of the past Bourbon period. Yes, before the lady bought this place, it had always been owned by the original Duke and Duchess. Need to correct, I heard that this place has been nationalized. You know a lot about Paris, although you have been here for less than a year. But this is my first time in the 8th district. The houses here are so beautiful and luxurious, just like the Moika embankment, where my father bought a house and a whole family lives. Moika embankment? Yes, in St. Petersburg. I'm a Russian. It is more comfortable to speak with your real identity. Sir, you should be considered a noble in St. Petersburg, right? Although I say so, the title of my family is not high. Following Madeleine's guidance, Solovyov also came to Paulina's bedroom. The dress she was wearing was the last version of the Empire dress. In order to show her figure, it had a low-cut design, which highlighted her fuller breasts than other ladies of the same age. The thin silk dress was still cool, but there was also a short skirt and underwear lined inside to prevent being seen too clearly. It must be said that the Mrs. Madeleine Clavel in front of him was indeed very beautiful, but Madeleine and Mrs. Clavel always gave Solovyov a feeling that was not real. This young lady should be about the same age as himself. There was mischief and unruliness in her eyes, and there was also lust that was visible to the naked eye. Solovyov's greatest asset was his handsome appearance. He was about to turn 22, but he still looked like a pretty boy. Many young girls and young ladies liked this. In particular, his talent was also outstanding. Madam, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard your story. This mansion was just bought. What I want to know is how much you know about Chinese style architecture. Could it be that someone told Madam about my description of Chinese architecture? From Madame Rakamia's salon and the articles written under the name of von Sterlitz, I know that you know a lot about the distant east. I have a castle and a property left to my son by my late husband. I hope to turn it into my poor little paradise. But a Chinese themed paradise doesn't seem suitable to me. Although Chinese culture has always been popular in France, it's not suitable for children. If you. Paulina couldn't hold too much knowledge in her head. She started yawning, just as Solovyov started to sing, and her feet were not honest. These French ladies really like to show their feet and 10 plump toes painted with nail polish to guests, especially when they lie sideways on the chaise longue or sofa. Paulina's feet look very attractive when they move, especially the way they look. They are well groomed. However, she may have walked, or unfrequently, when she was a child, and some calluses can be seen on the edges. Solovyov thought that, before she became a widow, she might have been a low-class noble, a dancer, or a girl of low status in the urban bourgeoisie. Otherwise her feet would not be worn so badly. However, she is still willing to show her bare feet, which may be because she is more confident about her beautiful legs. Although there are some flaws, she wants to be better than others. It is really beautiful and bold. Why did you stop? Madam, you are yawning. I think at this time, you may not be able to hear what I'm saying clearly, because of the interaction between the organs in your head, so you stopped. Also, you seem to be looking at my legs. Paulina also made a playful eye movement, which is really cute and attractive. Solovyov thought to himself that this young widow was really good at seducing people. Most people could not resist her charm. He himself was also trained by the little goblin in St. Petersburg, otherwise he would have fallen for her. Madam, because you are very beautiful. But I still want to say that to build such a garden for your son, you need some happy fairy tales, which need to be carefully selected, and you also need to prepare appropriate reading materials for the child. What you said makes sense, but I have read few books, so I still need your help. In addition, I would like to invite you here to propose me a construction plan. Madam, but what I'm better at is translation and writing scripts. Apart from that, I used to be an officer in the Russian Guards, and I still retain my position in the Guards. As a soldier, you can certainly do it. My brother is also a soldier. Madam, I'm an infantryman. What branch of the army is your brother? Artilleryman. Artillery easily reminds people of Napoleon, and the surname used by Paulina happens to be Clavier, which is the surname of the actor who played the most classic version of Napoleon in the 21st century, that is, father-in-law. Could it be the first consul? He is an excellent artilleryman, and his name is known to many people from Ireland to India. You can make a guess, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the first consul. Paulina was also surprised. After all, the other party had unconsciously guessed the location and almost exposed her little disguise. However, such a smart and cute little brother, who looked very honest, she wanted to trap him in her official residence. At least he was an interesting little lover with rich knowledge. Although he was far from her dearest brother, it was not impossible to consider him. Well, this is a presumptuous guess, madam. but Solovyov still felt from Paulina's strange accent that she might be from Italy or southern France. In addition, I want to invite you to have lunch here, and we can continue to discuss some issues. Well, madam, if you like, we can still talk about a lot at the table. What Solovyov noticed was that she walked barefoot on the carpet without even wearing shoes. Madam, this doesn't seem good for your health, even though you're walking on a carpet. If you were on the floor, your feet would feel very cold. Well, sir, you're very considerate. She asked Madeline to get a pair of slippers, but they were also Greek style. The way this lady walked was flirtatious, but it was really beautiful, but different from Madame Rukemia. I think you would like the local food in Paris, sir. Just don't eat snails. As for snails, he thought it was an unhygienic food, and Paulina did cross snails off the menu. Chapter 242. The Saints' battle flag is probably not this color. Ma'am, thank you for crossing out the snails. In fact, I heard that it's okay to use snails in Europe, but if you replace them with African snails, they will be very toxic. But I have never been to Africa, so I can't verify this. The giant African snail is indeed a terrible carrier, and is very lethal to edible snails. But Solovyov's words were somewhat mysterious, and it seemed that he was opening a topic about food. I don't like snails very much either. They look slimy, but many people still like them. It's unavoidable. There are many delicious foods in the world, but there are also countries like the UK. Their dishes are really not that good. Michelle, the French dishes that have been introduced to the UK are all very good. It costs a lot of money to hire a French chef in the UK. Madam, where is the chef you hired at home? It's an Italian chef from Nice. You don't sound surprised. Madam, your black hair shows that you are most likely from the south of France. It's normal to hire an Italian chef. Where is the chef you hired at home? I mean, in your home in St. Petersburg. My stepmother is French, but we hired a cook from St. Petersburg. Besides, she never let me learn to cook. She said that the aide-de-camp to the Tsar was a respectable aristocrat, not a chef. Then what are you going to do? Those of us who are officers know a little bit. We can make delicious grilled meat and fish, and use a whole sea bass with the bones removed to make soup. I can do all of this, but I don't like making cream soup, because she won't let me. But when we are away from home, especially on marches and battles, we have to know something. If you say so. My brother Leon likes to eat chicken very much, but he always asks the cook to cook it. It sounds strange. France is a new country that has been reborn after the Great Revolution, but the officers prefer to hire chefs. And our Russia seems to be a backward country. It's just that it has been reforming since Peter the Great, and there are still many old systems, but our officers sometimes look very independent. It's just that my brother is in the artillery, and you know that artillery is always different from infantry and cavalry. Solovyov had not yet associated the young widow with her brother. It was indeed because the information he had was limited. It's just that her strange accent was even stranger than what he heard when he met the first consul. In Russia, you can bring good wine and snacks in the artillery carriage. It looks the same, but I have never marched with my brother. He dotes on me and doesn't let me go to the army to see him. Do you love your brother very much? I love him very much. If we were not siblings, I would be more interested in becoming his bride. My goodness, to what extent is this brother complex? Solovyov was also waiting for the food to be served. Paulina asked the chef to prepare large portions for him, which also took into account the officer's good appetite. This foie gras pate should be real goose liver, not made from duck. When I was in Nancy, I heard from an innkeeper that their small restaurant there always serves duck liver, but the taste is not bad. Of course, the foie gras pate is very fresh, and my family uses fresh ingredients. Because my little angel has a poor appetite and he often gets sick after returning from overseas. My mother was worried that I couldn't take good care of the child, so she took him in. Isn't it great to let grandma take care of the child? Although Paulina was very caring about the child, she was more focused on preparing beautiful clothes and high-end ingredients for the child. When it came to really taking care of the child, her level was obviously not enough. Yes, but I miss him sometimes. It's good to know that he is safe. It's sometimes better for a child to be raised by his grandmother than to be raised at home. Madam, I'm not saying that the old lady must have given birth to many children. I know that the French generation had many children, and they were very experienced as mothers. It's not like many French families nowadays, which only have 1 or 2 children. Then don't you plan to get married soon? No, madam, I won't get married. It's not the right time yet. Moreover, he was rejected when he proposed to Sylvia, although the two still maintained a very close relationship. Ah, then someone must have introduced you to a young, beautiful, and lovely wife when you returned to Petersburg. Madam, you are such a lady. After hearing this, Paulina laughed so hard that her body shook. Ahahaha, thank you for your evaluation, sir. It's just that I'm older than you. If we get to know each other better, you'll have to call me Sister Madeline. After saying this, Paulina also thought that she was no longer as cute as she was when she got married at the age of 17 or 18. Her breasts and hips were bigger. There was no fat on her belly, but there was some fat on her body, which made her look plumper. She still liked her youthful look more, and it was not bad now. Besides, her son liked such a soft and fragrant mother, so she kept restraint. After her body recovered, she didn't sleep with her lover for a while. After all, in her eyes, the child seemed to be more important now, and it was also her only weakness. As for others wanting to catch her handle, it might be difficult. Compared with her money-loving elder sister and ambitious younger sister, her handle was just a chaotic private life. Besides, it was all public. Knowing that Paulina was the public carriage in Paris and had ruined her reputation, it was not a handle. Of course, this also had a great impact on her health. Her husband died, and she got seriously ill, so she couldn't live a dissolute life. Instead, she recovered a little. Being young did have some benefits. She was so careless that she wanted to recognize a younger brother. It was indeed a bit outrageous. Of course, compared with her stupid brother, Solovyov was still very capable, except for the ability to seduce girls. You know, the best seduce girls in Europe are still Italians. Yes, madam. Is this meal delicious? Very good, madam. No wonder people always say that in Paris, the chefs hired at home are better. But you rarely drink. This has a lot to do with my mentor. He always just has a glass of sweet wine. You can try the champagne here. But not all Russians like to drink a lot of wine, especially since he is not only restrained, but also has a low alcohol tolerance. Okay, we can turn to other topics, such as Parisian fashion. But Paulina has a problem, that is, her knowledge level is too shallow. But when talking about these fashions in Paris, there is still something to talk about. But, madam, if you mention wigs, sometimes they are not as good as real hair. Although you have short hair now because of mourning, you look very charming like this. Really? Yes, madam. Then Paulina took the mirror and began to look at herself. It is indeed as you said, sir. But in the future, you have to grow your hair. After all, wigs are not real hair. Sometimes, some young girls need to cut their hair. This does not give people a good feeling. I think you are right. Do you want to tell me a story? No matter whether it is Russian or French, Parisian or Corsic, these young wives like to be told stories. At this time, Solovyov told the story of the gift of the Magi, which made Paulina cry. This couple is really touching. My poor husband, he is so tolerant to me. This is still true love. Paulina thought of her dead husband. That's it. If someone can treat my poor son Demid well, I'm willing to marry him. Yes, madam, you will always have a new marriage, a more glorious one. I hope so. Solovyov still noticed that this lady still has some male chauvinism in her. Although she is easily moved by emotions and is not bad in nature, it is difficult to change her old habits. That is, she always wants to eat herself alive, which is really a bit scary. After all, she is also a carnivorous black-haired beauty. However, this day is almost over. Paulina wants to see her guests off, and Solovyov also notes that this time the place is a little far away, but in Paris, this is still within the tolerable range. After all, at this time, the urban area of Paris is so big. The 2nd district, the 8th district and the 9th district form a triangle, and these places are adjacent. It is not too far to walk home. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. If you need anything, I'm always at your service. Although there are some polite words in it, Solovyov will indeed come here. He just relied on his intuition to guess that the young widow who could own a property on this street must be of extraordinary status. But he couldn't guess that it was Napoleon's sister. After all, there were many now rich in Paris. At this time, social connections were more needed. Solovyov still hoped to find out about his stepmother's family, but he was not such a reckless person, and as a result, there was no reliable news until now. Back to the apartment at 205 Montmartre Street, he also had to have a good rest. Pierre went out to participate in activities these days, and was not in the apartment. Sylvia's letter stated that they had entered France under the escort of Bilzoni, and were rushing to Paris. Adela would also be back by then, but now he had no maid or follower. However, the story he told to Paulina could be taken out and submitted after polishing. He also mentioned this to Mr. Vergy, and he had some other ideas. It would take some time after all, so there was no rush at the moment. But Paulina was still very concerned about prey like Solovyov. Madeline, don't you think that Russian gentleman is very interesting? He is young, handsome, and knowledgeable. Madam, if you like him, you have to stay for a while. You are my master, and I support you in everything you do. But you are just returning to social occasions now, and you lost the general not long ago. Okay, I know. Paulina undressed again, and asked Madeline to close the curtains, so that her skin and the bedding would be in direct contact, which made her feel very comfortable. Oh, this Michel, I must get him. She still had the old habit of being a fangirl, falling in love with everyone she saw, but because of her poor health, she was not so reckless recently, and she lived in the official residence of the Charlotte Palace to recuperate. As for her son, he has been well taken care of by his grandmother recently. This reckless and somewhat irresponsible young mother loves her son, but she should also be forgiven for her recklessness in leaving the child to his mother. Letitia came to take care of her grandson, which actually helped the child recover a lot. Demid is not the oldest among the grandchildren. Surprisingly, Lucien's eldest daughter Ferestine Charlotte is the oldest child. Letitia favors Lucien the most, but he has caused a lot of trouble. Sometimes when the brothers quarrel, it is not appropriate for the eldest brother Joseph to mediate. But among boys, Demid is the oldest one. In Europe, if there is a boy, it is actually the same. Especially the nobles on the European continent generally follow the Salic inheritance law, which is very advantageous as an heir. Of course, Demid is a grandson and Napoleon's nephew, and his order is still very low. But Napoleon thought that, if there was a grown-up boy, he could go to war with him in a certain war, which would be great. He said so when he went on an expedition to Russia in the future. But during the time when Josephine might still have children, he was always busy with his career and was not always in Paris, so he stipulated that the son of Louis and Hortense was his heir. Before he became emperor, many things had actually been arranged. As for Paulina's son, when Napoleon saw him, he thought of the unfortunate Leclerc. Mother, this child is well raised by you. Napoleon, poor Pauletta and Demid, they still need your care. You should also consider me as a mother, and arrange the family well. Yes, mother. Joseph was the one who arranged it at first, but now, there is a marriage, a suitable job to be arranged, and there is one more heir. We have to raise children. Our family will also be prosperous in the future. We have 8 brothers and sisters, and we will have these children in the future. We have to raise them all. Poor Demid, she is well raised by you. But Paulina, she lost her husband. How are you going to arrange her? If this continues, she may. Letitia may be more partial to Lucien among her sons, but it is difficult for her to maintain consistency in her arrangements for a long time among her daughters. Recently, it is Paulina who has become a widow. My most beloved sister always creates some little troubles for me. So, the man I found for her, mother, is obviously not suitable. However, Prince Camillo Borghese has been in Paris recently. This young man is very rich, with more than 2 million francs in assets, and he is also interested in Paulina. Then let's follow your arrangement, Napoleon. The Prince of Rome is a very handsome young man. I hope Paulina will be satisfied with him. Chapter 243, Palace fighting drama finally appears in Petersburg. It was spring, and Petersburg was busy preparing for the official coronation of the Tsar and his wife in Moscow. Last time, because Larissa's belly was too big, she could not move beyond the city limits of Petersburg. During the coronation, she could only move around inside the Winter Palace, and even often had to be carried out. This time it was a formal coronation ceremony, and Larissa's physical condition had just recovered, just in time for her to prepare to go to Moscow. Alexander had not come to the Tsarist Palace to comfort her for some time. Due to her miscarriage some time ago, the doctor also asked Larissa to rest more. During this period, she also stayed more in the Tsarist Palace, and was unaware of the changes outside. For example, the attitude of the Queen Mother herself was a roller coaster. Recently, Queen Mother Maria's attention was on the marriage of her third daughter Maria to Saxe-Weimar. The two sides had already reached a preliminary agreement, but the follow-up matters still needed the Russian ambassador to Saxony to continue to discuss in detail, including the previous faith issues. When a Russian Grand Duchess marries into an unorthodox country, she will be required to retain her original faith, and the son-in-law must come to Petersburg to propose marriage, and the engagement and wedding ceremonies must be completed in the Church of the Winter Palace. There is also a blind date process in between. Of course, some people are curious, because Russia has always been much stronger than the country of the in-laws when it comes to marriage. Even when considering finding Archduke Joseph as a son-in-law, Russia's size and military strength far exceeded the court of Vienna. Maria already knew about this. The prince of the Duke of Saxe-Weimar was a very cowardly person, which was suitable for her. At least she would not be bullied. The two sisters lived a good life after marriage. Although Württemberg had actually become a follower of France, Alexandra's life there had always been relatively comfortable and undisturbed. And Alina, the Mecklenburg family, almost worshipped her from top to bottom. It is true that Russian Grand Duchesses would not be wronged when they married into the German princes and other countries. Then, the partial mother, Queen Mother Maria, was ready to arrange for her beloved daughter, Catherine. But this girl said that she was not ready to marry far away. Although she was young, she was very opinionated, but she accidentally let it slip in front of the Queen Mother. I asked the Emperor's sister-in-law, and she also felt that. But when it came to Larissa, Queen Mother Maria's face turned ugly. Don't go to her. This water demon who is born to seduce people. Speaking of it, the beginning of the feud started from Larissa's speech to the soldiers in the Air Square, which made the Queen Mother very embarrassed and ruined her last chance to become the queen. However, judging from Alexander's performance, although her son was a little bit weak, he still had a lot of ideas. There were a group of capable people around him to help him rectify the government, and he was transforming the government agencies and local governments in St. Petersburg. If Queen Mother Maria became the queen, I dare not think about the picture. Maybe she would turn the Winter Palace into a factory? Of course, her courage is indeed not that of a female version of Louis XVI, but she has always been resentful about this matter. Although Larissa rarely appeared in the court, her semi-secluded style gave her husband Alexander a lot of freedom, and there are still few people who gossip in the court. When Larissa and Maria Narishkina were both healthy, Alexander basically paid half of the public grain. The queen and the mistress from Poland did not bother each other, and Larissa even liked the woman's children. Maria Narishkina did not mean to provoke the queen. After all, the other party was too cute, and bullying her was a bit too much. However, the Queen Mother did not like this situation, but she had no reason to destroy the marriage. Although Alexander's feelings for Larissa changed from the passionate love of boys and girls to the coldness of the present, he still respected her, but the queen herself did not violate any court etiquette. Moreover, such a jealous queen took the initiative to give up a large amount of royal expenses. Even if her presence was transparent, there were still many people in St. Petersburg who sympathized with her. She had been pregnant 4 times, and although she had a miscarriage the last time, the doctor also said that the queen was very young and still had strong fertility, so there was nothing they could do to her in this regard. Moreover, the lady-in-waiting Scherer and the maids around the Queen Mother all thought that the queen was quite virtuous and there was no way to blame her for any fault. However, the Queen Mother herself was unwilling to give up. This kind of war between women was bound to lead to accidents. What she thought of was a very low-level method, which was to meet the Narishkin family secretly, but to call Maria Narishkina alone. Although she hadn't noticed it before, Queen Mother Maria still saw it. This Polish girl was easy to give birth to, not to mention her plump figure, but her chest was full of maternal radiance. How many children have you given birth to, Your Highness? I already have 2 daughters. I think so. You are still young, and in the best health. My son Alexander has been visiting you often recently. Is that true? This kind of question was asked knowingly. Maria Narishkina knew that the Queen Mother was never very satisfied with the Queen. She needed to be especially careful when answering questions at this time. Your Majesty does come to my house often, but you also know that the Narishkin family is the uncle's family of Peter the Great. The 2 families are relatives. There is nothing wrong with visiting each other more often. I heard people in the palace say that women with big breasts don't have much brains. The Queen Mother couldn't help but stretch out her hand and touch the plump figure of this Polish girl. The touch was really good. Besides, it was heard that she didn't necessarily need a wet nurse and preferred to breastfeed her children herself. Your Highness the Queen Mother. You are still a little smart. Do you think I don't know, you fat goblin, that you have been seducing the Emperor? This is a bit unfair. Maria Narishkina was sent to Alexander's arms by her husband. That's not the case. So what? You are a Polish woman. I do intend to help you. You have to choose the right time. Otherwise, your sister is still the lover of my son Constantine, and your brother often gets into trouble in Petersburg. I know all these things. This has become a threat. Maria Narishkina knows that, although the Queen Mother is only in the imperial village and rarely goes to the city, she has a strong influence on the women in the palace. Even, it can influence some officials in the court of Petersburg, such as the Prime Minister of the Empire, Count Rumyantsev. The Count is the second son of the Marshal. He has often communicated with the current Queen Mother since the time of the Empress. Although there is no evidence, this relationship is obviously not ordinary. Every Russian courtier, if he gets the favor of a powerful woman in the palace, will start the Potemkin mode. This makes it difficult for the Polish girl. She knows the complexity of politics. Even if the Tsar's friend, the current foreign minister Czartoryski, asks her to blow Alexander's pillow wind, she is unwilling to get involved. After all, her father was hanged by his fellow countrymen in Warsaw because of his pro-Russian stance. This terrible thing makes her unwilling to get involved in politics. But now, she is involved in palace fighting. Logically speaking, in the court of the Russian Tsar, no matter how much the Tsar himself plays, he must distinguish the relationship between the queen and the mistress. Even the Empress herself, when she dealt with her husband Peter III, she intended to let this stupid German husband and his mistress go to a castle under house arrest to make a baby, rather than taking his life. As for Queen Mother Maria, she herself has some double standards. Before she gave birth to Mikhail, Paul would not have physical relations with those mistresses. If it weren't for the fact that she might die if she gave birth in the future, Paul's relationship with his mistresses would have always been just a chat. Even those healthy and lively girls in their prime, Paul never touched their bodies and arranged for them to marry according to their wishes. The ones he really slept with were the 2 laundry women, who did not pose a threat to Queen Maria at the time, and even before the birth of the child, they had already been arranged to go somewhere. Now what she had to do was to stir up the relationship between her daughter-in-law and her son's mistress. Although the 2 of them had a big difference in figure and personality, they were essentially the same kind of people. Neither of them liked pomp and circumstance, and they didn't like a luxurious life. If no one provoked them, they might even become besties. I know you're pregnant, and it's my son Alexander's doing. I think you wouldn't refuse this request, right? Maria Narishkina had no choice but to follow this threat. In fact, she knew very well that Larissa was the queen, and this title was determined by the Empress. In the court of Petersburg, the legacy left by the Empress is unavoidable. Even if she had an affair with someone and had an illegitimate child, Alexander might not have any clear reason to abolish her after being discovered. After all, where has he ever seen such a queen who fully supports his position? On the night of the coup, Larissa's advice to the Queen Mother and her speech to the soldiers were measures to stabilize his throne. Moreover, Larissa has always been the poor queen. Because she was neglected, many people in Petersburg sympathized with her, especially after her recent miscarriage. As for what to do, it is actually very simple. Lawisa's recent physical recovery is not bad, and the doctor also suggested that she should participate in social activities and not stay in the palace all the time. Under such circumstances, she went to Peterhof Palace to accompany Alexander and attend the ball there. If it were normal, it would be nothing. Today, the Queen Mother and the Queen are here, which is an unusual situation. Moreover, during the ball, the number of nobles who came here to meet the Queen Mother is not ordinary. Generally, they would go to the Imperial Village, not to Peterhof Palace. Queen Mother Maria was staring at the Polish girl's movements, which surprised her. At this time, even under the Queen Mother's watch and surveillance, Maria Naryshkina had to provoke Lawisa. Of course, Lawisa didn't realize it yet. She was chatting with Princess Suvorova. Yes, it was Alexander Naryshkin's beloved daughter Elena. Although this girl was shallow and frivolous, she still respected Lawisa very much. Of course, she knew about the family affairs, but after giving birth to a child, she also returned to the social scene, and what she talked about here was still related to the man in the family. Arkady, he is a serious man. He is not suitable to stay in the palace. He should go back to the army. After all, he is the son of the field marshal. The army is the right place for him. Aren't you afraid that he will be transferred to a faraway place? Elena, if you do that, you will suffer. Yes, Queen. I will listen to you. Arkady should continue to stay in Petersburg. You are still young. Now it is a peaceful time. You should enjoy your life. Even that stupid girl Katish has learned to take care of children now. You should catch up. Okay. However, at this time, Elena also noticed that her Aunt Maria came over. The Polish woman Elena didn't know what to say, but she saw that Maria Naryshkina was a little strange today. Although the aunt and the queen are essentially the same kind of people, and even their birthdays are close, they should not have a good relationship because of a man. But Maria Naryshkina's staggering movement today was indeed very strange, and even gave people a feeling of being a little presumptuous. She saluted Lawisa first, and then said, I have been feeling dizzy recently. I think I must be pregnant. Even for a strong and healthy young woman like her, the position of her belly is still very obvious when she is pregnant, which can be seen by everyone. After hearing this, Lawisa bit her lip tightly, and at the same time, she had many doubts in her heart. This Polish woman has always been very polite to her, and she can tolerate Alexander's cohabitation with her. When she is not feeling well during this period, she can also let her deal with her lustful husband. After all, she is strong. According to unreliable rumors, she made Alexander beg for mercy several times. If she is pregnant, it doesn't matter. But it is rare to come out and provoke in public like this. However, Lawisa is the queen, and she must maintain the status of the monarch's spouse and the second lady in the court. She must remain calm. You can show dissatisfaction, but you must not do anything radical, such as slapping someone. This Polish girl was actually quite likable, and she even took her daughter Lawisa to raise for a few days. The sudden conflict between the two sides did indeed trigger many palace rumors. Queen Mother Maria was very proud. As long as the Polish woman provoked Lawisa, her goal would be achieved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. What kind of strange Shura field is this? After the ball was over, Lawisa's face was really not good. Her blonde hair was darker. If it was lighter, she would have looked like a blonde loser, but fortunately it wasn't like that. As for Peterhof Palace, she didn't want to stay there any longer, and even wanted to take a carriage back to Tafrid Palace, where her 4 little cuties were. But at this moment, it was the married Natalia who stopped Lawisa. Your Highness, where are you going? I'm going back to Tafrid Palace. I can't stay here for a quarter of an hour. Lisa, if you do this, I'm afraid you've fallen into someone's trap. Although Lawisa was smart, she seldom thought about this. She used her brain to study and raise children, and didn't care too much about the troublesome struggles in the palace. Among her sisters, the second sister, the fourth sister, and the fifth sister were married well, but their status was not as good as hers. It's just that their husbands revolved around them, and the second sister, as a stepmother, had a good relationship with her stepchildren. Even the lustful and stupid king of Sweden cut off relations with most of his mistresses for Frederica. She was the only one like this. Alexander was very philanthropic. In addition to Maria Narishkina, he actually had other lovers. It was just that when his wife and favorite mistress were both pregnant, he had no time to deal with her, so his schedule was a bit full. In addition, Larissa was often sick, and Alexander preferred strong women. If Solovyov in Paris knew about this, he would say that he was a bit mother-loving. After all, the Queen Mother was a tall, strong, plump beauty, and good at giving birth, but this must not be said, and even no written records could be left. That would really send him to the gallows. Now, Natalia had noticed something. She and her husband were not far away from the Queen Mother, and she saw that the Queen Mother Maria had been paying attention to the movements of Larissa and Maria Narishkina at the edge of the dance floor. What trap could there be? Liza, I didn't know this from anyone else, but from Miss Ha, the little military attaché who went to Paris. What did Miss Ha tell you? This cunning little fox, when he was with my husband, he always talked about the fights between women, which was really strange. But I'm sure he must have done some research, calling it female psychology. That Miss Ha really likes to talk nonsense, always using some new words. When Larissa mentioned Solovyov, she had to cover up a little. After all, he was her lover and her spiritual support. Liza, you'd better not rush back to the Tauride Palace. So, you have to go back to sleep tonight, and I'll come to sleep with you at night. Aren't you afraid of neglecting your husband? As for him, I'll talk to him first, and tomorrow morning, he will tell you in the garden what's going on. I'll give him one night to prepare. Little Prince Golitsyn is indeed short, but he is very smart, and has his own opinions on many issues. As long as it is not related to the army, he can take it over. Faced with his wife's request, he had no choice but to do it. After all, such a lovely wife is not easy to find. And Larissa was pulled back to her bedroom by her maid. Alexander and Larissa usually slept separately. This kind of sleeping in separate beds is common in the upper class, and couples often live separately. Tonight, as usual, Alexander would go to his lover, but because of this sudden incident, he still found that his backyard was on fire. His wife and lover were very good to him, and they were more tolerant of each other, not like tonight. So, he returned to the bedroom that night, and did not invite other mistresses to take advantage of the conflict between Lisa and Maria. He himself would feel strange, but at this time, he would not show anything. And Alexander Golitsyn, the little Prince Golitsyn, not the Prince Alexander Golitsyn who needed a partner, locked himself in the villa, and began to think about this problem. Maria Narishkina has always been very quiet. Although she is sometimes a little spoiled, she is not so unscrupulous, and she will not directly provoke the queen. After all, Queen Elizabeth has always been famous as a virtuous queen in St. Petersburg. She is very sensible, and does not interfere with Alexander's political actions. She just takes care of the children, and goes to the girls' school, to greet the noble girls there. At this time, according to the judgment of the couple, it should be the Queen Mother's means. Everyone knows that Queen Mother Maria has always been more targeted at Larissa. It started when she was 16 or 17 years old. At that time, the Empress was concerned about when her grandson would have a great-grandson. Because Larissa was not pregnant for a long time, the crown princess at that time was very dissatisfied. Well, not everyone is like Alina, who got married before the age of 16, got pregnant soon, and gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Moreover, this is very harmful to Alina's body. If she had not been recuperating in the future, she would have been infected with tuberculosis during this pregnancy, and faced the risk of death. Historical facts. When Queen Mother Maria was still the queen, she often criticized Larissa, especially for not being able to give birth to a son, and not seducing her own son. The first one was a normal request for the royal family, but the latter one was a bit strange. After all, the legitimate heir still had to be born from his wife's belly. The Queen Mother had been targeting him like this, which was somewhat unreasonable. In Europe, only the kings of ancient Greece had the possibility to marry more wives, but that was only for a very short period of time, not for a long time. The matching mechanism in the European region was that there could only be one wife, and it eventually became a rule. Of course, like Maria the Sad and her philandering husband, and Leopold II and his Spanish Bourbon wife, giving birth to children like this became an assembly line operation, and most of them were raised, which was indeed something that the European royal family envied. But the problem is that Larissa is only 25 years old this year, and her body has been well taken care of. If she is like her mother-in-law, she may even have more than 10 years to use. It is really unreasonable for Queen Mother Maria. At this time, in fact, young Prince Golitsyn also understood that this was just a trick of the Queen Mother, but it was not difficult to crack it, especially the task assigned by his own wife. If he could not help the Queen solve this problem, he would not be allowed to go to bed. He loved his Natasha deeply, but his wife had such a close relationship with the Queen, so he had to follow his wife's wishes. Anyway, his position would not offend the Queen Mother. As for Natasha, she didn't have to care about the Queen Mother's thoughts. After all, she didn't have a court position now, that is, when the Queen Mother was alive, she couldn't think about the high-level position of a lady of state, but she didn't care about it either. Being with her husband and her best friend was enough. Since the couple were not afraid of the Queen Mother, they dared to give advice to Larissa at this time. Big Natalia was also strange. She returned to the Queen's side to take care of her closest friend and the person she served in the past. You look much better now. Maybe those tonics are working. Miss Ha translated a few pharmacies for me before he left. I didn't expect that they were all very useful. That kid, don't you want to reward him with something when you come back? For example, he's still single. Do you want to arrange a wife for him? Oh, after you got married, you've become talkative, just like a magpie. But you stupid cat, are now being held down by the magpie. Larissa also found that she looked a little embarrassed, especially after her clothes were taken off, and she was held down by Natalia. Let me check and see how you are recovering. Otherwise, how can I get your Sasha back from that Polish woman? Oh, Natasha, please spare me. Squeaking and tickling are inevitable. Larissa is also a little afraid of this. She has been begging for mercy, which makes the princess wife want to bully her even more. Oh, it's you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't do that. Of course, after all this, the two of them were tired and slept together. The next day, when little Prince Golitsyn came outside the palace to wait for his wife to come out, he saw the two of them, both dressed neatly. Your Highness, let's go to the garden. It's a good time to enjoy the flowers. Not to mention the English garden. Some carefully trimmed gardens are now more suitable for hiding and plotting loudly. Sasha, I asked you to think about it all night. Do you have any clues? I think it's Natasha. You should check to make sure no one has passed by here. It doesn't matter. This is Lisa's garden. Few people come here. After all, Larissa's palace, except when she lived in the Winter Palace, was the most mysterious place in all the palaces. Except for the Tsar himself and his bestie, and a cunning little fox, few people would come here. I think this was the idea of Her Royal Highness the Queen Mother. Natasha and I saw it at the edge of the dance floor. The key is how to resolve this situation. Sasha, do you have any idea? I thought of it. Oh, we still have to find her. I know Maria Narishkina's temper. She is not bad by nature. Although she is smart, she is not so scheming. There is one thing that she and your highness are highly consistent with. What is it? She also lives a simple life and does not do things in a high profile manner. I want her to come to your highness and have a good chat. Maybe we can resolve this crisis. Then what should we do? This was something that little Prince Golitsyn was not easy to say. It's good for you to think of a man, to deal with a woman, or a woman to deal with a man, but I don't understand how women should promote feelings between women, don't you think, Natasha? He was still showing his love and winking at his wife, but his Natasha always responded to him enthusiastically. Sasha, you still have something in mind at this time. I think you have been with his highness for so long, you should have some ideas. Indeed, Prince Golitsyn, who is smart and eloquent, does not understand how women get along with each other. Even but Larissa knew that at this time, it would be best to invite Maria Narishkina to her place. After all, the two young women have 6 daughters in total, and they are all taken care of by nannies. It's okay to meet in private. Larissa is worried. After all, the 2 younger girls have not been completely weaned, and the withdrawal reaction of milk addiction is there. If they are away from their mothers, the wet nurse will take care of them too carefully. The Polish woman opposite is probably the same. But thinking of this, Larissa actually made her own decision. I have to handle this kind of thing myself. She has disrespected me. There are rumors everywhere in Petersburg now. I think it is necessary to do this. The ladies should have a good talk. As for Alexander, he probably couldn't imagine that, although such a thing happened between his wife and lover at the ball, their relationship seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Maria Narishkina also received a strange invitation from the young queen to have a chat at the Tavrid Palace. That is to say, after this ball at the Peterhof Palace, it was actually a normal arrangement for Larissa to summon someone in her palace. However, as a queen, she did not have any connection with the Tsar's mistresses on a daily basis. They kept to themselves and knew each other's existence, but they would not talk to each other directly, let alone create conflicts. To be honest, when Larissa's niece married Alexander II, she faced the fact that her husband had many mistresses outside, but she had the support of her son, and Alexander II also almost completely separated the queen and mistresses. Even if there was Ekaterina Dolgorukova who came to power after her death, she couldn't really change the situation. Just look at her last name Yurevsky. But Larissa was still young, and it was not appropriate for her to go directly to Alexander's mistress in terms of status and etiquette. However, she still thought of treating this Polish woman with an inclusive attitude. Maria Narishkina did not tell her husband. The letter clearly stated that this was just a ladies' tea party at the Tavrid Palace, but there were fewer people to entertain. Larissa only invited her, and even the most favored princess Natalia was not present. With the queen's delicate body and gentle personality, it was indeed just a ladies' tea party. However, no one could imagine what these two young women were going to do in Alexander's backyard. Chapter 245. Is this the Tsar and the Queen dividing Poland? Larissa was obviously very unhappy about this incident. She was also going to write a letter to her mother in Baden to explain the matter. However, even if she could guess who was behind the provocation, she was actually powerless. Queen Mother Maria still had a certain influence on the political situation in the Petersburg court, especially her firm opposition to Napoleon. It was just that the resources she occupied and her interference in the government actually exceeded her authority as the Queen Mother. Because Alexander's mother did not understand politics very well and did not have a deep understanding of the operation of the government, when he wanted to reform the committee and the academy into a ministerial system, Count Rumyantsev in Petersburg intervened through the Queen Mother, which also led to his slow progress. In Russia, everything needs to be done. If you don't adopt a bit of an iron-fisted policy, it is difficult to push every reform to the right place. Because of this, there are many people in Petersburg and Moscow who want to curry favor with the Queen Mother and pay her respects every once in a while. This is a conservative stronghold. 3 generations of Tsars have advocated enlightened despotism. Even Alexander, who has accepted too many progressive ideas, always thinks about unrealistic things. As for the Queen, it doesn't matter what she wants. Some nobles even treat her as a beautiful vase. In this situation, no matter what the Queen Mother does, Larissa can only swallow it. However, it was the little Golitsyn couple who suggested meeting Maria Narishkina. After all, the other party has always maintained a harmless attitude. Coming to the Tavrid Palace can give her a feel for it. As for Alexander's mistress, Larissa tried to be as tolerant as possible. She herself had a lover, but compared with Alexander, it was more fixed and not changed frequently. She was not even in St. Petersburg recently. Therefore, from the perspective of personal morality, Larissa had nothing to blame on the surface. Even if she really disclosed the existence of her lover, the upper class of Petersburg, except for the Queen Mother herself, even those snobbish nobles would express sympathy for her. After arranging her family affairs, Maria Narishkina came to the Tavrid Palace. It was decorated with gold and jade during the Potemkin period, but it has not been restored to its original state since Alexander ascended the throne. She had come here before. When Larissa was pregnant, Alexander brought his favorite ministers and mistresses here and played mahjong here. However, mahjong is now only spread in a small range. After all, it takes people to popularize it to be familiar with the rules. When she entered the palace, she also saw the wife of Prince Alexander Golitsyn, the favorite maid of the queen in the past. Her husband was shorter than her and was often nicknamed Little Prince Golitsyn, but he was eloquent and had a good relationship with the court. Natasha, thank you for welcoming me here. His Highness is already in the reception room. You can just go there now. In addition, Mariah, I believe that your actions are not from your heart. Thank you, Natasha, for still taking care of me now. She has big breasts, but she is not brainless. After the princess reminded her, she understood that the queen just wanted to have a tea party with her and had no intention of accusing her. Everyone in Petersburg knew that Queen Elizabeth lived in seclusion and did not ask about anything in politics. She just silently supported His Majesty the Tsar. For Russians, it was rare for a queen to not interfere in politics. The daughters-in-law who had married before had some desire for power, including Lawissa's aunt, Paul's first wife. And Lawissa was not like her niece, who was cowardly to a certain extent and could still show her own opinions at critical moments. This time, she also wanted to talk to Mariah Narishkina openly. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to see you at this time. How are the children? They're all asleep. It's time for a nap. I have 4 daughters and you have 2 too. It's not easy for women. We are still very young and about the same age. I remember your birthday is in February and mine is in January. Sometimes we just need to pray to the door god not to let in people who shouldn't be let in. Your Highness, you mean the door god? Just call me Lisa. If we were in Karlsruhe, we would call me Lawissa. And you, Mariah, everyone calls you that in Warsaw, right? Lawissa obviously wanted to have a good relationship with this Polish girl. From a female perspective, her figure was toned and strong, with just the right mixture of muscle and fat. She had a well-proportioned body, and no excess fat where she shouldn't be. Yes, Lisa, but it's not called by so many names like in Russia. But what do you mean by door god? It's Janus, the Roman door god. January is named after him. What about February? It comes from the cleansing ceremony of the Lupercalia festival. Speaking of which, I really like swimming and bathing in this pond. Don't look at me in surprise, dear Mariah. I really like it. I take off my clothes and integrate myself with nature. There are only maids in my palace, and I won't show it to others. She said it quite boldly, sharing with Mariah Narishkina that she likes to take off her clothes and swim. Your Highness, but it's unlikely that I can accompany you to swim in the pond now. I know, this is not your responsibility, Mariah. We can be friends. Not in that state. Lawissa actually knew that the straight ball was still an effective way to score, and the opponent could not get rid of the manipulation of her husband, Alexander, and Queen Mariah. She was more of a punching bag. Alexander would often find her on major matters to calm his mood. Lisa, you are always very good and can calm Sasha down. He is reluctant to leave your boudoir. This is inevitable. My hometown is in Karlsruhe. The Duchy of Baden is close to France. The King of France has an open lover. This is not strange. What's more, Louis XV also has a Polish queen. I think about her behavior, and I can understand it. Lisa, it's my fault, but I think you already know who asked me to say it. It doesn't matter, But now Lawissa saw that there was no one in the reception room. Mariah Narishkina was crawling at her feet, asking for her forgiveness. Although Lawissa was slender and thin, she was very tolerant. Her forgiveness brought the Polish girl's confession. Okay, Mariah, don't be like this. Let's be good sisters. But at this time, she felt a little dizzy, but this was not a sign of pregnancy, but a little hypoglycemia. And then she fell into Mariah Narishkina's arms, half of her face buried in her chest. This is a warm place. If it is a child, it can be said to be heaven. For her, it is just soft and fragrant. Of course, after her face came out of it, thinking about the situation just now, she blushed a little. Oh, I'm not going to Chiron, the boatman, so I don't want to. What's wrong with not wanting, Lisa? Lawissa knew that she had said something wrong at this time, and her face turned red. According to Roman customs, when a person is dying, he still needs to drink a mouthful of milk. As for how to drink milk, and what kind of milk to drink, Lawissa found that sometimes knowing more is actually a little trouble. It's the custom of ancient Rome. You have to. Lawissa pointed to Mariah Narishkina's plump chest, and both of them understood each other's meaning. If you like, I'll stay here with you tonight. His Majesty went to Kotlin Island today, and he won't be in Petersburg. Maria Narishkina actually likes Lowessa with a gentle face. They have some similarities in their personalities. As for staying overnight, they will naturally undress and snuggle together without any hindrance. And Lowessa found that she could be picked up by this Polish woman in a princess hug and put directly into the bathtub. Maria, you are so strong. His Majesty has gained some weight recently, otherwise I can also hug him around the waist. Good guy. What a strong woman, and Lowessa is very slim. She is so light. No wonder men who like this taste of pure love her deeply. And Maria Narishkina, her body is plump and strong, and there will obviously be more people who like her type. When she also stepped into the bathtub, the difference in their figures could be seen. In fact, Lowessa's breasts were quite large, but compared to this Polish girl, they were far behind. Moreover, Maria Narishkina's figure was not the kind of thick and strong, but well proportioned and strong. Her hands were not big enough, but her big feet made Lowessa look smaller. Lowessa turned around and curled up in Maria Narishkina's arms. I really envy you for being so healthy. I just want to sleep in your arms like this. Liza, I'll help you wash, and you can sleep in my arms later, and have a sweet dream. I'll serve you, wipe your body clean, wrap it up, and carry it to the bed. Like a baby. Liza, I was wrong at the ball. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. To make it up to you, you can sleep in my arms like a baby. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Lowessa's skin is so smooth, and when you touch her, she is as soft as a kitten, which is really pleasing. Lowessa hid in her arms and fell asleep, allowing Maria Narishkina to wash her, wipe her clean, and carry her to the bed. If the two of them continue to develop like this, Alexander may not need to go to them separately to promote their relationship in the future, and he may even exclude the Tsar himself. Maria Narishkina hugged Lowessa and let her be wrapped up by herself, but Lowessa, who was sleeping, still had one hand on her belly. This looks like a very harmonious picture. The poor girl's psyche is sleeping peacefully on a fertile piece of land, which can be explained in this way. The worst situation is that the two of them fell in love with each other, which was unexpected. When they woke up the next morning, it was Lowessa who took the initiative to suggest that they could raise the child together. This idea was definitely not accepted, but Maria Narishkina also agreed to visit her every month. Take good care of Alexander for me during this period, and make him feel happier. As for me, I really like you, but I have to wrong you, and play the villain in my letter. It doesn't matter, Lisa, your mother is a very smart person, she can guess the hidden problems behind it. Maria Narishkina read the letter, before it was sealed with wax. Lowessa's words were more or less instigated by someone behind the scenes, but not a single word of it could be seen in the letter. You are really talented, Lisa. The words you write are so beautiful and subtle. It's a pity that I didn't like studying when I was a child, otherwise I would play word games with you. If you like, you can come to my place often and bring your two girls to play. Alexander must also hope that we get along well. Okay, I promise you. But don't you try kissing. Kissing between girls may be sweeter. After kissing, you will know why men like us so much. Both of them like light makeup and use very light perfumes, with the scent of almonds and citrus intertwined. You actually use such a traditional perfume, Maria. After saying that, Lowessa kissed each other on the lips. It was indeed a bit unexpected that the kiss between two young women could be so sweet. Fortunately, the two of them just became besties, just a little closer than usual, and did not eliminate Alexander as the middleman. Of course, if the Tsar himself knew that his wife and lover had such a good relationship, and the instigator was his mother who messed with him, what would he think? It was just that Alexander's brother was going to marry the Polish girl's sister Anita and end his previous marriage at the same time, which aroused strong opposition from the Tsar and the Queen Mother, and all attention was drawn to that side. As for Lowessa's letter to her mother in Karlsruhe, it was very clear that this matter really made her very angry. After all, it was obvious who could make Maria Narishkina pregnant. It was just that Maria Narishkina, letting the Tsar and the Queen share her feelings at the same time, more or less divided Poland again. Chapter 246. The British will definitely take action at this time. By April 1803, the conflict between Britain and France had intensified. although it had not yet reached an irreconcilable point. Malta, the Netherlands and Switzerland were now poking at each other's weak spots. It seems that war is inevitable, Mr. Ambassador. I asked you to come because I want to hear your analysis. I heard that you have your own way and have served as an assistant to the Grand Marshal. Count Morkov said this, and he was very confident in Solovyov's personal ability. Moreover, he also knew about the recent actions of Paris and London. But I'm just an apprentice and haven't learned much. You must have gained experience, otherwise the Emperor would not have sent you to Stockholm and Paris, and also to Rome on the way. Well, I think that when Britain and France signed the peace treaty, they were each preparing for the next war. What we have to do is for one side to offer a suitable price. I have said this in the past. Let's talk about now, mishap. The British occupied Malta. They have always regarded sea power as their core interest. Now they can allow the Royal Navy fleet to station on this island, which was unimaginable in the past. You know, there used to be the Knights Hospitaller there, and in fact it was not easy for the British to occupy it. Except for France, anyone who attacks there will be condemned by all parties, and the French don't care, because there are many French and Italians in the Knights Hospitaller, and they have been besieged. In other words, the British will not let go easily after they get Malta. In fact, for France, withdrawing troops from the Netherlands and Switzerland is not an urgent issue. It can come and go as it pleases. Moreover, the Batavian Republic and the Helvetic Republic, but the latter has also been changed back to the Swiss Confederation. These two places already have a Republican foundation and pro-French forces, so it doesn't matter even after the withdrawal. Although Napoleon is good at military affairs and has some talents in science and legislation, diplomacy is not his strong point. But Mr. Talleyrand understands diplomacy, and he knows it very well. Are you saying that France is waiting for Britain to declare war this time? That's right, and then the British will have to pay money to organize a new anti-French alliance. That would be lively, mishap. We should report to St. Petersburg. But when reporting, we can only send one messenger. This person needs to be reliable, and it doesn't look like he is responsible for a top secret mission. Yes, if you go, the target is too obvious. I thought about asking Pierre, who lives in the same apartment with me, to go to St. Petersburg. But he is a loyal and honest man who won't lie. I don't want him to do this. You know, he is Count Bezukhov's most beloved son. Although he is an illegitimate son, Pierre's treatment is not much different from that of a legitimate son. Then we can only send someone else back home. In this way, I will arrange for the secretary of the embassy to return to St. Petersburg, and no one will make things difficult for the diplomats on the road, especially after leaving France. This route must pass through Baden, and from here turn to the Prussian territory on the back. It will be safe and fast. In addition, the Russian embassy in Paris also has many tasks to undertake, especially to find out the latest developments in Paris. Reception tasks are not important. When Solovyov went to Madame Rakamia's salon, he actually discovered the abnormality of the British diplomats. They did not have a complete embassy system, and many personnel were pieced together just to fulfill their visa duties, rather than to establish a long-term embassy. This is the same as when the woman is careless about the dowry when living together. The former does not want peace at all, while the latter does not want to live at all. This point has already shown some signs even in Paris in 1803. He must first complete the task assigned by Count Morkov, and then he still has to go to Paulina. However, when Paulina and her lover meet in Paris, they often use pseudonyms, especially in her new home, which has always been the case. Sir, you came at the right time today, and the lady is at home. He came to Madame Madeleine Clavel, because it was actually an agreement a few days ago. Michelle, you are here again. I happen to be taking care of my son. This is my son Demid. Say hello to this uncle. Hello, sir. The child is very polite, but this stubborn chin is a standard feature of the Bonaparte family. Solovyov did not pay much attention to it at this time, because the first consul himself is not that fat now, and Demid is also a sickly child, and the descendants of Carlo Bonaparte have just started to give birth to the third generation. What a well-behaved child, but he looks very weak. He must have been tortured by tropical diseases, either yellow fever or malaria. In our Russian army, malaria was a terrible disease when we went on the expedition to the south. If it were France, yellow fever would be a greater threat, because we have to take into account the environmental differences between Africa and the Caribbean. Yes, Michelle, I lost my husband because of yellow fever. Come and pity me, a poor widow who lost her husband. You are a young, beautiful, and poor widow. Although Paulina's pity is different from Lois's, and even part of it is pretended. After all, the first consul will be very angry if anyone makes trouble for her. Yes, Michelle, you have to stay with me today, okay? No, Mrs. Clavel. I still have some things to do. I have been in Paris for quite a while, but my mission to find my relatives is not yet complete. Haven't you found your stepmother's relatives yet? If I ask on the street, I'll look like a weirdo. But it's not without results. The church school in Nantes may have files. In addition, there is my stepmother's cousin, her name. In fact, the answer is from Paulina. But she and Josephine have always had a bad relationship. Since the stepmother of this Russian boy is Josephine's cousin, she would not tell it. Among Napoleon's 3 sisters, Paulina and Josephine have the biggest conflict. There will be many stories to tell in the future, not just what can be explained now. Even if it is her own son who plays well with Solovyov, this is not okay. Women with such names are probably everywhere. Also, there should be many women named Rose in Paris. Even if we look for those Creoles, we may not get any results. Maybe your stepmother's family is now in Martinique and Guadeloupe. This is true. Josephine's parents are really there, and her 2 sisters died early. She even married Viscount de Beauharnais to replace her second sister who died early to fulfill the marriage contract. Thank you. I think this matter can be put aside. In addition, madam, your son needs special care for his health. I want to give the child more massages, preferably by the mother herself. If it is a nanny or a maid, they dare not do it, or it is difficult to grasp the degree. The bond between mother and son is the closest. That's good, but Paulina was about to agree. She began to hold her stomach, and cold sweat broke out on her face. But she was nausea and vomiting due to acute illness, and the symptoms seemed to be lighter. After returning from the gates of hell in the Caribbean, both mother and son were very weak. Demid cried and called for her mother, but Paulina was sitting on the ground and couldn't get up. She just leaned against the sofa and felt better. Madeline, before she could call her maid, Solovyov had already picked her up and put her on the sofa. Thank you, Michelle. I'm feeling unwell now. I think it's not good to use senna in your condition. I'm afraid you need to guide the drainage. If you are constipated, you need an enema or senna. But you said you have been to the Caribbean, so I dare not prescribe medicine for you. Do you know any medical skills? I just know a little bit. I always guess that your identity may not be that simple, not just Mrs. Clavel. Paulina was very uncomfortable now. She leaned on the sofa and just nodded reluctantly. I don't care about your secrets, ma'am. I just know a little about herbal medicine, and many of the tonics you take are imported from Petersburg. Many of these Chinese herbs are from Kayakta and Maimeicheng, and the sales volume of medicinal materials is even much larger than in the past. They even brought a lot of medicinal materials that Russians don't usually use. This made those shanksy old stingy people who can make money a little confused. What kind of medicine is this Russian country selling in the good? But making money is still important. That's why Russia used Siberian fur to exchange for a lot of medicinal materials during the trade. As for the strange behavior of taking the pulse, Demid felt very curious. Sir, what are you doing? I'm treating your mother. This child actually listens to flattery. If he is called brother, this green-eyed gentleman is about the same age as his mother, and if he is called uncle, he has already learned it when Paulina was in Santo Domingo. It is safer to call him sir. A smart kid, but his health is too poor, and he is a little studious. Sir, I want to learn it, too. It's a bit too complicated. It's a traditional diagnostic method. Moreover, he couldn't lift up Paulina's skirt to see, unless the two of them were going to bed in the future, then they could make such progress. When Madeline came, she asked the servant to take the child away first, and then asked about her master's condition. What's wrong with the lady? I can only say that this is a common disease in young women, and she needs to rest for a while. But Madeline, I think your lady should do this. After hearing this, Madeline blushed a little. After all, She had to let Paulina wear nothing and lie on the sofa to receive care. Moreover, this is a relatively private issue. No wonder the gentleman was embarrassed to talk about it. Then what should I do? There is a reliable servant by my side. Not only should I pay attention to washing my body, but I should also pay attention to taking medicine and be careful of constipation. Also, when you are around, you must pay attention to personal hygiene, especially when your hands are about to touch the human body, especially this part. Do you understand? Yes, sir, I'll take care of it. As for Paulina's physical condition, Solovyov also left her a prescription and treatment process. For her, it is very uncomfortable not to be able to seduce men. This is not like a little goblin. Before marriage, she talked a lot and was a real female goblin. After getting married, she has settled down a lot, but she always thinks about going to Vienna or a big city in Europe for recuperation. She cherishes her body and will live a long life, which is different from Paulina, who likes to degrade her body. This is unacceptable to me. Don't pretend, Madame Pauline Leclerc. If I hadn't heard the news before, I would have been fooled by you. Well, I'm the sister of the first consul and the widow of the late General Leclerc. Now we can communicate on an equal footing with our true identities. She even stretched out her arms. After all, she was only 23 years old and could still pose in a cute way to pretend to be young. I think you must pay attention to your health and personal hygiene. Especially take a bath regularly and disinfect yourself. Think about Larissa. She has a weak physical foundation, but because she loves cleanliness, she rarely gets some strange diseases. Okay, I'll listen to you, but how can I prevent it? What you say to her does need attention. Your problem, let alone in Saint-Domingue, is that you have to go back to Paris. I was going to England, but now I can't go. There will be a war between Paris and London sooner or later. During this period, I will come to see you often. But you forgot to describe my illness, sir. Solovyov knew that, although this young lady was easy to talk to, she was not easy to mess with and needed to be carefully cared for. That's right, you shouldn't fall in love with every woman you meet. It's not good for your health. This kind of disease that enters from below is caused by a poison discovered by Leeuwenhoek. Although Madame Rukemia often gets sick, she will not get this disease. On the contrary, you are very likely to get this disease because of your past life experience. Solovyov almost said bacteria directly, and it might be mistaken for being mixed with Greek or some Central Asian place name. After all, bacteria and bacteria sound a bit similar. After hearing this, Paulina turned pale. No wonder she was always feeling unwell after going to Santo Domingo. In addition to yellow fever, it was probably because her husband's men were a little unclean. But fortunately, madam, you only have a mild illness. As long as you take medicine regularly and take care of your body, these toxins will be excreted from your body. Well, you must come here often to see me. Solovyov really had to agree to her request. After all, she was the sister of the first consul. Although she was the most loyal and loving brother among Napoleon's brothers and sisters, she might be able to get some useful information out of him. Chapter 247, Charlotte Palace's resident doctor. When Solovyov treated Paulina, he was only somewhat sure of her physical condition. It was probably an inflammation caused by dating many men. It was not very serious, but if it continued like this, the slow and persistent symptoms would most likely affect her health. It was not a serious infection, such as what the French called Spanish disease. At the same time, this disease was also called French disease in Spain. The origin was a spirochete infection, but the people Paulina had dated were all soldiers. This disease was very deadly anyway. If it was according to Napoleon's habit, probably these people would be kicked out of the army. After all, the unclean disease affected the health of every officer and soldier in the legion. Madam, I think you should continue to rest for a while and not be intimate with men. If you rest for another half a month, the inflammation should be relieved. Then, you have to keep taking medicine. I didn't expect that so many herbs could be bought in Paris. The rhubarb is imported from China, and the donkey hide gelatin is from Petersburg. Don't say it anymore, Michelle. I know you made it according to the Chinese method. Thank you too. Although she was not allowed to be intimate, Paulina was still very good at seducing men, and hugged Solovyov directly. Now her physical condition is good. Just after Madeline washed her body, she began to seduce the soul of the attending doctor. "Do you want to kiss me? Since you don't let me be intimate, I will punish you to kiss me." What a terrible patient. If it weren't for the purpose of establishing a line with her to explore the government, Solovyov would not be willing to come to her troublesome place. Indeed, if this young widow recovered her health, she would be easy to seduce men with her attitude of falling in love with everyone she met, and her good looks. To be honest, he himself had no confidence that he could control himself in front of this woman. She was really good at flirting. In this situation, where he couldn't avoid it, he could only kiss her on command. Paulina's kissing skills were indeed very skilled, and she loved to dress up, and the perfume she used was also very high-end. In addition, she had just taken a shower, which made her somewhat attractive. Especially when she was only wearing this nightgown. It was really scary, and she looked like she could eat someone alive. After a lingering kiss, Paulina fell on the sofa and rested her head on the cushion. Solovyov could only follow her actions. However, Paulina not only wanted to kiss him, but also held his head down, trying to bury his head in her chest. Michelle, how about this? She was really outrageous, actually letting someone take advantage of her like this. As for the feelings of the person involved, it was indeed very explosive. If he hadn't been mentally prepared, he would have broken down on the spot. Damn it, how could you do this? I thought a boy like you would like this the most. In Paulina's mind, he was still a child. Madam, although we are in your official residence, this situation is very special. I'm a Russian diplomat and a soldier. You are the sister of the first consul. Even if you really like me, you shouldn't be so presumptuous. Then what should I do? No one will come to monitor me here. There are only you and me in this room. Even Madeline asked me to go out to get medicine. Okay. She should not have to worry about foul-chase surveillance. At least Napoleon himself has always been more fond of his second sister. Although he arranged a marriage for her, he always tried to keep her away from politics. I'm not afraid, Michelle. Even if you can't control yourself and go to bed with me, it's just one more person who loves me. Of course, you are much more beautiful than those people before. And I will listen to you. In the future, when I want to be intimate with others, I must also see if the other person is healthy and handsome enough. This is indeed a female leopard with agile body, but her hunting range is in bed. But you do have to be careful. There are many dangerous pathogens. If you tell me too much, I won't understand. You know, I was educated at home. At that time, my brothers were struggling to make a living, or were in school. Our whole family lived in Ajaccio. Later, we stayed at my sister-in-law's house. Anyway, her cultural level is not high. If you talk too much, she really won't understand. As for her desire for men, it seems that she still lacks care and enjoys life in social occasions. She also started to cry. When she usually seduces people, she tells others first, not to mention how it is, but it is still a bit scary for Solovyov. Madam, if you cry, it's bad for your health, especially your internal organs. When crying, women's weapons are still very lethal. A fierce woman can't be said to be completely unattractive, but it can be said to be unremarkable. He had to comfort her wounded heart. Solovyov let her cry in his arms. If you think of sad things in the past, you can tell me, and don't bury it in your heart. It won't make you feel good. But she just kept crying. If there really is such a story as the Holy Maiden battle flag, her flag must be colorful, and it must have some green on it for Paulina's next husband. It's very comfortable when you hold me like this. Just don't move. I want to whisper something in your ear. Just when she put her hand close to his ear, Paulina said to him in a sweet voice, "You stupid Russian doctor, I like your integrity and kindness. When others are with me, except for the dead Charles, they don't care about my feelings. In other words, they just want to find something wrong, or so to speak. They are like hungry wolves seeing a deer, just greedy for the prey's flesh, right? In fact, those people were just greedy for her body. You can think of it this way, Michelle. It would be great if you were a Frenchman, then I could keep you by my side, and I wouldn't get married. Of course, I wouldn't marry you, and we could just live happily together." Well, Paulina is indeed an extremely dangerous beauty, and her ideas are indeed shocking. Your brother will definitely not agree. He is nominally the first ruler or the ruler for life. But deep down, he still wants to build an empire like the dynasties of the past. You naturally have to arrange a good marriage, but you have to take good care of your body and give birth to an heir for the man who didn't come. If it's a Spanish idiot or a reckless man from somewhere in Germany, I won't give birth to a child for him. I have such a lovely little angel. If I raise an ugly monster, I will go crazy. She has such a son, and he has been tortured by illness with her, so naturally she prefers her only son. And she is also a little picky, and hopes to be free. After all, she was born on an island, and lived in a very free environment, since she was a child. Paulina, you are really strange. My son is everything to me now. If someone treats him well, I will repay him, just like you. I just think I can't leave you there suffering without helping you. Ladies' illnesses can be terrible if they get out of hand. Besides, if you get pregnant after a while and give birth smoothly, like our Russian queen mother, she is very healthy, and the royal physician in the palace said that she rarely gets sick. Where is your delicate queen? I heard that the Princess of Baden went to St. Petersburg. Although she gave birth to a child, she did not give birth to an heir. She was indeed outspoken and mentioned Lauisa directly. Of course, she couldn't possibly know that the man in front of her was the only designated lover of the Russian Empress. Don't say that, Your Highness. She is still very sympathetic in Petersburg, and she is only slightly older than you. She still has a lot of time. The Emperor still cares about her, and she is not in the arms of a mistress. Ah, you are an aide-de-camp, you know the tricks here. My stupid brother was emotionally controlled by that old Josephine, and he thought he couldn't have children. Napoleon was actually stupid brother in her mouth, and Josephine was old Josephine, which was quite comical. So what? If my brother had found a young and beautiful one, he might have become a father by now. You know, brother Joseph and Lucien both have children, and our family has always been prosperous. Yes, her mother raised 8 children, but there were also 7 children who died or were stillborn. Those with strong fertility are like Corsican pickers, although this little thing was almost eaten up by the Corsican villagers. Like picker? Have you been to Corsica? No, I've always been curious about small animals. When I was in the palace, I even taught zoology to the young prince. It turns out you are a scholar. Small creatures like picker are very delicious, but they are hard to find now. Her attention was drawn to the food. Sure enough, at heart she is still a Corsican girl, just a pretty one. Those little creatures can give birth to many babies at a time. It's a perfect metaphor for a large family. If you have a chance, you can go to Corsica with me. What for? Do you want to eat pickers? I saw Louis do this when I was a child, but I only caught 1 or twice. It's too hard to find. And it's very delicious when roasted. I'm just looking for materials for the zoo. There is a large aquarium in St. Petersburg. It was built by the current emperor, who was still the crown prince, to please Her Majesty the Queen. There are many animals raised in it, but they are mainly aquatic, including beluga whales and dolphins, as well as seals and sea lions. And the great auk, you know, the one that walks like. Solovyov even performed the way the great auk walked in front of Paulina, but he was actually imitating a penguin. Haha, you're so funny. The more you make me happy like this, the more I like you. I'm about to become your prisoner. In fact, Solovyov really captured quite a few French prisoners, and the number was not small. I have fought with the French army in Italy and captured many prisoners, but this is the first time I have captured a girl. Besides, you are from Corsica, which was not French territory a few decades ago. But I'm French now, and we are in Paris. Paulina lay on the sofa, her nightgown wrapped around her body, revealing her beautiful outline. A beauty looks good in any situation, as long as she is not wearing outrageously ugly clothes. You have to wait until I get better, then come to my place. However, in this environment, who captured whom is another question worth discussing. Moreover, her invitation was indeed impossible to refuse. I promise you, but you really need to take care of your health. Also, please read the prescription carefully. I wrote it in Latin. The classification of plants is very detailed. Don't make the wrong choice. Okay, of course I know. If you take the wrong medicine, it will be life-threatening. Yes, there is a medicine in it. If you take the wrong medicine, it will be toxic and bad for the kidneys. The reason is that the kidneys are organs for detoxification and the liver is an organ for detoxification. If you take the wrong medicine, it will be a devastating blow to the body. Solovyov knew about Paulina's ending. It was said that she died alone in Florence. In addition to the problem of a special channel, the reason for taking care of her was that she had just lost her husband, which was indeed a bit pitiful. I'll listen to you, Michelle. Although Paulina wanted to eat the beautiful boy in front of her, the other party gave her a stern warning, mainly to take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. Although he was a Russian native doctor who had no medical qualifications, his diagnosis and medication were very clear. Besides, you have to cover yourself with the quilt, in case. Before Solovyov could finish his words, the French windows provided ventilation, and it was spring now. It was easy for wind to blow anywhere in the world in spring, so the wind blew in through the windows. Paulina still had her feet facing the French windows and her head facing the door behind her. When the wind blew, the hem of her skirt covered her face, but everything that should and shouldn't be seen was seen. Paulina, are you okay? Even a wanton widow like her would blush in such a situation. It doesn't matter. I've been seen by more than one man. It doesn't matter. If you see me, you're my next prey. Of course, she was still a bit stubborn. But what your former attending doctor said was right. It was indeed an inflammation. But he suggested using leeches. I'm not sure whether it was to harm people or to cure diseases. Western medicine was indeed very abstract before it was scientifically standardized. Chapter 248, Prince Borghese takes the bait. When I was treating Paulina, I told her to dress naked to make it easier for the maid to clean her body. But she couldn't stay at home all the time. She wasn't like Larissa, who gave her a child, a book, and 3 meals a day, so she could stay in the palace without going out. She still had to go out to participate in social activities, so she still needed to dress up. These days, she always had the image of the passionate spring breeze blowing her skirt open that day in her mind. Even so, she felt very ashamed. However, her body has recovered a lot, and she doesn't have to worry about nausea and vomiting. Her complexion has become healthy and rosy, and she doesn't have to dress up to cover it up. Madam, in this way, you will look good with light makeup when you go out. It's really good. Madeline, go to the closet and pick out the latest skirt for me, and however, the white stockings were also prepared to show her beautiful legs. Pointed stockings and dancing shoes, all new. Since she had been living this kind of life, because her brother was the consul, and with the 700,000 francs left to her by Leclerc, she naturally would not live a simple life. Napoleon had to prepare a lot of jewelry for his wife and 3 sisters. In addition to this, Pauline would receive the same amount of money as Josephine. In her mouth, she was the old Josephine, a title that is not well known now, but will spread in Paris in the future. Because she was favored and received a lot of favors, she was a little unruly. Her mother and brother felt sorry for her and let her appear in social occasions again, but the day of remarriage had to be postponed, and it would take more than a year of mourning, which she could not accept. She was really a typical woman who was spoiled to the point of being lawless. She could not stand life away from the social scene. As for this ball, it was in the Tuileries Palace, and Napoleon was going to hold a reception there to officially announce his sister's return to the social scene in Paris. Of course, she had to go back with a radiant image, but it was not bad to have a better complexion. It would be even better if she could find a perfect husband. This little widow, alas, just wants to do whatever she wants. She falls in love with everyone she meets. If she hadn't been undergoing treatment recently, she might have made more ridiculous things. And Solovyov finally met Sylvia, who came from Rome. Belzoni and Adela also returned to Paris with them. But in public, he couldn't call Octavia his daughter, and the child couldn't call him dad. It will be fine in a few days. When Prince Borghese moves to his official residence, our place will be empty, and you can come to see me. Okay, Sylvia, but I'm in a little trouble. What trouble will you have? I'll tell you in a few days. It's not convenient now. These things really need to be told to others. That is, Sylvia will not reveal a secret because of jealousy or other reasons. But in May, the weather improved, but it didn't bring any good news. Before the ball, France had received another diplomatic note from the British, but this note was not aimed at solving the problem, but was a letter of condolence. For a time, everyone in the streets and alleys of Paris knew that the British had no good intentions and wanted to go to war again. The news also spread to the Tuileries Palace. Talleyrand, the British have sent us an ultimatum, which is actually equivalent to going to war with us. What should we do? The bull must go on as usual. At this time, sir, you must not show special concern for any political events. Doing so will make the French people more confident in you and lead them to victory in this war. Thank you, just like before. At the same time, you must not be too angry and anxious at the bull, and do not make any biased statements, so as to make the British unclear about the situation. Your Excellency, you once said that you are afraid of stupidity and ignorance, and the British are obviously very cunning. They are worried about unknown dangers. In other words, if I don't express my opinion, it will make the British feel scared. And now it's a state of war. Although the British play chess cleverly, they are obviously still impatient in this matter. The bull must indeed go on as usual. The people who come here are still the current dignitaries in Paris. Even those who oppose Napoleon will still come here, because they oppose the British. Britain and France are competing for overseas markets, which can be said to be an all-round competition, and the distance is so close. In addition, this is the news that our people in the Russian embassy heard. Mr. Joseph Fouché obviously did not have a steel-egg face, and he was also cunning enough, with his spies in many places. The Russians believe that when Britain and France go to war, for various reasons, the London Stock Exchange will be sold in large quantities. Is this a good opportunity to buy? Interesting. In this case, it will have some impact on the British economy in the short term. However, Napoleon's military talent is much stronger than his other talents, and sometimes he may even ignore his ability to turn his neighbors into enemies. So they want to acquire some assets in Britain. It's really an interesting speculative behavior. Talleyrand, you have also been an ambassador to London, so you should be very familiar with it. It will indeed cause panic, but this is only for a period of time. And British newspapers like to brag. During the war, they will take advantage of the late arrival of news to let the media say that the advantage is on their side, which is a good medicine for the market. Although Talleyrand and Fouché did not get along well, they still had a common goal. So today they actually cooperated in front of the first consul, and the latter handed over another informant note. Then there is another interesting thing. The young military attaché of the Russian embassy, although young, has a clear mind. In this conversation, he also talked about some small tricks, such as creating public opinion. There must be a pro-Russian media to exaggerate some public opinion, but it must be disguised as. In short, it is very interesting. First consul, I suggest you take a good look at the content here. It is interesting, but it is not enough. If you can do it on the battlefield, you don't need to use your tongue like this. Napoleon still has more confidence in his absolute strength, but he has done a good job in manipulating public opinion in France. After all, these newspapers are always following the wind. But it is not without benefits to ambush some people who spread public opinion in London. This time difference, if we can win, will be a devastating blow to the British. Napoleon now wants to put the army in the military camp in Boulogne-sur-Mer, and then try to plan his great crossing plan, and also prepare for war here. In fact, if he can successfully cross the sea, it will be difficult to stop him with the current strength of the British army. The problem is that the distance in the UK is so delicate, and it also has a powerful navy. It's not like in the game, where you can sneak across the English Channel with just one click. You need to divert the Royal Navy's fleet or destroy them. Napoleon has already begun to have a genius strategic concept in his mind, and he is even considering the backup plan. This kind of mind is indeed hard to come by, but his way of expression is always so abstract. Even at the ball, it was the same, and there were guests from Italy today. It was Prince Camillo Borghese. Since the Italian campaign, he has been pro-French, or more precisely, a typical supporter of Bonaparte. Such a handsome prince, but he doesn't have much in his mind, is actually an easy target to control. Napoleon also heard from his eldest brother Joseph that Paulina has not been out of the house recently, but who are the people who come and go? Because he forbade Fauci to monitor his sister, he didn't come to any conclusion. It's just that he saw Paulina took the initiative to invite Prince Borghese to dance, and he had an idea, since the old man was the one that Paulina firmly opposed to marrying, and now she wanted to sacrifice for the French people again and build an empire, emperor of the French people. If she wanted to find a new husband for her sister, it would not be appropriate to look for one in the Italian Republic, but to find a suitable nobleman. Joseph, what do you think of that young man? You mean Prince Camillo Borghese, Napoleon? He is the hereditary prince of Rome, and his family has produced popes and many cardinals. He still has some power in Rome. Do you know about his property? As the eldest brother in the family, Joseph was more responsible for the living problems of his younger brothers and sisters. Before Napoleon became rich, he had to rely on him to support his family. After he married his wife, because Julie's family was a wealthy businessman, the family's living conditions improved. Very rich, with at least 2 million francs of property, and a large amount of jewelry and artworks. Napoleon would not rely on robbing all these respectable people in Rome in northern Italy. When he came to Rome to ask for things, he had to spend money. If it's a 300,000 franc dowry, it should be enough, right? This prince is still single. He came to Paris and seems to be interested in getting married, but he hasn't decided on a marriage partner yet. Are you coming to Paris to find a wife? Yes, it is said that he will take out a dowry of 500,000 francs as property for forming a family with a woman. In addition, he will also have the right to use the jewels of Prince Borghese's family. Napoleon, like his eldest brother, especially loves his unfortunate second sister Paulina. If the two of them are interested in each other, it would be perfect. As for Prince Borghese and the dance floor, he was completely attracted by Paulina's beauty. He was also a frivolous and dissolute nobleman, and it was inevitable that he would be attracted by her beauty, especially the dress that Paulina wore today, which made her chest look fuller. When dancing, Prince Borghese could not help but keep paying attention to this fair beauty, from her forehead to her neck, collarbone and chest. You are so beautiful, Paulina. Thank you for the compliment. You are so direct. If I use fancy words, it will be easy to be misunderstood. And it will waste time. What I want to say is, ti amo, beautiful lady, I'm impressed by your beauty. If Paulina's skirt was shorter, revealing the white stockings inside, he would definitely say the same thing. He would definitely not be able to resist such a configuration on a beautiful woman. You don't have to say that. I'm Corsican. I can understand everything you say. The Corsican dialect has many similarities with the Tuscan dialect. It is just north of Rome. This is better. It will shorten the distance between us. My heart belongs to you. But how long it will last, judging from the performance of Italians, it is not clear how long this shelf life will be. But you also know my identity, His Royal Highness Prince Borghese. In fact, Paulina also hopes to have such an identity as a princess. Little girls always have princess dreams. It doesn't matter. I supported the first consul a few years ago. He is your brother and he shouldn't refuse. After all, he was born in Rome and was a top Roman nobleman. He had close contacts with the Holy See, and his property status had been known to Joseph. For Paulina, who was remarrying, such a husband was perfect. Moreover, he was so lustful that he didn't even mind that she was a widow who had just lost her husband. He even wanted to get Paulina before the mourning period was over. Well, it was not strange for ancient Romans to marry widows and remarry second or third marriage age women. This was a local tradition since ancient times. Paulina was a bit cunning about this. She nodded and agreed, with expectation and excitement in her eyes, but she didn't say a word. Prince Borghese, on the other hand, took the tacit consent of the beauty in front of him as consent. As for her son with her late husband, it didn't matter. She could just take him along. This may be considered a fan behavior that has risen to the idol, and it is the idol's own sister, which is much more efficient than the later imitators. Joseph was very attentive to the situation. He later mentioned Paulina's situation to Prince Borghese, but the other party didn't care. After all, Paulina was still very young, only 23 years old, and she was not like Josephine, who was already in her 30s when she married Napoleon. Marrying such a daughter-in-law back home would also help their family to climb a strong backer in France, which can be said to be a two-way rush. But Napoleon still had a requirement, that is, whether it was a wedding witness or government registration, it had to be put after the mourning period of Leclerc. However, Prince Borghese didn't care about that. He had his own ideas and even planned to move in with Paulina right now. This even scared Paulina, and she could only decline the other party's application for moving in on the grounds that she was still recovering from illness. Now it seems that it is another form of evil people will be punished by evil people. Chapter 249, The Roman Prince with a Pewter Spear. When Paulina saw Prince Borghese, she judged him by his appearance. He did have a good appearance, which was indeed an advantage. Moreover, Italians have always had the narcissistic attribute of actively flirting with girls. This racial advantage is unmatched by other families, and Paulina is actually the same. The two of them were somewhat frivolous and willing to take the bait. In Napoleon's view, such a wealthy pro-French nobleman would be a good place for his sister. His starting point was not bad, but he could not consider what would happen to Paulina in the future. Such a marriage seems to be very suitable. Joseph, I think it should be arranged in November if possible. It should be noted that when Napoleon spoke himself, he no longer paid much attention to the Republican calendar, but directly mentioned the original calendar. Napoleon, you have to be careful. You are the first consul. When you speak publicly, you still have to use the calendar of the Republic. But Prince Borghese is Italian. The diplomatic treaty between Italy and France, as well as marriage and other transaction terms, still need to use the Gregorian calendar. Joseph, you also need to understand this. And Paulina needs a husband, and our nephew also needs a father. Well, although I suggested this marriage, I can't help but wonder, what about Pauletta's future happiness? This can't be entirely controlled by us. We are just brothers, not her husbands, and I'm not in Egypt. When mentioning this, Napoleon remembered his sister's astonishing remarks. It was too terrible to imitate the Ptolemaic dynasty. Although there were no mentally retarded children recorded in the Ptolemaic dynasty, inbreeding was not a punishment from God, but a serious crisis of ethics and morality. Of course, she had all problems with her work style, so no one could find fault with her. Even Fauch, who had monitored her for a while before, was quite shocked. It was already to the point of being eye-catching. But Pauletta, you should know that introducing a fiancé to her now is like putting a fish in front of a kitten or food in front of a mouse. She will definitely get into trouble. I don't care how she gets into trouble, but at least she can't get married before Leclerc's mourning period is over. However, Napoleon still underestimated his sister's bottom line. Prince Borghese often appeared with her on the streets of Paris in the following days, and also visited several ladies' literary salons, which attracted people's attention for a while. However, her gossip news was not as exciting as Britain's declaration of war on France. See, there is another war. Camillo, I think you should arrange your family affairs and live in Paris. As for our marriage, while my brother will not pay attention to us, we can find a priest to witness the marriage secretly. What do you think? Prince Borghese has reached the stage of discussing marriage, but he has always been shrinking when doing things, and he is not so bold. I think the first consul should also consider this issue. After all, our union involves the friendly relationship between Paris and Rome. This is true. His family does have connections left by generations in the Vatican, which can be regarded as a bridge of communication. So, Paulina, don't be too anxious. Paulina knew that this prince looked brave on the surface, but in fact, apart from his good looks and elegant conversation, he was far inferior to some French generals. However, she married Leclerc before, because of her relationship with Lafont. This scandal caused Leclerc to lead troops to Haiti instead of Michel-Ney. This was not the main factor that caused her husband to die of yellow fever, and many French generals and officers and soldiers were infected with yellow fever there. The protracted war and poor sanitary environment led to many problems. Today, Prince Borghese was invited to Paulina's residence, which is also the place where he will live after getting married. Okay, let's do it this way for now. If it's too early, it will definitely attract attention. When the hot summer comes, and people feel irritable, I don't think my brother will notice it. Because the British are coming to our door, we will consider this issue at that time. Paulina, you are really kind and considerate. Then Prince Borghese was not so honest. He himself was a frivolous playboy, and his lifestyle was no different from that of the dissolute Paulina. However, when he wanted to lift Paulina's skirt, he was stopped. Have you washed your hands? Why, Paulina? Do you need to wash your hands before making love? There was a Russian officer serving in their embassy. He knew some Chinese medical skills and actually diagnosed what disease I had. So he told me to wash that place clean and not to make love during this period. Although it is a bit troublesome to keep it clean, it makes sense. Besides, she was only wearing a skirt and you would see her naked. That doctor? I heard about him from Sylvia. It seems that he is her old lover. Sylvia? My housekeeper is a girl from the Visconti family. She is younger than you, and also a lovely beauty. I don't think she is as beautiful as you, but she is healthy and lively. Then, have you been intimate with her? She doesn't like people like me. She only likes to be with young heroes who have been on the battlefield. You seem to know something about Michel. Is he your lover too? Not yet. I also know that he has a lover and his proposal was rejected. Ah, Sylvia, not only did she not get married and give birth to a daughter, but she also rejected everyone who pursued her, even this man who is still very close to her. But he is younger than us, so he should be considered a pretty boy. Is there such a thing? However, Paulina also felt that Prince Borghese wanted to be intimate with her without asking about her physical condition, which was indeed a bit rude. However, she was also somewhat greedy for pleasure and money. The other party was lustful and wanted to find a backer for herself, so this was just right, and it was considered a two-way rush. Yes, a person who is willing to take on the responsibility of a husband was rejected. He is an honest and upright person, and he has been responsible for what he has done. Paulina looked at Prince Borghese, and it was actually very clear what kind of person he was. Although this prince was a playboy, it can be seen that he still values his promises. It even didn't matter if Paulina brought her son who had been born before, because he agreed to it, and it was common in Europe. Then, after the prince washed his hands, he wanted to explore Paulina, but was rejected again. You are like a greedy fox. Don't rush to flirt with me now. No matter where the doctor is, they all told me to rest well during this period. It will be fine in about half a month. At that time, I will warmly entertain you. Indeed, the doctors asked her to be restrained, which made her a little depressed. On the Caribbean island, she has a sexy that others must pay attention to, and it can be more prominent under the Caribbean sunshine. But physical health is also important, and she really needs to restrain her lust now. As for the two people mentioned, they are taking care of the baby now. Paulina was worried that Demid was not used to the prince who was going to be her stepfather, so she asked Solovyov to take the child out. She was really carefree, that is, Solovyov was honest and reliable, and Sylvia also took Octavia out to play, and they were in the garden together. Sylvia, these two kids are having a great time. Demid is 5 years old, and Octavia is only 3 years old. The two kids are running around on the lawn, and having a lot of fun. Mitchell, do you think Camillo can do it? I think there should be no problem, but this prince is like a wax gun head, but he looks like he is emitting silver light. As an Italian man, you make it sound like Italian men are all frivolous. Solovyov did not retort, but grabbed Sylvia's hand. You know who said that Caesar is everything? You're here again. How would I know? I think that's what Cicero said. He's really good at talking. No wonder the Antony couple hate him to the bone. Don't say such bloody things in front of me. I think Prince Borghese can be married to Paulina, but they are both so frivolous. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. This marriage may not bring happiness to either of them, unless they have a child as a bond. Solovyov also pointed at Demid. After taking some tonics, the child's complexion has obviously improved a lot. He used to be a poor little bean sprout, but now he can play with the energetic Octavia. You mean the general's son? He is also the nephew of the first consul. I asked about this child. Although he has not yet started to hire a tutor, he is very smart. Such a cute and smart child. Everyone likes him. It's just that his body is too weak. Of course, Solovyov didn't know that when Prince Borghese later entertained Lushin's family in Italy, Demid was sick and needed to recuperate. He spent a lot of money to pay for a hot spring, but he didn't expect that Lushin's family and his stepson would start to have a fever there. Several younger children survived. Only the weak and sick Demid died in the sanatorium due to convulsions caused by high fever. This kind of good intentions led to the death of his wife's only son, and also accelerated the breakdown of their marriage. After all, such two dissolute people, at the beginning of their marriage, did not rush to find lovers, although this possibility cannot be ruled out. So you have been taking care of his body, right? I'm a person who likes children. If other people's children are cute, I will like them too. And you see, this was the first time the two children met, and they were already very familiar with each other. Even though Octavia's name was difficult for a child to remember, Demid could remember her name and even kiss her. This kid has been flirting since he was born. No wonder. He has been exposed to such social situations since he was a child. Why do you still want to marry our daughter to this child? I don't think it's likely. If my guess is correct, according to the custom in Corsica, cousins may marry each other. Although from a scientific point of view, marriage between close relatives can easily bring many problems, especially diseases from the union of parents, it still can't stop them from doing so. What's more outrageous is that there are so many examples in Europe, and there are still many people who marry close relatives at this time, even if someone has come up with the theory of evolution. After all, no one has discovered the law of inheritance by growing peas. The theory of old one next door is more popular than God's creation. Besides, Octavia is our daughter, but she can't get rid of that identity. You rejected my proposal, Sylvia. In fact, I have to tell you one more thing. That is, when we were intimate in Rome, I might have been pregnant again. This kind of thing would make Solovyov's jaw drop. Sylvia's health is too good, but it is also a problem. Then what will you do? Then I will have to take a leave of absence for a while, give birth to the child near Paris, and follow the example of the people here, and entrust the child to the villagers, to take care of it first. I remember Mrs. Lebrun told me that she was fostered in the countryside by her parents, since she was a child, so she took special care of her daughter Julie. Maybe I have this physique, but it's not all your fault. Count the time we have been together. When you first came to me, we were intimate, and it was not like in Milan. That time can be regarded as a first hit. Solovyov knew that, no matter how much he proposed to her, he would be rejected. There was really no way to deal with this kind of strange thing. And we have been together for, count the time, almost 2 months. So what? Although you are not pious, you should be familiar with the doctrine, right? You talk like that, it makes me feel guilty. I still have to find a way to make it up to you. As long as you are alive, don't forget me. I will always remember you, Sylvia. You will always have a place. You bad guy, like Cicero, taking up 2 seats. Thank God you didn't say I was chickpea. Also, if Britain and France go to war, I may have to leave Paris in a while. You have to take good care of the child and keep him in a safe place. Also, you have to consider Prince Borghese. He looks smart, but he is as stupid as a dodo. If you want Paulina and him to last longer, you have to raise this child well. Take a good look at this prescription. It's all Latin herbs, and then make the soup according to the recipe and let him eat more chickpeas. This kind of cold joke can only be told like this. However, whether Sylvia was just having a false alarm or not depends on how her body reacts. Solovyov deserves credit for what he has done. After all, these are the only 2 women he has had intimate contact with. Chapter 250. We can recruit talents thanks to the great virtue of Britain. The British declared war, and their main approach was to blockade the sea, rather than come to the land. Therefore, Napoleon prepared to set up a camp in Boulogne-sur-Mer to prepare for crossing the English Channel. This place is close to Calais, and it is also a very good place to set off. As early as 1798, there was already a preliminary structure of a military camp. At that time, it was considered a strategic deception to the British. In the end, Napoleon went to France. Now the corps in France have begun to be mobilized one after another, and they have begun to mobilize frequently in the Atlantic coastal areas. At the same time, it should be noted that several major naval bases in France have begun to strengthen their vigilance. Although the British only drove their fleet to the Bay of Biscay, the posture of both sides was already tense. Of course, it is also difficult to get any news from the London market directly in Paris. The direct contact between Count Vorontsov and Count Morkov was almost interrupted, and they could only use Oldenburg as a transit station. In this way, the communication efficiency dropped significantly, and it was unlikely to know what changes had taken place on the other side in time. However, the news received by Petersburg from both sides was still very accurate. Recently, there has indeed been a short-term sell-off in the stock exchange in London due to the war, but the British media is generally optimistic about the current war situation, and believes that Britain will win in the end, citing the strength of the Royal Navy and the ability to block the main sea routes of France and Spain. However, the French side cited the glorious June 1st naval battle during the Great Revolution, believing that the British could not completely blockade the Atlantic and Mediterranean waters, and that France currently has sufficient food reserves and stable food prices, so it is confident of defeating Britain. However, both St. Petersburg and Vienna are well aware of the actions of both sides to find allies. However, Count Vorontsov did take advantage of the panic in Britain and recruited a number of Scottish engineers in May and June, but they have not yet set out for St. Petersburg. These people need to be divided into 2 or 3 batches, take Russian frigates to cool land, and after landing there, they will go to St. Petersburg one after another. As for the treatment of recruitment, the Russian government did offer a high salary, as well as factory shares and corresponding positions. According to the Russian rank system, the 8th level civil servants were hereditary. This was indeed a lot of temptation. You should know that in Russia's 14 level official system, there is a saying of eternal 9th level civil servants. If their inventions can be widely used, they can be inherited according to this level, which is indeed a lot of temptation. Even better than the treatment given by the British, Count Vorontsov also recruited George Stephenson, but he did not come to the Russian embassy in London with the steam locomotive plan. Sir, I just want to prove to you that the application of steam engines in coal mines is an integral structural project. It is not only the main structure of the steam engine, but also involves transmission, my transmission device. Well, young man, needless to say, we will hire anyone who is proficient in machinery. But I have a wife and a newborn son. What should they do if I go to Russia? In this way, your workplace will not be in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but in Taganrog, which is close to a coal field. If necessary, you can go to Mr. Gascoigne's Lugansk foundry. These places can allow you to display your skills. When Count Vorontsov recruited talents, he could pack up and take away the whole family if he could demonstrate his skills. He would also explain to his British friends the questions raised by the British. Our country is in urgent need of engineering talents in the mining and military industries. In the past few years, Russia's industry has developed rapidly. Strengthening our country's industrial strength is also an important part of the alliance between Britain and Russia. What's more, the recent deterioration of relations between Russia and France was caused by Count Alexander Vorontsov, the brother of Count Vorontsov. These pro-British factions still have a lot of say in diplomatic occasions, but Russia still maintains neutrality. This is an attitude. But you don't have to recruit even a poor little watchmaker, Count. If necessary, our British government can provide you with the best engineers to support your industrial construction. Although Count Vorontsov is pro-British, he is not completely at the mercy of British policies. It's just that this recruitment is a policy plan that was formulated when Emperor Paul was still in power. We have to take into account the troubles that Lord Whitworth created before. I hope you can understand. Although he is also an insider, he is in London and did not participate in the planning. This aspect is also very useful when bargaining. What's more, who knows what the British will do? In short, there are a lot of talents to be recruited, and the idle houses of Russian expatriates around London are enough for some of the people who come here from outside London to apply for jobs. However, the Earl is more concerned about the sharp drop in land prices in the British Isles. This is a good opportunity to purchase property. After all, he intends to live in the UK for a long time, and even after he leaves office as ambassador. As for the brewery, left by Mr. Arthur Guinness, it is not known what Count Morkov thinks. Before the war between Britain and France, he took special care of the business of this brewery. The cause should be Count Bogulinsky. In the business that the current uncle of the emperor is running, those restaurants opened abroad need beer supply. It is said that the dark beer of Guinness Brewery is of excellent quality, so there is such a request for acquisition. For the current Tsar Alexander, excluding the Queen Mother, this uncle is also a rare elder. After all, in the 18th century, the Romanov dynasty was mainly the descendants of Peter the Great and Ivan the Tsar, who took turns to be the banker. The final result was that the royal family had few male offspring. When Paul and his wife raised 4 boys and 5 girls, they solved the crisis of offspring. He never interfered in politics. He spent a few happy years abroad. Later, he returned to his own manor and confined himself. The empress also took advantage of the situation to prevent him from coming out. During Paul's time, his good days came. Paul favored his younger brother very much, even though he was also the son of the enemy who killed his father. He rewarded him with titles and the rank of General of the Guards, as well as the official residence and manor left by Count Orlov, all of which were his. During Alexander's time, the personal wealth of this uncle was still increasing. In addition to the chain of restaurants and stores in Russia, he also got involved in medicinal materials, furs and mining. Many of his industrial and mining enterprises were actually state property held by the Tsar himself, but they borrowed his brand to do things better. Count Bobulinski was also very clear about this. He lived in seclusion in Tilla's manor and did not interfere in political affairs. Even if his brother was killed, he would not easily go to St. Petersburg or Moscow without special reasons. The countess had to appear in these social occasions. Alexander was particularly concerned about his business because he had a share in many of the industries, such as the Russian-American Company, until February and October 1917, when the 2 revolutions took away the Romanov dynasty and the provisional government. Their family's wealth was always guaranteed. As for negotiating business, Count Vorontsov also knew that there were managers from the UK going to Dublin to handle it, so he did not need to take too much care. Of course, there was another strange thing, that is, most of the engineers recruited this time were Scottish, and there were Irish and Scottish workers, and they all went with their families. After all, with the English approach, their lack of virtue, coupled with the infighting among their own people, it is indeed easy to cause this problem. In addition to some capitalists, even nobles suffered from the inhumane behavior of the UK, not to mention the general public. He did not distinguish between England and Scotland. Even Richard Trevithick, one of the inventors of the steam locomotive, who had already produced a relatively mature design in the coal mine, went to the Russian embassy in London to apply for a job while correcting his design because James Watt attacked his high-pressure steam engine. The Earl himself was not surprised by these things. As for France, this kind of recruitment was obviously not very attractive, and the application of equipment in the early days of the Industrial Revolution was mainly concentrated in Britain and North America. Although France was technologically groundbreaking, it was relatively slow in this direction. Moreover, many nobles who invented during the revolution went into exile abroad, or went to the guillotine, and it would take time to recover later. Except for the Marquis who built the steamship, who was recruited to St. Petersburg because he was in the Condé Corps. It was rare to hear that French engineers came to St. Petersburg. There are quite a few French noble officers in Russia, and they are even now holding some positions in Russia. In addition to those like Langeron who were made earls and generals, there are also those like the Duke of Richelieu who went to Odessa to serve as local governors. As for what else can be gained in Britain, Vorontsov is not quite sure. The rest is that the Russian naval fleet in the Atlantic will come to pick him up, and that Tsar himself, soon after receiving the news of the war between Britain and France, learned about Count Vorontsov's achievements in London through the fast-sailing ship returning from Norwich. Alexander is now overjoyed. According to the scale of the factories opened by his Empress grandmother in Lugansk in the late period, this batch of industrial and mining enterprises has started construction since the summer of 1801. The site has already reached a scale, just waiting for the subsequent engineers and technical workers to move in, as well as the supporting Russian technicians and serf workers. Yes, Russian serfdom even exists in mines and factories now. Under the premise that serfdom cannot be abolished, the only way now is to raise productivity to a higher level. Alexander himself was initially just curious about steam power, which was just a novelty, but after he took the steamship named after Queen Elizabeth, He also thought it was profitable, and at the ministerial meeting, he also asked the ministers to prepare at least some steam locomotives in the mines, which would be much more efficient than animal and human transportation. In addition, even on the Imperial Village Railway, it is not always possible to run rail carriages. In the future, steam locomotives can still be used, and they can carry several carriages, which can also meet the convenience of the royal family and some nobles, to move between Petersburg and the Imperial Village. It is also quite intuitive to have this use, which can shut up some nobles, especially those who say Russia is a country short of coal. This kind of behavior of telling lies with open eyes does not consider that when Peter the Great moved to Little Russia, coal mines had been discovered in the local area. In 1803, the London steam carriage had already appeared on the streets of London, but the experience of this thing was very poor and expensive, so it soon stopped appearing. Letting steam locomotives get on board was also the novel idea of the French at first, and it would certainly not be as popular as rail locomotives. As for the construction of steamships, it is the first steam-powered project in Russia that has made a breakthrough. Orders for this have been placed in the Admiralty shipyard in the shipyard run by the Goncharov family, although these ships are only used for short-distance sailing on the Neva River and the canal, which can replace the role of some inland sailing transport ships. As for the naval ships, it is still a long way to go to get steam power. At least there is no hope in the near future. For Count Vorontsov's mission in London, which has achieved such a great success, Alexander also decided to award him a medal, which is also an affirmation of his diplomatic achievements over the years. Although such a pro-British ambassador, because of his position, there will always be some deviations in doing things, including the shift in policy towards France, which was led by their brothers. It is inevitable that Russia's policy will tilt towards Britain. After all, the domestic finances are also in some difficulties, and the price given by the British is indeed more attractive. However, Russia is so far away from France that, if it wants to intervene in European affairs, it also needs a broad anti-French alliance. However, this would damage Russia's national interests. They intervened in European affairs, but they could not send most of their forces to the wars with the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire. It was not possible to deal with France under Napoleon's rule without putting most of their strength on the European side. However, in 1803, there was no good excuse for Russia to intervene. Petersburg was too far away from the core area of Europe and the supply lines were long. More importantly, Austria, as a teammate, was not even as reliable as the British. After all, it was they who messed up the last time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.